Leaving, Miller said again. I don't care what time it is. I'll stay here all night if I have to, but I'm going to see her. The protective tone in his voice reminded me of how Ronan spoke to me. And Miller loves Violet. A strange sensation flooded me, something between euphoria and nausea. I fumbled my phone out of my bag to give myself something to do. I called BB and told her that Violet was okay. I'm so glad, honey, but it's getting late. I'd feel better if you came home. I checked the visitor situation. Lynn McNamara wasn't going to budge, but then Miller wasn't either. Violet was in good hands, and I was suddenly exhausted, drained. I'm leaving now. Love you, BB. I hung up with her and turned to Miller. BB wants me home. You going to be okay? I've never been better, he said, for the first time in a long time. I smiled. I'll be back in the morning. Tell Violet I said get well, or else I'll kick her ass. Visiting hours began at 11 a.m. I knocked on Violet's door and peeked my head inside. My heart swelled to see her awake, a strange but beautiful smile on her face. You decent? Her serene expression morphed into a huge grin to see me. Shy! I laughed at her enthusiasm. They must be giving you some strong drugs. Miller is here. He just went to the cafeteria for coffee. Ah, that explains it. I bent over the bed and hugged her as tight as I dared. You're okay, right? I'm okay. Better than I have been in a long time. Miller said almost the exact same thing last night, I said, dropping into the chair beside her. Violet beamed, her cheeks pink. Did he? I take it you two got everything sorted out. Finally. It's funny. Everything's falling apart with my parents and my college fund, but I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. With Miller. And I'm so happy. A twinge of jealousy tightened my stomach. I'm glad, Vi. Truly. And I won't even say I told you so, even though I've been saving up for 4 solid years. Violet laughed, radiant even in a hospital bed. It's been a journey. You'll never believe it, but right before I got whacked in the head, River Whitmore asked me to prom. She braced herself for my reaction, and I said, yes. I smacked my own forehead. Girl, I know, she said, still laughing, just as friends. But I didn't know what was happening with Miller, and I was so tired of feeling like I had no control over my feelings. I get that, I said with a tight smile. Does Miller know? He knows. We told each other everything, and it's like I can breathe again. Jealousy rumbled in my guts, stronger now. Violet is so much braver than I am. My friend grinned knowingly. So, been to the shack much lately? Come again? You heard me. Maybe it's that I'm deliriously happy and want you to feel the same, but... You and Ronan? She glanced down, plucked the hospital blanket. I know you don't like to talk about this stuff. In all the years I've known you, you've never mentioned a boy. I never told you a lot of things going on with me, Vi. And I'm sorry about that. Don't be sorry. I just figured you're a private person. I respect that. But sometimes I wonder if something bad had happened to you with a boy. No, nothing bad. God, Vi. I'm sorry for making you think that. I've been a shitty friend. No, yes. You keep saying I know who I am and what I want. I'm whole, but the truth is just the opposite. Tell me. It was my turn to toy with the blanket. I don't know what to say, because I don't know what I feel or how to feel. About Ronan? Her voice softened. Do you love him? I didn't know how to answer except that a little voice whispered I could love Ronan Wentz if I were brave to. I don't know. Violet smiled gently. You can't lie to someone in a hospital. It's a rule. I tried to smile back and failed. What's wrong with me started long before Ronan, with my mom. I heaved a breath. Every summer I go to New Orleans. All those visits I don't tell you about. They're to see her. But she hates me, Vi. I work hard trying to make something of myself, as if I have to prove my worth. But it doesn't matter what I do. She regrets having me. I'm the battle she lost. God, that truth was like a knife straight through the center of me. A wound that wouldn't close. And I didn't know how I could be good for anyone until it did. Oh, Shy. I've been putting on the appearance of strength, hoping if I pretended hard enough, I could just be strong, so that I'd look like I have my shit together. But I'm an imposter. So when Ronan comes along, you're scared. My automatic reflex was to deny. I nodded instead. The image of Ronan on my doorstep in the rain came back to me, and my chest tightened, trying to squeeze out a lifetime's worth of tears. Mama taught me it's better to be alone than left behind, I said, hardly a whisper. It's better to be the one who shuts the door, to not risk being hurt, because I already hurt every day. Violet took my hand and just held it, saying nothing, but being there. I heaved a breath. This is stupid. I should be the one comforting you. You are, Violet said. I love you, Shy. You're my best friend, but I've never felt as close to you as I do right now. I wish I'd told you everything sooner. We have from now on. Violet smiled. It's not too late. I squeezed her hand. I'm so grateful that it's not. Because too late is death. They discharged Violet several hours later. Her parents came to pry her away from Miller and me and take her home. I hugged her goodbye and went straight to the shack.
Chapter 20. Ronan. Hey. I looked up from where I was sitting in Holden's huge chair, staring at nothing. Shiloh stood at the rough-cut entrance to the shack, looking insanely beautiful in a long white skirt and tight white t-shirt. Her braids fell over her shoulders and frayed softly at the ends, blowing in the breeze off the ocean. The sun was setting behind her, glinting off a copper bracelet coiled around her upper arm. She looked like a fucking queen. You really thought you had something with her? I stood up and reached to unclasp the compass pendant. Shiloh's eyes widened. What are you doing? I figured you wanted it back. Isn't that why you're here? She quickly moved to me, grabbed my wrists. It's yours, no matter what happens between us. Us. I'd never used that word before. Shiloh read my hard expression and let go of me. She leaned back on the edge of the table, crossed her arms. I didn't come here to take anything from you, she said. I came to, talk. She cocked her head, her face soft. You look tired. Shiloh, don't, I said, going to the mini-fridge for a beer. We were out of beer. Shit. Am I not welcome anymore? I sank back in Holden's chair. Too many sleepless nights, years' worth, were dragging me down. I didn't have the energy to feed the useless hope that sparked in my chest that she was here. I shut my eyes. If I could only sleep, I could think better, could say the right things to change everything, be better for her. You can do what you want, I said tiredly. Ronan, what do you want me to say, Shiloh? We ended whatever it was, again. You're right, she said, her voice heavy. I shouldn't have come. I just thought... Never mind. I heard the shuffle of her sandals on the wood plank floor, making to leave. I should have let her go. I was supposed to let her go, but like tossing out a lifeline, my hand shot out in the dark and found her wrist. I closed my fingers around her warm skin and opened my eyes, keeping my gaze where I held her. I brought my other hand up and slid it against her fingers, trailing over the rings in gold, silver, and copper. She moved closer, her skirt brushing my knees. I looked up to see her eyes on me, the same apprehension on her face that lived in my heart. "I don't know what I'm doing," she said softly. "I've never been here before." "Me neither." "A week ago, my mother came to see me." My hand tightened on hers automatically. She squeezed, then gently let go, her fingers slipping out of mine as she hugged herself. "What happened?" "Nothing," she said with a grim smile. "I thought she'd tell me the truth about my father. Instead, she said some horrible shit and left. It spun me out. I guess like a mini breakdown, so I ignored you." "I get it." "I'm sorry." "So am I, that she did that to you." Shiloh huffed a shaky sigh. "You always do that." "Do what?" "Put things simply. Cut through all the complicated crap and make me feel—" I held my breath, waiting. "Better," she said finally. "Being around you makes me feel better, Ronan. And since we're being honest, turned on." She smiled weakly, then shook her head. "But it also brings up all the fears and self-doubts I've been trying to bury for years. It's enough to make a gal seasick, Wentz." "What do you want to do about it, Barrera?" She laughed. "I don't know. What do you want to do?" "Right now, I want to make you come." Her eyes widened, and an astonished sound burst out of her. "Jesus!" She cleared her throat. "We've already established we're good at the physical stuff, thanks. But be serious. What do you want long-term?" I leaned back in the chair. "I can't see that far. Most of my life has been day-to-day, just getting through one to the next, surviving." I lifted my eyes to her, and I was being serious. "I want you, but I shouldn't say shit like that. That's just me being greedy. It's better for you if we don't have a long-term." "You keep saying that, and I keep freaking out, and yet we both keep ending up here." "I don't want you to get hurt." She arched a brow, dubious. "You'd hurt me?" "Never," I said. "But it might not be up to me." "I don't understand." Her voice softened. "Does that have to do with what happened to your mom?" My head whipped up. "Miller told me." I spat a curse. He shouldn't have done that. "It slipped out. He cares about you. He still should have kept his mouth shut." "What happened?" "You don't want to hear this, Shiloh." "I do. If we have a prayer of anything, we have to be honest with each other. I've been pretty open about my baggage, all things considered." "I know." When I said nothing more, she nodded, the hope falling away. "If you really want me to go, I'll go. But if I walk out of here, that's it. No phone calls, no texts, no showing up at my door in the rain." Her eyes shone for a moment, but she blinked hard. Christ, it took all I had not to hurl myself out of that chair and grab her and kiss her until the past was someplace distant and couldn't touch us. But it always comes back. Then something worse unfolded in front of me, a future without Shiloh in it. "I was there," I said, spitting out the words hard and fast. "Mom threatened to leave him for good, so he took a baseball bat and made sure that could never happen, that she couldn't go anywhere ever again." Shiloh's hand flew to her mouth. "Jesus." "My dad did that," I said. "His blood is in my veins. I'm his son. Stints in juvie, fights, the rage of it all. How fucked up he was. That's in me. And the very last fucking thing I want to do is bring that ugliness to you." Her hand dropped, her face soft. "I don't see anything ugly in you, Ronan. I see someone who protects his friends from bullying assholes, calls out rapists, someone who walks in the rain to make sure that the dummy who won't answer her phone is okay." Christ, if she knew I walked every night to make sure she was okay. She cocked her head, still trying for tough while the soft vulnerability of her eyes bled through. "Well?" I got to my feet, towered over her. "No one can know," I said. If we do this, no one can know at school. It may seem fucking stupid, but I need that Shiloh, at least for a little while. Until after graduation, maybe. She smirked, but her breath was turning fluttery. I told you I'm okay with that. This is like a do-over. We'll keep things casual. That word just doesn't stick, but I can't make any promises either. This is all new to me, and I'm scared I'll fuck it up. She casts her gaze down. I don't want to hurt you either. No one had said anything like that to me before. No girl had ever stood in front of me and bared her soul like Shiloh, or given a shit about my feelings, because I'd never let myself have any. She heaved a breath, her hands sliding up my chest, her fingers toying with the pendant. So, how about no labels? No rules? We'll just do our best and maybe land somewhere between you coming to my house in the rain and me answering your texts? She raised her eyes to mine, dark and rich. Sound good? There wasn't a word for what I felt in that moment. Not one I recognized. All I could do was nod, my hands going around her waist, holding tight. That's what you did with good and precious things. You held them tight and took care of them. I could do that. I could keep her safe and have her too. That sounds good, I said, and bent to kiss her, softly, my eyes falling shut, savoring the taste of her. Don't fuck this up. Jesus, God, don't let me fuck this up. She moved in closer, molding to my chest. I could feel her heart, and it was beating fast. She smiled against my lips. Something funny? I asked, my hands roaming her back, soft and warm, her hair brushing my wrists. Not funny, just good. Today's light years from yesterday when I was at the hospital visiting Violet. It feels like a lifetime ago. What happened? She had a crash at soccer practice, concussion. Is she okay? She's okay. Miller's with her now. About time. Agree. But those two are giving me an ulcer. Literally hours before, River Whitmore asked Violet to prom, as friends, and Violet said yes. Doesn't mean anything, I said. If Miller's with Violet now, he won't let her slip away again. I won't let you slip away again either. I just wonder what River's endgame is. River asked her to prom as a friend, right? I shrugged. Maybe that's what he needs, a friend. I held her tighter. And maybe it's none of our fucking business. Shiloh smiled. Good answer. Now we were pressed together, my forehead to hers, breathing her in, inhaling her scent. We're doing this now? She asked, her voice hardly more than a whisper. I nodded and lifted her onto the table. Her lips parted in a little gasp, her eyes never leaving mine as her fingers trailed up my arms. She spread her legs, bringing me in, holding me tight to her as I bent her over the table. Ronan, Shiloh breathed, kissing my chin, my lower lip, my upper. Is this when you make me come? The words went off like a flare in me. I crushed my mouth to hers, my hand in her braids, holding her in my kiss, devouring her. Shiloh moaned and kissed me back, just as ravenous and ready. I wanted to crawl on top of the table and take her, but a whiff of clove cigarettes and expensive cologne infiltrated my red haze of desire. I stood up. The window showed no one, but reality flooded in like a sobering slap to the face. Casual or not, Shiloh deserved better than a splintery table in an old fisherman's shack that was splattered with gull shit and seaweed, where Holden or Miller could walk in on us at any time. Come on, I offered Shiloh my hand, helping her off the table. Where are we going? I don't know. Out. Are you hungry? She arched a brow. Are you taking me on a date? Maybe. You want to? Or is that against the rules? She looked like she was going to clap back with something smart-ass. Instead, her smile softened. I could eat? Good. I realized I hadn't been on an actual date with a girl since ever. All my dates had been sex in rough places, drunken hookups, quick fixes. Shiloh was not that. But where to? She asked as we left the shack and walked the path along the coast. Not downtown Santa Cruz, I presume? Not downtown. Any ideas? Yes, actually. Ever been to Scotts Valley? I haven't been anywhere that's not in walking distance from your place. Ever had Thai food? Also no. I helped Shiloh over a good-sized boulder. Unacceptable. She jumped off the rock, the ocean water washing over her sandals as she stood on tiptoe to kiss me. Stick with me, Wentz. I'll take care of you. Scotts Valley was a little town tucked into the redwoods, just north of Santa Cruz, built on rolling hills with views of the forest in every direction. Shiloh maneuvered her Buick into a parking space on the main drag next to an art gallery. The restaurant I'm thinking of is on the other side of town, she told me as we climbed out. But it's turning into a beautiful night. I thought we could walk. I nodded and marveled as her hand slipped into mine. We walked as the sun dipped behind the trees, and I could almost pretend I was a regular guy, living a normal life, going on a date with his girlfriend. Slow the fuck down, she said, no labels. Still, the moment felt fucking good, and I let myself have it. You come up here a lot? I asked as we passed shops and restaurants. BB and I used to come once a month or so. I've been so busy preparing for my shop, it's been a while. How's that going? I asked. It seemed strange to think of her opening a business straight out of high school, but if anyone could do it, it was this girl. It's in a holding pattern, she said. I've applied for all the permits and licenses, and now I'm just waiting to hear back. But that's not the worst of it. If I get the licenses, the next step is a meeting with a bank for a small business loan, which should be fun since I have no collateral to speak of, and it'll be a cold day in hell before I let BB put up the house. She offered? She sure did, Shiloh said, her voice turning thick for a moment. But it's far too risky. Most new businesses fail within the first 3 years, according to basically every article I've read on the subject. BB's retired, and the house is paid off. I'm not about to wreck that for her. Maybe she doesn't feel like it's wrecking anything, but helping you build something instead. That's what she said, too. Her smile lingered, and then she shook her head. But I need to do this on my own. If I fail, I'm not taking anyone down with me. I couldn't imagine her failing at anything, but kept my mouth shut. God knew life had a way of fucking shit up for good people, like my mother, or Marianne. I didn't want to jinx it for Shiloh. What's Wisconsin like? She asked as we walked up and down the hilly streets, the night quiet. I'm not the right person to ask. Why not? Because I've got nothing good to say about it. Was it hard? All those years in foster care? She gave her head a shake. Stupid question, I'm sure it was hard. It was more than hard. Do you want to talk about it? You don't have to. I nearly said no and then realized that I wanted to. I felt close to Shiloh and I wanted to keep feeling that way. Some of the placements were okay, some were not. Were you moved around a lot? 13 homes in 10 years. God, she squeezed my hand. I don't understand how people can do that. Take a kid in and then kick them out again? Some people do it for the money. Those are the worst. The good ones are rare, and only so many are looking to adopt. Thanks to my history, I wasn't a good candidate. Then your uncle found you? I looked straight ahead. Yeah, but I'd already turned 18. Bad timing, to say the least. But you're with him now, she said. That's a good thing, I hope. That was the time to tell her the truth, that I lived alone. But I liked feeling like a normal person, too much to wreck it just yet. He's okay, I said. But yeah, it's good to have a family, even if it's just one person. Shiloh nodded as we waited at a light to cross the street. Only a few cars were out. The town was sleepy. I feel the same. I love my aunt and uncle, and my cousin, Letitia, is the best, but I got lucky with BB. She's my person. When my mom decided she didn't want me anymore, BB was there. How old were you? 4. Old enough to remember crying when she dropped me off at BB's house. Old enough to remember feeling like I'd done something wrong. Her voice grew thick again. I remember that. Why did she wait until you were 4? I asked after a minute. I don't know. I guess she was trying to be my mom, but she couldn't do it. I'm sorry, Shiloh. She smiled tightly. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's what happened. And when bad shit happens, we figure out how to cope, right? I nodded, thinking of night walks and watching bonfires burn. My brilliant solution to deal with her rejection was to keep to myself. I figured if people didn't get to know me, including my best friend, they wouldn't have any cause to get rid of me. She glanced up at me. These are all new revelations, by the way. And do you know when they began to arrive? No. Roughly the exact instant I met you. Is that good or bad? Both, she said and resumed walking. Kind of pathetic, isn't it? But I can't help it. She's my mom. She's supposed to love me. It's in the contract. It's not pathetic, it's survival. Like you said, you do whatever you can to keep your shit together. What do you do to keep your shit together? I walk. Walk? All over town, I said, shocking myself by telling her the truth. At least the part that didn't sound crazy. I can't sleep, bad nightmares, so I walk around until I feel tired enough to hopefully crash out. God, you have nightmares that bad every night? Does it work? Not really, but it's either that or drink myself stupid. I shrugged. Seems like a better alternative for now. We arrived at a small restaurant called Thai Heart. It seemed like Shiloh wanted to ask something else, but I held the door for her, ready to leave all my fucked up shit outside. The restaurant was simple, but nicer than I was used to. Little knickknacks from Thailand. Buddhas, temples, elephants, and brightly colored strings of beads were displayed in glass cases or hung from the walls. The hostess gave us menus and a table by the window with a view of the street, and a waiter hurried over and took our drink order. Shiloh ordered milk tea. I asked for a beer. The menu made me feel stupid. I'd never heard of any of the dishes. Shiloh read my face. You want some recommendations? Do you like spicy food? I've had hot sauce on Mexican food. That's about it. I waited for Shiloh to ask me what rock I'd been living under, but she only smiled. Well, there's hot, and then there's Thai hot. Proceed with caution. I imagined kissing Shiloh, my mouth hot with Thai spice and her mouth like sweet milk soothing the burn. I cleared my throat and surreptitiously adjusted my crotch under the table. When the waiter returned, Shiloh ordered something called Penang curry. I ordered Pad Ki Mao. Drunken noodles, the waiter said, smiling. Excellent. There's booze in it? No, but it's very spicy. I glanced at Shiloh across from me. Good. When the waiter left, it was just her and me. The moment of truth, Shiloh said, sipping her tea. What is? The waiter is gone. We can't attack each other, sexually speaking. We're either going to start talking and hit it off, or not. The moment of truth. Okay. I toyed with the chopsticks on my napkin. You want to know all the pointless, boring shit about me? She laughed. Are you saying you don't want to know all the pointless, boring shit about me? I doubted there was any such thing. I don't like small talk. You told me when we first met, and neither do I. Shiloh stirred the ice in her drink with her straw. It's funny, though. We're kind of doing it all backward. We've talked about heavy shit. We do all the kissing things, but we skip the basics. Basics? The easy stuff. For instance, what kind of music do you like? I shrugged. Not much. Older bands, Tool, Soundgarden is pretty good, I guess. You? All kinds, from all over the world. She pulled out her phone. Check this out. His name is Rivets, and he's from India. He's an EDM artist. EDM? Electronic dance music? Listen. Shiloh gave me one of her earbuds and put the other in her ear. A second later, I was listening to Indian EDM music in a Thai restaurant. Shiloh, even in her seat, danced to the electronic beats and the lyrics that were more rapped than sung. You know what he's saying? No clue, she said, her smile radiant. But it's not about that. It's about how it makes you feel. I liked the music okay, but it was Shiloh who made me feel fucking everything. I watched her move, closing her eyes, getting lost right there at the table. She grinned. Good, right? Fucking incredible. You like dancing? I blurted like a jackass. I mean, I see you at Central a lot, listening to music, but you didn't go to homecoming. She shot me a wry smile. I was out getting barbecue with you, if you recall. As if I could forget. I love dancing, she continued. I just don't like school dances. The social scene in general doesn't interest me. Not like I'm above it, but more like I'm running parallel at a totally different vibe, trying to get through it. Like I want my childhood to be over with. Why? Maybe because I feel like if I'm an adult with my own business, then what my mother thinks of me becomes irrelevant. I don't want to be a kid anymore, needing her. She waved a hand. I know it doesn't work that way, but it's just something I do to cope. I nodded. Shiloh rested her chin in her hand, watching me. We're not doing a very good job of sticking to the basics. Quick, ask me something easy. What's your favorite movie? Good one. I should say something deep and profound to impress you, like The Color Purple or Citizen Kane, but I love Coming to America, she chuckled. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Yours? Citizen Kane. Shiloh burst out laughing and chucked her napkin at me. But for real. I don't know. My mom and I used to watch The Wizard of Oz, so I'll say that. I love that, Shiloh said softly. And so did I, being able to talk about my mother's life instead of how she died. My turn, Shiloh said. What's your favorite color? Seriously, she arched a brow at me. Black. Yours? Yellow. Shiloh smiled, and she was positively fucking luminous. Look at us, we are slaying the basics. Okay, one more. If you could go anywhere in the world right now, where would you go? Nowhere. Shiloh frowned. Oh, come on, don't quit on me now. We were doing so well. There's nowhere else I'd rather be than here with you. The words landed between us, stark and naked, and I inwardly cursed. Too much. It's too much. Shiloh's smile slipped and her lips parted in a way I was coming to know meant I'd said or done something that stole her breath. Ronan Wentz, she murmured and turned to look out the window. I'm in more trouble than I thought. The food arrived and I ate a pile of noodles that scorched my mouth but didn't come close to filling me up. I insisted on paying the bill and we left. Out on the sidewalk, Shiloh smirked at me. What? That wasn't enough food for you, was it? Not remotely. She laughed and tucked her arm in mine. Come on, there's a Mountain Mike's Pizza up ahead. Let's get you a slice or two. I stopped her before she could take a step and kissed her. And I was right. Shiloh tasted sweet and soft from the milk tea. Her tongue slid coolly against mine, and then she pulled back, breathless. Ronan, you taste like fire. Her arms ringed my neck and the kiss deepened, became the kind that wanted to lead to more. I don't need pizza, I said when we came up for air. You sure? I'm sure. Thank God.
Chapter 21. Shiloh. We walked in silence back to the car. The air between us buzzed like electrical lines. I could still taste Ronan on my lips. My heart was pounding as my car came into view, because tonight was different. I'd been fighting to keep Ronan at arm's length and failing at every turn. He smashed down my walls and, in turn, trusted me enough to tell me about his own brutal childhood. Each moment spent with him drew us closer together, like the tide that stopped for nothing and no one. Therefore, sleeping with him is a bad idea. But when I stripped it all away, all that remained was that I wanted him in every way. We climbed into my car and I sat facing forward, my heart clanging madly in my chest. Do you want to go home? No, he said, his voice rough. Do you? I shook my head. There's a really pretty lookout not far from here. Great views. Want to check it out? Yeah, I do, Ronan said, not even bothering to hide his intentions. They rumbled through his words, slipping under my skin and raising goosebumps. Somehow, I managed to drive the car without getting us in an accident, every part of me humming and attuned to Ronan beside me. I pulled onto the overlook that was off the main road and killed the headlights. The valley unrolled a dark carpet of forest under a half-moon and a sky full of stars. We enjoyed the view for all of 10 seconds and then reached for each other, crashing together hard. We kissed in heated, desperate need, our hands greedy. But after the third time, I whacked my elbow on the steering wheel. I pulled away. Back seat, I said, hearing my own intention in my voice and not caring. I could have sex with Ronan in a car, I reasoned. That didn't mean we were serious. It meant we couldn't keep our hands off each other, that's all. That was allowed. We climbed out of the front and into the back, where I lay along the bench seat behind the driver's side, pulling him down with me.
Wait.
Ronan shook out his fleece-lined denim jacket and tucked it behind my head like a pillow. Damn it. He was too good, too considerate, while I was trying to keep this meaningless car sex. I gripped his t-shirt and kissed him roughly. He lay over me again, his body wondrously heavy and hard. His hand slid under my shirt, then down, along my left thigh, pushing my skirt up.
You want to stop? We stop,
he said, his voice tight. I shook my head. I don't want to stop. The fire of his kiss nearly undid me. When Ronan had permission, he took it. He was going to take me, and I was more than ready to surrender, to give him whatever he wanted. It wasn't like me. This loss of control felt wild and reckless and exactly what I wanted. Ronan thrust my legs apart, his hand sliding along the dampness of my underwear. I whimpered, my own hands fumbling weakly over his hair, his broad back, down to the slope of muscle between his shoulder blades, then around the front to the huge bulge in his jeans. Jesus, he's going to break me in half. Ronan kissed me hard, his tongue invading my mouth while two of his fingers slipped past my underwear, sinking inside me. My back arched at the fire that licked up my spine, pressing myself into him. His mouth moved to my throat while his fingers stroked and rubbed in perfect synchronicity. He continued his way down my body until he knelt awkwardly, half on the seat, half on the floor. He pulled my panties off and tossed them aside. In the dimness, his silvery eyes glanced up at me, checking in. I nodded, breath held, waiting for his touch. When it came, I cried out, my back bowing, my hands scrabbling to hold on to something as Ronan's tongue found my clit. He latched on, and my entire body tensed, my awareness compressing and flowing to where his mouth met my skin. Ronan grunted and put his hand on my right thigh, opening me wider, as wide as possible in the cramped space. He went after me like he couldn't get enough of me. I came hard and fast, my cries filling the interior of the Buick. "You like doing that, don't you?" I asked, panting.
I could do that all night.
"Come here." I gripped his shoulders and pulled him up to me, kissing him and tasting myself on his lips.
"That's you,"
he growled.
"So good. So fucking good."
God, I managed, and then he kissed me the same way he'd gone at me, relentless, while my hands grappled with the button and zipper on his jeans. I couldn't free him fast enough, and when I did, I gasped. I'd only seen one other dick in the flesh, but I knew in that instant that Ronan wasn't like other guys. He was magnificent. I wrapped one hand around the huge hard length of him. He closed his hand over mine, and we stroked him together, our eyes locked, our bodies rising and falling in a rhythm, our breaths coming in the same hard gasps.
"Shiloh,"
he said, eyes dark, voice rough.
"I need to be inside you."
God, the raw simplicity of his want nearly made me come again. "Condom," I said. I took the pill religiously and wanted nothing more than to feel Ronan and let him feel all of me. But I took no chances. He retrieved a condom from his wallet and rolled it down. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming short. Ronan hesitated, mistaking my need for nerves or fear. "I'm not a virgin," I told him, and was glad that I wasn't. Not only because Ronan was so damn huge, but because I needed to remind myself this wasn't special. It was fucking in the back seat of a car, nothing romantic or monumental about it. Right?
Doesn't matter,
he said.
If it's too much, you tell me.
Everything about Ronan Wentz was too much. He's going to ruin me right here, right now. I reached for him, needed him, wanted him so badly I could hardly breathe. Ronan read my face, felt my body waiting beneath him. He poised himself over me in that tight space, and I reached to guide him inside me. Slowly, inch by inch, Ronan pressed in, and my eyes fell shut as my mouth opened in a soundless cry.
Shiloh?
Don't stop, I breathed. Oh my God. My fingers scratched at his shoulders, struggling to hold on as our hips met. Ronan filling me completely with his hard heaviness. He grunted and drew in tighter, eliciting another cry from me.
Shiloh, look at me.
I opened my eyes. All I knew or saw or felt was Ronan. On and over me, inside me. His mouth brushed mine, our foreheads touching, his gaze locked on me, silently commanding me not to look away. I obeyed, surrendering to him. My eyes widened as he pulled back, and I whimpered as he pushed back in. Oh, God, Ronan! He held me captive in his gaze, his cock moving slowly in and out of me. There was just the intensity of him and the pleasure building from where we were joined. He angled his head, trying to kiss me, our mouths bumping to the rhythm of his thrusting hips. It was too much, staring into his eyes as he fucked me, but I couldn't stop and didn't want to. He moved faster, his biceps straining to hold him over me on the seat. And then he hooked his right arm under my left leg, spreading me wider, granting himself better access. I cried out as the angle changed, hitting me somewhere deep I'd never known existed. Ronan watched my reaction, his eyes hooded and dilated. Then he bent his mouth to mine in a shallow kiss, licking and biting, his hot breath gusting over my lips. The shards of tingling pleasure coalescing between my legs were growing into a heavy pressure, deeper and more intense with every stroke of his cock. My hands flailed for something to hold on to as his thrusting intensified, my palms smearing the fogged glass of the window. Like Kate Winslet in Titanic, came the random thought, since my rational mind was breaking apart, leaving logic and reason behind. All that remained was how good this was and how I never wanted to leave this world that was just him and me. Ronan's thrusts were merciless, pinning me to the car seat. I hooked my leg around his waist to lock him to me, to steady my body that was at the mercy of his, while my breasts bounced under my sweater. A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek and dripped off the blade of his jaw, landing in the hollow of my neck. The space was hot and cramped, and there was still too much clothing between us. I wanted to see him naked. I wanted every inch of his body, sweaty and hard, touching mine because, Jesus, if he could do this to me in a car, what could he do in a bed? That fevered imagining broke apart, too, as the pressure deep in my core raced toward combustion. Ronan's mouth took mine, his thrusts relentless, stoking me to the edge and then over. I cried out as every nerve ending in my body fired, a beautiful chaos of sensation that ripped through me, pulsing hard between my legs, where he was still driving in and out of me. The tension tapered as the orgasm flowed and ebbed, and I let him have me. "Fuck me, Ronan," I whispered dully, drunk with him and the pleasure that slid through my veins like warm syrup. "Fuck me however you want." His eyes flared, and somehow his hips drove in deeper, harder when I thought he'd given me all I could take. It was raw and almost dirty how I let my legs fall open as far as they could go, giving him everything while kissing him almost serenely, completely relaxed as my core throbbed. I felt him tense, muscles straining. "Come in me," I whispered in his ear. "It's yours, all yours." Ronan grunted and shuddered, and then a sound deep in my chest rumbled with his release that I imagined spilled deep in me, condom or not. It was mine, that release. The sounds he made as he came, the sexiest I'd ever heard, also mine. The little voice came back, whispering that we belonged to no one. This was just sex. Casual, messy, backseat of the car sex. And yet my arms wrapped around Ronan, holding him close, my hands in the damp softness of his hair as he breathed hard against me. His chest was pressed to mine, his hardness cushioned by my softness. My embrace a refuge for him, every part of him welcome inside me. Finally, his breathing slowed, and he raised his head from the crook of my neck, his hair a mess where my hands had been in it, his face drowsy with orgasm.
"You good?"
he asked. "I'm really good. You?"
"Yeah, I'm good."
Something in his tone felt heartbreaking, like it had been a long time since he'd been able to say that. He kissed me softly and then gently withdrew from my body. He disposed of the condom with a Kleenex from the box I kept on the floor of my car while I smoothed down my skirt. My underwear was lost somewhere. I'd have to find it at some point, I thought, as the real world returned with a vengeance. I didn't want to go. Reluctantly, I gave Ronan his jacket back. Reluctantly, he took it. He climbed out of the back seat. I did the same on my side, and he was already there, helping me out. My legs were wobbly and pleasantly loose. My entire body felt as if I'd slept for 10 hours straight. Always a gentleman.
"Not always."
He kissed me deeply, holding me close, letting me know I wasn't going to get away with business as usual so easily. I sagged into his embrace, reveling in the feel of him, his mouth. God, his mouth. And the strong solidity of him that made me feel so safe. When Ronan kissed me, I couldn't imagine anything could hurt me. "Would you mind driving?" I asked. "I don't trust my legs to work properly right now." He almost grinned.
"I'll drive."
The journey back to Santa Cruz went by in a night-darkened blur outside my window. I stole glances of Ronan's profile now and then, his gaze focused on the road in front of him. He had no idea the effect he had just sitting there, his inked forearms too damn sexy as he held the wheel. He drove to my house and parked in the driveway. "Wait, how will you get home?"
"I'll walk,"
he said. I hated that he had to try to outlast the nightmares that chased him. "If you're sure."
"I'm sure."
In front of the car, he encircled me in his arms but didn't kiss me. Instead, he studied me by the light of the street lamp.
"Tomorrow night,"
he said.
"the shack."
I arched a brow. Are you asking or telling?
"Telling. I want you there."
And I knew what he was doing, making sure I wasn't going to freak out and ghost him again. His eyes were hard, but beneath, his doubt was the same as mine. It's better to be the one who leaves. He was placing his trust in my hands and asking me not to let it fall, not to throw it away. I had to do the same. Be brave. I'll be there. The tension in his body loosened. He kissed me again and then waited as I walked up to my front walk. Our first date. I waved to him from the porch. He didn't wave back, but nodded his head as I slipped inside. I slumped against the door and let out a shaky breath. So, that happened. Quietly, so as not to wake Bibi, I crept to the hall bathroom, my bathroom, and started the shower. I stripped down while hot water ran, steam filling the room. My reflection in the mirror, naked, was the same as yesterday. But I felt different, more than the night I lost my virginity. My smile was softer. My eyes lit up, my skin seeming to vibrate under the surface everywhere Ronan had touched me. I didn't want to wash him off me. Silly, I murmured as I stepped into the shower. But it didn't feel silly. It felt like falling.
Part 3. Chapter 22. Ronan. May. Well, gentlemen, Holden stretched like a cat. What kind of trouble shall we get into tonight? I squeezed the bottle of lighter fluid. A stream arced into the bonfire, making it roar. Arson? Holden mused. An interesting option. We haven't tried that one, but I'm game. Stratton? Miller strummed his guitar and sang, All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Indeed, Holden said. I am the psychopath sitting next to you. Or is that Wentz? I smirked. You're in a good mood. Is that allowed? Or do the Lost Boys have to be tragic and lost every minute of every day? I exchanged amused glances with Miller, but inwardly I was glad. Lately Holden had been sticking to beer instead of vodka, and the smile plastered to his face wouldn't quit. I guessed things were going good between him and River Whitmore, though I wondered if it would last, and if I'd have to kick Whitmore's ass if it didn't. Miller smiled a lot more, too. Violet wasn't here that afternoon. It was just us, but she and Shiloh were regulars now. Holden never brought River, who was barricaded in the closet behind his King of the Jocks rep, so the five of us hung out most nights, laughing, talking, and listening to Miller play. He strummed a few more bars of Heathens. Who is that again? I asked. 21 Pilots? It was on the Suicide Squad soundtrack. I think it's our theme song. I prefer Suicide Squad to the Lost Boys, Holden said. Would I not make an exceptional Joker? He tugged on the lapels of his expensive winter coat. The weather was growing warmer by the day, but he was still bundled up. I guessed that meant things with River weren't perfect, but what was ever perfect? They hid their relationship at school, same as Shiloh and me. Shiloh and me. It had been weeks, and that phrase wasn't close to getting old. I hid a smile behind my beer so the others wouldn't see it and give me shit. Holden settled into his chair with a satisfied sigh, and the sun began to dip below the horizon. This, gentlemen, is a rare moment of tranquility. He looked to Miller. You're on the cusp of stardom, and even more miraculous, Wentz here hasn't been suspended in more than a month. They both applauded, and Miller whistled through his teeth. I chuckled, assholes. And for the time being, what's the word? Holden snapped his fingers, pretending to think. Starts with an H? Heathen? Miller put in and strummed a few chords. Yes, but the other, more elusive H word. Happy, I muttered into my beer bottle. The word tasted foreign to me too, but for the first time in a long time, it was starting to fit. Bingo, Holden beamed. But I saw how fragile his happiness was in his eyes. Whitmore still had plans to go away to college and play football, leaving Holden behind. But things are good now. They might stay good. Like they were with Shiloh and me. I felt like shit keeping us on the down low at school when I wanted to show her off, kiss her in front of God and everyone, claiming her as mine. But she was okay with the secrecy for different reasons, trying to keep her shields up. I couldn't blame her. She'd been burned hard, but day by day she was letting them go. For me, I felt richer than Holden. "And I have news," he said. "It concerns a certain rapey football player whose pristine white Jeep was given a new paint job by our own resident vigilante." I sat up, my pulse kicking. "What did you hear?" "I heard that said paint job made the local news." I frowned. "That shit went down months ago." Holden shrugged. "Seems Kimberly's friends weren't satisfied with her having to leave town while Mikey struts around school, suffering precisely jack shit in the consequences department." "So, what's the deal?" Miller asked. "Michael Douchebag Grimaldi has been booted from the football team," Holden said, tossing one end of his scarf over his shoulder. "More of a symbolic gesture given the season's over, but he's losing his letter and, word has it, his ticket to Texas A&M has been revoked." Miller stared. "No shit? Good. Where'd you hear that?" He gave me a knowing look. "I have a connection on the football team." I sat back in my chair considering this. On the one hand, fuck Grimaldi. On the other, he and Dowd were friends. Nah, fuck them both. I sipped my beer content. Miller frowned, wearing his usual worried expression. "What? You think he knows it was you?" I shrugged. "He might. But even if he does, he can't prove you tagged his car." Holden grinned. "Fucking with jocks is high on my list of favorite things." He shot me another knowing look, right after actually fucking them. I got the message, loud and clear. Whitmore, I swear to fucking God, take care of him. My phone chimed a text. "BB made lasagna. Come over." My damn heart felt warm. Shiloh hadn't asked me over to dinner since that day back in September. She's letting me in. "Time?" "Dinner's at 7, but you can head over any time." "On my way." I stood up, tucked my phone in the back pocket of my jeans, and drained my beer. "I'm out." "What?" Holden screeched. "Where are you going? It's early." "Where do you think he's going?" Miller coughed into his fist. "Pussy whipped." Holden snickered. "I think I hear Evelyn Gonzalez calling, Stratton," I said, putting on my jacket. "She has some hair gel options for your next video." Miller laid his middle finger to his cheek. "Look into my eye." We exchanged grins, and I strode out, Holden calling after me. "Have fun! Use protection! And don't do anything I wouldn't do. Actually, that doesn't leave much. Don't do anything illegal." "Nope, that doesn't work either." I chuckled and shook my head, and then the sound of the ocean washed him out as I walked to Shiloh. I arrived a little after 6. Bibi was on her way out the front door with another elderly lady. She hugged me and smacked a kiss on my cheek. "Ronan Wentz, this is Esther Morris. She's taking me to visit a friend down the street. Shiloh's in the back, working. Lasagna's in the oven, still baking. I'll be back in 20 minutes, so don't you bother with it." "Sure thing," she smiled. "So happy to have you, sweet boy." I jammed my hands in my pockets. "Thanks." Esther gave me and my tattoos a quick once-over, then guided Bibi out the front door. I found Shiloh in the shed, sitting at her table. The night was warm. She wore a sundress in deep blue. A lantern hung above her in the twilight, making her skin glow. Her expression was tight with concentration. Fuck, she was too beautiful. Too much for a poor bastard like me. And yet, when she felt me watching her, she lifted her head and her face lit up, became more beautiful. Then she caught herself and turned her tone casual. "Hey, you." I joined her in the shed, sitting on the other side of her. I watched as she pressed a plate of silver about the size of a playing card onto a small anvil that was attached to the table with a bench pin. The silver plate was etched with a rose design, and Shiloh was using a jewelry saw, its blade as thin as string, to cut it out. "I feel you watching me," she said with a faint smile, not looking up as she sawed and turned the plate, the blade following the lines of the rose exactly. Fucking amazing. Her deep brown eyes flickered up to me, then back to her work. "Don't say things like that, I'll mess up." But she didn't. The last piece was cut away, and she was left with a silver rose as large as the palm of her hand. "You're just going to watch?" she asked as she picked up her hand torch and soldered on a tiny loop of silver to the back. "For now." Shiloh's lips parted in a little gasp. "Damn, Ronan." My blood heated and I waited, my hands itching to touch her, to strip her naked in the twilight and spread her over the table. No, not a goddamn table, or her car, or the shack. In the last month, we'd never fucked in a bed, never been fully naked. I couldn't take her to my place and Shiloh hadn't offered hers. Our way of trying to slow things down. Stupid. I was all in, and if I thought about it, I'd gone all in for this girl the first damn minute I laid eyes on her. "Nearly done." She took up a string of smoky quartz beads and held the rose against them. "The backing needs to cool before I can string it, but not bad, eh? I kind of like how it turned out." She glanced up to me, watching her, drinking her in. Her eyes flared and she carefully set the necklace aside and moved around the table to sit in my lap. Her hands went into my hair. I fucking loved her hands in my hair. She changed hers a few weeks ago. The microblades were replaced by thicker ones she called box braids. More for me to grip. "BB went to visit a friend down the street," I said. "We have 20 minutes. Shiloh's fingertips traced my lips. You can do a lot of damage in 20 minutes. Shut the door." She stood up while I did as she asked, and then we reached for each other in the dim space, the lantern casting a yellow light. I took a handful of thicker, soft braids and gently pulled her head back, exposing her throat. Her pulse was a flickering beat in the hollow of her collarbone. I put my mouth there, savoring the taste of her that was salty and sweet. "God, Ronan, how do you do that?" "Do what?" "Make me so wet for you?" Her fingers raked through my hair, cradling my head and moaning as I worked over the delicate skin of her neck, biting, grazing, licking until I was at her mouth again. I kissed her deep, my tongue exploring every corner, tasting her until we were both out of breath. Our eyes met and she nodded. I spun her around and held her to me, my hands kneading her perfect tits, my mouth on the delicate skin behind her ear, biting. She gasped and braced herself on the table. "Please, Ronan, hurry." I slid my hands down her back and hiked up her dress. Her ass was fucking perfect, too, smooth and tight, a lacy thong the only thing between me and what I wanted. "Take that off," I ordered, reaching for my wallet in the back pocket of my jeans and retrieving the condom. "Bossy, aren't we?" she breathed and stepped out of the thong. "You wear a lot of skirts," I grunted, freeing my rock-hard erection and rolling the condom down. "You're just now noticing. I don't own a single pair of jeans." "Don't start," I said and pushed myself inside her. Shiloh moaned and her entire body shuddered. "Oh God, so good, so good." Fuck yes. The soft, tight heat of her around my cock, pulling me deep into her, was so fucking good. I took hold of her hips and drove in and out, slowly, though I wanted to take her hard, to try to do the impossible and satiate my hunger for her. "Harder," she breathed. "Make it rough." Her words fueled me, driving me senseless. I ran my hand up her spine, over the bunched material of her dress until I found skin. I gripped her shoulder and pulled, arching her back and holding her there, halfway out of my mind with how good it felt to be inside her. Sometimes I thought Shiloh letting me into her body was the only salvation I had. "Yes," she managed, and I moved harder, faster. She began to moan, then cry out at each thrust. "Your neighbors will hear." Shiloh glanced at me over her shoulder. "Then you'd better do something about it." My hand moved to her mouth, covering it and stifling her cries. She whimpered, and then I felt the hot, wet softness of her tongue sliding between my fingers. Fuck. The sounds of flesh slapping flesh filled the tiny shed as I held her pinned, one hand on her hip, the other clamped on her mouth, and yet Shiloh was fucking wrecking me. I drove harder, watching my cock slide in and out of her, listening as her breath rasped in her nose. I was starting to lose control, but she hadn't come yet. I let go of her hip and found her clit, wet and swollen. I strummed her and she cried out behind my hand. I could read her now, sense when she was on the brink and what she needed to push her over. I pinched her clit gently, but hard enough that she practically screamed. Shiloh's teeth clamped down on the flesh under my middle finger. Her body tensed, the orgasm rocketing through her, while the sweet pain from her bite sent me over the edge. We came almost together, my hands falling away to brace myself on the table, my chest molded to her as we shuddered, my release spilling deep, draining me. "Jesus Christ," Shiloh breathed. She slumped over the table, her cheek on the smooth wood, her back rising and falling beneath me. I lay over her, nuzzling her neck, still inside her, still trying to catch my breath. She kissed the teeth marks she'd left on my finger, then her hand briefly cupped my jaw before sliding into my hair. I kissed her slow, taking my time, showing her that sex was only one part of what I wanted from her. All of her. I wanted all of her. Slowly I stood, disposed of the condom, and tucked myself back in my jeans while she pulled on her thong and smoothed her rumpled dress. "Well," she moved into my arms. "Hello to you too." "You good?" "Better than good," she smiled. "You don't have to ask, but I love that you do." I kissed her softly, but it deepened quick, the emotion still hanging in the little shed pulling us back to each other. "Damn, Ronan," she said breathlessly and put her hands on my chest to push me away. "Bibi will be back. We need to show a little restraint." "I suppose," she laughed. "Her lasagna is to die for. You hungry?" "I am now. What's the occasion?" I couldn't imagine it was all for me. I hoped it wasn't. "No occasion," she said. She kissed my chin, then moved to pack up her tools. "Except, well, miracle of miracles, that little place I showed you in the fall, the laundromat, it's still available. The rent is scary, but not as bad as it could be because of the size." "That's fucking great. Are you going to make a bid for it?" "I still have a lot of hurdles to jump through. A bank loan would be nice, but..." She shrugged as if to keep her hope in check, her smile radiant. "We'll see." The meal was one of the best I'd had. Bibi treated me like a long-lost son without making me feel weird or self-conscious. Instead of feeling like an intruder, like I had that first day, I felt welcome, like I had a normal life. After dinner and a dessert of tiramisu from a local bakery, I helped clean up the kitchen and said goodnight to Bibi. She took my face in her hands and gave me a little shake. "Good night, Ronan." She kissed my cheek again and then whispered quickly, "She's so happy. You did that. Thank you, sweet boy." She let me go and I stepped back, a little stunned. "Okay, what's with all the whispering?" Shiloh asked with a small laugh. "I was telling your man that he's welcome for dinner any time he likes. Isn't that right, Ronan?" "Yes, ma'am." Shiloh rolled her eyes. "I'll bet." She took my arm. "I'll walk you out. Be right back, Bibi." On the front porch, Shiloh pursed her lips. "My man, I shrugged. "You're going to argue with your grandmother?" Shiloh peered up at me, her eyes soft. "Guess not." Then she caught herself and straightened the collar of my jacket. "Bibi says my future shop needs a name, to put it out in the universe and make it real. But I'm stumped." My hand skimmed up the smooth skin of her back, over her dress, thinking of the place she'd made earlier. A mix of stone and metal, the elements flowing and blending naturally, unique. Rare earth. I nearly said it, but this was Shiloh's shop, hers to name. "You'll think of something." "You're a big help." She kissed me and then wrapped her arms around my waist and rested her head against my chest. I love listening to your heart. I didn't speak, but held her as tightly as I dared and basked in the warmth that emanated from Shiloh's slender body into mine. Happy, I thought. I think this is what happy feels like. We kissed until time started to slip away, and then I left her and walked home, stupidly thinking I could hold on to that feeling forever. I should have known better. I was halfway across the parking lot at my complex when they got me. I heard a shuffle behind me and instinctively ducked. A club meant for my head glanced off my shoulder and I spun around. Two figures in ski masks, one big, the other skinny, had slunk out of the shadows from behind a van. The skinnier one had the club, and it took 0 seconds to recognize the eyes that stared at me. "Dowd," I seethed, backing up slowly as they both circled me. I jerked my head at the bigger one. "Grimaldi?" Fuck me. In that instant, I went over every time I'd been with Shiloh in the last month, praying we hadn't been careless, that no one knew. This can't touch her. I won't let it. "You're dead, fucker," Mikey Grimaldi bellowed from beneath his mask. "Fucking dead. I know it was you who tagged my Jeep. I saw you." "You saw me tag it, or you saw me the night you violated that girl?" I asked, my voice low and steady while inside the fire was simmering, ready to ignite. "Fuck you," Grimaldi spat. "You didn't see shit. But A&M canceled my scholarship. My mom can't even look at me. You fucking ruined my life, asshole." I wondered if he spared a thought for Kimberly's life, and guessed not. Frankie was moving behind me, jumpy, his breath loud through the mask. I cracked my neck from side to side. "What are you waiting for?" I asked, deadly casual. "Let's go if we're going to do this." Grimaldi's eyes flickered at something behind my shoulder, and I spun in time to catch Frankie's club, a police baton, coming down. It whacked my palm and I closed my fist around it and yanked it easily from his grasp. I sent a left hook to his face, connecting square, and he reeled. "Fucker!" he shrieked, staggering back, clutching his masked cheek with both hands. "Not this time. This time we got you. We got you." From behind, Grimaldi lunged. I spun again, swinging the baton. He danced out of reach and jabbed a punch to my kidney. The baton dropped from my nerveless fingers as pain rocketed up my side. I took a fist to the cheek and saw stars, but let instinct take over. I put the pain somewhere else and delivered a heavy blow to his gut. He bent in half, the breath gushing out of him, leaving himself wide open for my fist to smash into his jaw. Blood and teeth flew. Pain crackled up my knuckles, but I hardly felt it. I lifted a boot and kicked Grimaldi in the side, sending him sprawling. Frankie was trying again, reaching for the baton. I kicked it away. It skittered across the cracked pavement and into the shadows, and gripped him by the collar, driving my knee into his gut. He made a hitching sound, and I shoved him roughly. He fell on his ass, clutching his stomach. Too easy. I stood between the two of them, my gaze going back and forth, wanting it to be over while the dark place in me hoped for more. "Well, fuck you!" Frankie sounded like he was crying. "I'm not done with you. I'm not—" I leveled a finger at him. "You are fucking done. Stay down." I looked to Mikey. "How about you? You want to go again or nah?" He got to his feet slowly, muttering a curse and holding his gut, but his eyes through the mask showed second thoughts. Then came a voice from behind me, turning my blood to ice. "Sniveling little pussies, the both of you." I whirled around. A bigger guy in a ski mask stepped from behind the van. He wore jeans, a polo shirt, and a blue windbreaker I recognized instantly. "Two of you can't take him?" Mitch Dowd snorted. There was a flash of yellow, and then something jumped out of the dark and bit me. Instantly, every muscle in my body seized, each one gripped tight in its own clenching pain. My head swam, darkness faded in and out, and the ground rose up to slam into me. I convulsed, racked by agony, my vision blurry, but just clear enough to see the two coiled springs trailing out of the taser in Mitch's hand, its teeth buried in my thigh. "Suck on that, fucker," Grimaldi sneered, suddenly full of confidence again. The steely metallic electricity coursing through me vanished, taking the pain with it, but my body felt loose. I could hardly move. Grimaldi delivered a hard kick, and agony exploded in my ribs. I tried to curl into a ball, but my limbs wouldn't cooperate. The blows came again and again, as if there were 10 of him instead of 1. After what seemed like a lifetime, I was dimly aware of Mitch looming over me. He put out his arm, pressing Grimaldi back like a referee. "You're up, son," he said to Frankie. "Show 'em what we do to snitches." Through one swollen eye, I saw Frankie had the baton again. He danced around me but didn't take his shot. "What the fuck are you waiting for?" Mitch snarled. "Give it to me," Grimaldi seethed, hand out for the baton. "I'll fuck him up good. Fuck him up like he fucked up my life." Frankie hesitated and then flinched as a shouted voice, high-pitched and shaky, came from my building, cutting across the night. "I called the police, and I'm recording this." Mary Ann. Fuck no. I craned my neck and saw her in front of her door, 20 yards away, her phone up. "Fuck." Mitch jabbed a beefy finger at his son. "Go get that phone." Frankie jerked his head. No. "Get it, asshole," Grimaldi shouted. He sounded panicked, but made no move to do it himself. "Fuck. Oh, fuck. This is bad." Mitch muttered a curse. "Frankie, you goddamn shit stain. Go get that phone." "No, Dad, no." "Little bitch," Mitch spat. He yanked the taser's claws out of my leg, tearing flesh. "I'll do it myself, but this isn't over, Franklin. You and I are going to have words about what it means to be a coward in this family." He started for Mary Ann. Using every ounce of will I could muster, I forced my muscles to cooperate and snaked my hand out. I gripped his boot, tripping him. With another curse, Mitch went down flat, smacking the pavement, the air whooshing out of him. I hauled myself to my hands and knees, scrabbling to hold on to Mitch as he made to get to his feet. I managed to get him in a weak chokehold that would last only until he caught his breath. I grasped blindly, shakily, as if all of my muscles had gone to sleep. My fingers snagged on the eye holes of his mask and I ripped it off his head. "Bastard cunt bitch!" Mitch took hold of my arms and flipped me to the ground. Hard, unforgiving pavement slammed into me. Pain radiated from between my shoulder blades. Sirens, faint but growing louder, rang in the distance. Even then, with my body screaming in agony from 1,000 places, the sound woke up every memory of that day 10 years ago, infusing me with terror. Mitch towered over me, breathing hard, his face ruddy in the street lamps. "Dad," Frankie whimpered. "Let's go!" Mitch ignored him. "You're a snitch, Wentz. You ruined a good boy's life for what? A piece of ass?" "Dad!" "Fuck you," I croaked, muscles shuddering and clenching. Mitch brought his foot up and then down again, a stomping kick. I heard a crack, and then pain flooded my face along with the blood that poured from my nose. "Mr. Dowd," Grimaldi sounded scared. "Let's go," I heard Mitch say. "I'm not done with you." I didn't know if he was talking to me or Frankie. Their footsteps scrambled away and another set hurried to me. Mary Ann's arms went around my shoulders as I sat up, the sirens growing closer. "Jesus Christ," she breathed. "I got him. On my phone, his face. He's done." "No," I struggled and failed to stand up. "Don't. He'll hurt you too." Shiloh. Now the terror pushed me to my feet. "Don't get up," Mary Ann said. "Wait for the ambulance." "No ambulance. No cops." I staggered out of her grip, reeling. "Ronan, stop. Come inside." "I'll scare the girls." I peered around in the dark night, trying to get my bearings. "Shiloh. Fuck." "Where are you going? You have to make a statement." "No." I rounded on her. My face must have been a horror show. She recoiled, her eyes wide. "Mary Ann, listen to me. Listen to me. He'll come for you." "He'll come for Shiloh," I thought drunkenly. "He's going there now." "He's not coming for me," Mary Ann said incredulous. "He's going to jail for what he did to you." "No," I said, my voice slurry. "Please leave my name out of it. Leave it alone. For your sake. Fuck, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The sirens were getting louder. I shoved out of her grasping hands. "Ronan!" I ignored her, hurrying as fast as I could. Not too late. Please, don't let me be too late.
Chapter 23. Shiloh. As I pulled the Buick into my drive, the headlights lit up a dark figure sitting slumped on our steps. Oh my God. I slammed to a stop and killed the engine. My fingers fumbled to yank the keys from the ignition, and then I tore out of the car, leaving the milk and eggs from my grocery store run on the seat. At the front walk, I stopped, my blood thrashing in my ears. Ronan sat hunched over on the middle step, chin to chest, arms resting on his thighs. "Ronan?" He raised his head, and both my hands flew to my mouth to keep a scream from bursting out. "Jesus Christ!" One of Ronan's eyes was swollen shut, a shiny mess of blue and purple. Blood stained his chin. His nose was horribly broken. He peered at me through one eye, confused, as if he were drunk. I hurried to his side and wrapped my arms around his shoulders. He winced, and a groan of pain issued from his throat. I jerked my hands back. My God, what happened? Panic was lighting up my veins, and I fought for calm, while my heart felt a sensation I'd never known, to see him in so much pain. "Shiloh?" His voice was a croak. He sat up a little, looking around. "Where?" "You're at my house. You don't remember? God, I'm calling an ambulance." "No." He tried to get to his feet and sat back down. Fear lit up his good eye. "Are you okay?" "Me? Ronan, who did this to you?" He didn't hear me or wasn't listening. He looked around blearily. "I shouldn't have come here. I thought they might... No. Fucking stupid. I shouldn't be here." He got to his feet, his body hunched over and wincing in pain. He looked around as if unsure what to do next. "I have to go." They hurt him. They hurt him so bad. I gripped his arm through his denim jacket as gently as I could, while still keeping hold of him. "You're not going anywhere. You're coming inside, right now." I guessed he was too weak or confused to argue, because he let me take him inside. Bibi was in her room, her door closed. I longed for her help and advice, but didn't want to scare her as badly as I was. Quietly, I led Ronan to my room. He leaned heavily on me, his steps stumbling. I sat him on my bed, where he slumped over in the dim glow of the rainbow lights. "Stay right here," I told him, though he looked like he could hardly lift his head. I hurried to my bathroom, keeping my focus on my task so my mind wouldn't spin out into outright panic. I grabbed a towel and the same first aid kit I'd used to clean his cut all those months ago, then hurried to the kitchen. I took an ice pack from the freezer and filled a bowl with warm water from the sink. In my room, Ronan was in the same position I'd left him. I set my supplies on my dresser, not knowing where to begin. With a shaky hand, I touched his bloody chin and gently lifted his head. Tears filled my eyes. "Oh, baby." "Shiloh, I'm sorry." "Don't say that," I said, sucking in a breath, willing the tears back. "I'm going to take care of you. But Ronan, your nose is broken, badly. You need a doctor." "No doctor. I'll fix it." He tried to take off his jacket and winced. I helped him out of it, scared to death at what lay beneath his t-shirt, and Ronan hauled himself to his feet. In the bathroom, under the harsh fluorescence, he looked even worse. His skin was pale where it wasn't bloody, his puffed eye a rainbow of purples and blues, his nose flat against one cheek. He raised his head and looked at his reflection. Beneath the blood and swelling, his expression was heartbreakingly sad. Hopeless. He propped himself up on the sink with both hands for a moment, head hung. I wrapped my fingers around his arm and carefully rested my cheek on his shoulder. "It's okay," I whispered weakly. "We'll make it okay. I promise." He inhaled, steeling himself, and then stood straight, stoic.
"You might want to look away,"
he said dully. "No," I said, my voice hard. "I'm right here with you." He nodded and then turned back to the mirror, mentally bracing himself. He huffed 3 breaths in rapid succession, gripped his nose, and said it with an audible crack. A hoarse cry issued from his throat, and fresh blood splattered the white porcelain sink. His nose was now more or less straight, though it was too swollen to tell.
"I'm sorry," he croaked. "The mess."
"Doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is making you better, okay?" I opened the bathroom door and peered down the hall. BB's door was still closed. "Go," I said, gently pushing him back to my room. "I'll be right there." He went and I rinsed the sink out, cleaned the spatters of blood off the faucet, the tears threatening again. In my room, Ronan was back on the bed. I shut the door and knelt in front of him. "Who did this to you?" I asked, as I unlaced his boots. "Tell me."
"Grimaldi."
"And?"
"No one else."
"I don't believe you. You could take Grimaldi one-handed."
"He got the jump on me."
"Ronan."
"Doesn't matter, Shiloh."
His voice was stronger now, clearer.
"I shouldn't have come here. I thought—"
"What?" He didn't answer, and I let it go. For now. We'll talk about it later. We need to get you cleaned up, and you need to sleep. I stood and carefully lifted his t-shirt. The first time I'd seen him with it off despite everything we'd done over the last few weeks. Being naked was my last holdout against intimacy, though I'd wanted desperately to see him and touch him, put my mouth on his skin and the magnificent body I felt under my hands. But not like this. Not like this. Ronan was covered in bruises, dark shadows in the dim light, except for one angry splash of reddish-purple on the left side of his ribs. Oh, God! I swallowed hard and pushed the panic down, and worse, the terrible agony that squeezed my heart to see him in so much pain. I dipped the end of the towel in the bowl of warm water and held Ronan's face gently in my hand. I wiped the blood off his mouth and chin, being careful not to bump his nose. Then I cleaned around his eye, carefully. He took my wrist.
"You don't have to do this. I never wanted this, to bring this ugliness to you."
And I told you, you could never be ugly to me. I held his face in both hands, the towel cradling his cheek, and kissed him softly on the lips. His good eye fell shut, relief sighing out of him, and my heart broke all over again. I gently swabbed the cut around his swollen eye with antiseptic, then laid him down on my pillow. He let out a half sigh, half groan. More relief to be lying down than pain, I hoped. I sat beside him, my back against the headboard, and held the ice pack on his eye while my fingertips softly grazed his scalp. My gaze trailed over his shirtless body, rigid with abs and the perfect broad planes of his chest. The compass pendant glinted around the tattoo on his right pec, a quote that was upside down from where I sat and unreadable in the dimness. Beneath it, there was another tattoo I hadn't known about. A sketch of a man in medieval clothes with huge wings, barbed and webbed like a bat, his face turned up in despair. He looked to be falling or flying away from something that chased him, but it was the bruises that colored Ronan's skin that absorbed my attention. "I think your ribs might be broken."
"Probably."
I winced at his matter-of-fact tone, as if cracked ribs and setting his own smashed nose were ordinary, everyday occurrences. I don't know what to do. You should go to a hospital.
I can breathe, okay?
He said.
They're just fractured. Nothing to do.
This has happened before? He didn't answer. It's late, I said. Do you need anything else? Water, aspirin? He nodded faintly. I left him holding the ice pack and rushed to get a glass of water from the kitchen and the bottle of Advil from what Bibi called our medicine basket on top of the fridge. I helped him sip water to wash the pills down and then moved to pull the blankets over him. That's when I saw the bloodstains on his right thigh and the rip in his jeans. I tore the hole wider and found 2 small ragged gashes as if a snake had bit him and dragged its fangs down half an inch, tearing his skin. What the hell is this? Ronan shook his head from under the ice pack, and again I had to keep from bursting into tears. We're talking about this tomorrow, I said, as I cleaned the fang-like wounds and dabbed them with antiseptic. All of this. I quickly threw on pajamas, soft pants, and a loose t-shirt. Then I tied up my hair in a scarf and climbed into bed with Ronan. He took me in with his good eye.
What's that?
Headscarf, I said, for my braids.
I like it,
he said tiredly.
Something I didn't know about you.
My chest felt heavy, and I trailed my fingers over his right pack. This is something I didn't know about you. I read the quote tattooed there. The mind is its own place. It can make a heaven of hell and a hell of heaven.
John Milton,
Ronan said.
Paradise Lost.
And is this an angel or demon? I asked of the winged person beneath it.
Both,
he said.
It's Satan being cast out of heaven. He was an angel first.
What does it all mean? I shook my head. Never mind. Tell me tomorrow. Sleep now. He set the ice pack on the floor, and I curled up next to him as gingerly as I could. My eyes started to droop, the adrenaline having run its course, leaving me drained. I started to doze, my thoughts drifting and scattering, but jerked awake at the vision of red blood in the white sink. I looked up to see Ronan staring at the ceiling. What are you thinking about?
Nothing. Everything.
Close your eyes, baby, I said, the words slipping out again. You need to rest.
I can't.
I frowned, remembering. The nightmares? They come every night.
Every night.
I tried to imagine lying down to sleep every single night of my life, knowing the horror that was waiting for me on the other side. I bit my lip, thinking, not tonight. I'm going to stand guard.
What?
You sleep, Ronan. I'll stay awake. I'll watch you, and if they try to get you, I'll talk to you. Maybe talk you through them. If they get too bad, I'll wake you up and we can try again.
You would do that?
His jaw clenched, and then he shook his head.
It won't work, and besides...
His voice grew hoarser.
I scream, Shiloh. I wake up fucking screaming, and it's bad. I'll scare the shit out of you and Pee-Pee.
Jesus. The thought horrified me. Not for me or Pee-Pee, but for him. What he suffered every night, never complaining. I waited until my voice was steady. We're going to try it. Okay? He wanted to protest, but he was too tired. his eyes already closing. I put my arm across his chest and snuggled as tightly to him as I dared without hurting him. I felt him settle into the bed, into my embrace. He inhaled a breath and sighed it out. "I love you." The words were spoken so softly, I thought I misheard, but my heart heard them plain as day, seized them and drew them in where they sank in deep. It felt fuller than it had ever felt, as if my chest couldn't contain it.
"You don't have to say it back,"
Ronan said, eyes still closed, voice drifting.
"I don't expect anything. I just wanted you to know that."
I swallowed hard, disbelieving. Within moments, he was asleep, his breathing even, and I still couldn't move. He's delirious and exhausted. He doesn't know what he's saying. Except Ronan never said anything he didn't mean, never wasted a word. But before I could process it or what those words were doing to my insides, to my heart, the nightmares were already coming for him. His shoulders twitched and his brow furrowed.
"No,"
he breathed.
"No, don't."
I held him tighter and put my mouth to his ear. I had no idea what to say, but let the words come. "Ronan, listen to me. I'm here. I'm right here. Listen to my voice. Come with me. Come away with me." His body relaxed, and his face smoothed of tension. I eased a breath, relief so great that he might have a peaceful sleep after so long without. But it took all night. Again and again he jerked and writhed, calling out for someone to stop, for someone else to stay. Each time I talked him down, soothed him, ran my fingers through his hair. Once I had to wake him before the screams came. He jerked awake, his breath coming hard, not knowing where he was. I reassured him, held him, and he slept again. And sometime late in the night, he went under deep, and the nightmares stayed away. I stayed awake, never ceasing my vigil until dawn's light began to creep in my window. I knew then he was okay. He'd made it. I curled into him and slept, too. My alarm went off for school. I silenced it and heard Bibi bustling around in the kitchen. Ronan hardly stirred. I slipped out of bed quietly so as not to wake him and went to find her. "Bibi!" She turned in her house dress, the pot of coffee burbling beside her, her face soft but drawn with concern. "Oh, honey." I rushed into her arms and let her hold me, the fear and horror of last night shuddering through me. "I thought I heard something last night. Tell me." "Ronan," I said, pulling away before I fell apart completely. "Someone hurt him, badly. He's in my room. I tried to help him, but his ribs are cracked and he doesn't want to go to the hospital. He'll hate that I'm telling you. He doesn't want anyone worrying about him." "That's too bad for him. He's part of this house now, whether he likes it or not." She patted my cheek, squinting at me. "You're tired, honey. Go back to him. I'll let the school know you're not coming. Him too. When he's ready, we'll get some food in him and hear the story." She chuckled softly. "I dated a rabble-rouser once, too. Always getting himself into all kinds of fixes." I hugged her again, feeling as if the reinforcements had arrived, and then climbed back into bed with Ronan. An hour or so later, I woke to him stirring. He blinked open his eyes, his left eye already much less swollen, and glanced over at me. If he remembered what he'd said last night, he didn't show it. Because it wasn't real. He was half asleep.
"Hey,"
he said, his voice hoarse. Hey, how are you feeling?
Like shit.
He frowned.
But the nightmares. Did I?
No, you got some sleep, which you desperately needed. His brows furrowed.
You stayed up all night?
I told you I would.
Christ, Shiloh. I don't even know what to say, but thank you, and I'm sorry.
I silenced him with a soft kiss. If you say sorry one more time, how are the ribs? He inhaled deep and winced.
Okay.
I told Bibi. She's going to want to feed you until you're better. He gingerly sat up to lean against the headboard.
She doesn't need to deal with this. I shouldn't have come here. I was so out of it, I thought.
I sat up beside him. What happened last night? Tell me the truth. He sighed.
Frankie Dowd and Mikey Grimaldi. Payback for the Jeep. Mitch Dowd was there.
Frankie's dad? He's a cop, isn't he? Then what Bibi had told me about him in the beginning of the year came rushing back to me. He did this to you?
When I had Grimaldi and Frankie beat, the fucker tased me.
He jerked his chin at the bloody tears in his jeans. My God, that asshole!
I don't remember much after that.
He frowned.
Something happened that stopped it, but I don't know what. I remember thinking I had to get to you before they did, like they were coming here next.
My heart clenched, thinking of Ronan, bleeding and stumbling, having been tased for fuck's sake, but thinking of me. Because he loves me. I took the thought and buried it deep. Later.
The next thing I remember was sitting on the steps of your house with you.
I bit my lip, thinking, the bruises you had the first time, back in the fall. Those were from Mitch too, weren't they? It's him you're afraid of, not Frankie or Mikey. He nodded.
Not afraid for me. For you. If he fucks with you to get to me,
he's not going to. Bibi knows everyone in town. She's friends with a cop, a good cop. There are more of those than there are of him.
Maybe,
Ronan said.
But my mom needed the cops too. She needed them a lot, but the system kept failing her. Dad would do a night in lockup, then come right back. Restraining orders meant shit. A judge didn't put him away, so when the sirens come...
He shook his head.
It doesn't remind me of help. It reminds me of the last time they came too late. They arrested him, locked him up in prison with a life sentence. But so fucking what? She was already gone.
I rested my cheek against his bare shoulder and twined my fingers in his.
Don't let Bibi get dragged into this,
he said after a minute.
Last night was bad enough for you.
I told you, I'm in this all the way. I cleared my throat. And besides, if you're really afraid Mitch might come here, Bibi is our best defense. Her police friends will take care of us, so please try not to worry, okay? He nodded reluctantly and his eyes fell shut again. You want to sleep some more?
I could try, but...
Then I'll sit with you.
Shiloh.
I told you, Ronan. I'm not going anywhere. Ronan napped. Only once did a nightmare try to sneak in, but I talked him through it. He twitched and cried out, but I whispered soothingly into his ear until he settled again. He woke at noon, his stomach growling. Bibi and I will get lunch, and then we can figure out what happens next.
What happens next?
Mitch goes to jail. He tried to protest, but I silenced him with a kiss, then kissed him again, gently, on the side of his nose and on his temple above his eye. Put his shirt on. I said with a grin, and that is likely the first and last time I will ever say that. Bibi and I fixed grilled cheese sandwiches with tomato soup. Ronan, moving slowly and stiffly, came into the dining room.
"Hey,"
he said, self-conscious and unsure. "Oh, my sweet boy." Bibi's hand went to her throat. Tears filled her eyes, and suddenly I was on the verge of a breakdown, too, to see how much she cared for him. She recovered quickly and gestured to a place setting. "Sit. You must be starved." We all sat at the table, Ronan beside me and Bibi across from us. When we'd eaten, she'd wiped her mouth and tossed the napkin on our plate. "Tell me, honey." Ronan told Bibi everything, including how Mitch had paid him a visit in the fall after his fight with Frankie at Chance Blaylock's party. Bibi pursed her lips, her eyes slightly unfocused but angry. "Shameful," she snapped, "using his authority like that. Ronan, you need to press charges."
"He'll deny it. Frankie and Mikey will vouch for him. There's no proof."
Ronan stiffened, his eyes widening. "What is it?" I asked, alarmed.
"Marianne. Oh, shit, I remember. She had her phone."
He tore from the table. "I have to go." Before I could stop him, he hurried back to my bedroom. I found him pulling on his boots, grimacing in pain. "Ronan!"
"Fucking stupid. I'm so fucking stupid."
"What are you talking about? Who's Marianne?"
"My neighbor. She's the one who stopped it. She recorded the whole thing on her phone, and Mitch knows it."
"Okay, so?"
"I need to get back, make sure she's okay. Have Bibi call her friend. Tell him to help Marianne."
"Ronan, you're panicking. Just take a breath." He stopped, and the look on his face chilled my blood.
"I couldn't save her, Shiloh. Do you get it? I couldn't save her. I was too late."
I nodded, my heart breaking when I was sure it had already been shattered to pieces. "I get it," I whispered. "I'll drive you. Don't argue. It'll be faster, and you can hardly walk." He nodded with gratitude and gingerly pulled on his jacket. "I'm taking him home," I told Bibi when we came out. "I'll be right back." She heard in my tone that this wasn't over and nodded. I drove Ronan to his apartment complex. All looked quiet. He leaned over to me and kissed me quickly. "I'll wait here," I said, "until I know everything's fine."
"No, Shiloh,"
he said, his voice hard.
"Go. I'll call you."
"Absolutely not. I'm not leaving you alone."
"But I need you to."
His tone was grave, simple. I remembered the stricken look on his face in my bedroom. What Ronan had been through was almost too much for me to comprehend. All I could do was support him however he needed me to. I bit my lip. "I don't like this at all. But call me later. Call me as soon as you know anything."
"Thank you, Shiloh, for everything. What you did for me."
He shook his head. I wanted to do it every night. Stand guard over his dreams so nothing could hurt him. He kissed me again and I drove away, hating to see his image grow smaller in my mirror. I got a text as I pulled back into my driveway.
"All good. Marianne's at work. Found her number in my uncle's files. Going to rest and wait until she gets back."
There was a pause, and then the rolling dots that said he was typing returned. I stared at the phone. Breath held.
"I ran out quick. Tell Bibi thank you."
I exhaled. What did you think he was going to say? I didn't answer that. I texted him that I would, then went inside. I slumped on the couch beside Bibi, drained and exhausted, and rested against her shoulder.
How are you doing, honey? Tired? Last night felt like 1,000,000 years long. Being scared for someone you love is draining, isn't it? I stiffened. Bibi's shoulders shook a little as she chuckled. What's so funny? Not funny so much as joyful, honey. I was remembering something you said in the fall about Miller and Violet, that it was so obvious they belonged together that not being together didn't make sense. And I said I was going to remember that and hold it against you. I peered up at her as she peered down at me. So, this is me very gently holding that against you. I'm so happy for you. Happy for me? Last night was awful. Things got pretty scary, but you didn't back down. I'm proud of you, Shiloh. Your heart is open for that boy, and it's beautiful to see, just beautiful. I started to protest, but sleep was coming for me. And she was right. I'd crossed over a line and could not go back, could no longer imagine a life without Ronan Wentz in it. That, I thought as I drifted to sleep, is my nightmare.
Chapter 24. Ronan. Marianne had said she'd be home by 6. I lay on the ratty couch watching ESPN and icing my eye with the same bag of peas she'd given me the first time Mitch Dowd had shown up. My body felt like it had been hit by a truck, but I was more awake than I'd been in a long time. Shiloh did that. She stayed up all damn night, keeping the nightmares from taking hold. The kid in the kitchen watched his mom being murdered, but Shiloh took him by the hand and led him away. And I told her I loved her. It was too much to put on her after all that shit with Dowd, but I'd been half drunk with pain, and the blood and violence of the night left me wondering if I'd see tomorrow. I didn't want it to be too late. At 6:15 a knock came. I hauled my aching body off the couch, wincing at the pain in my ribs, and opening the door to Marianne. She whispered a curse under her breath at the sight of me and stepped inside. Where are the twins? Not alone? I'd have friends until 7. They're safe, Ronan. I nodded, and we sat at my kitchen table under the lone bulb. I sent the video to the police, she said, anonymously, but it clearly shows his face, especially that last kick, she added, tears shining in her eyes. But it's too dark to see you. Good. I'll stay home the next few days, make sure he doesn't come back. He's not going to come back, Ronan. That was assault and battery. He's going to jail. I'll believe it when I see it. She sighed. Let me see your eye. I moved the peas and she winced. Damn it, this is bullshit. Do you feel well enough to go back to school? You need to graduate, young man. Despite everything, I was going to graduate. My grades weren't great, but they were enough. I did it, Mom. Barely. I'll go back in a few days. What will you do after? College? Manage this building, I guess. You can do more than that, but you don't want to leave us high and dry, do you? Maybe. I like it. That was the truth, too. I liked taking care of the building and the tenants. I liked the idea that I was helping, in a small way, to provide a decent home when I'd had none. You've been good to us, Marianne said, and rummaged in her purse. She slid an envelope across the table. It took me too long to save it up, but this is yours. I set the peas down and peered in the envelope. 2 $100 bills lay inside. I immediately closed it and shoved it back across the table. No. She laughed a little. Just no. This is the partial rent you covered for me, and don't bother denying it. Your uncle has never been in a good enough mood to let $200 slide. I'm not taking this, Marianne. You are, Ronan, for me, because you can't leave me feeling like shit. I worked hard to earn this, so you're going to take it. She slid the envelope back and crossed her arms. A single eyebrow arched. I nodded once. Lord, you're a stubborn man, but a good one. She rested her chin in her hand. If only you were 20 years older. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm not a... what do you call it, a cougar? But you'd make an amazing dad for my girls. They love you. I sat back and quickly returned the peas to my face to cool the strange rush of warmth that flooded me. You've never thought of yourself that way. No. You have a lot to offer, Ronan, more than you think. Marianne got up from the table and came around to me. Get back to school as quick as you can. She pecked the top of my head. And for God's sake, take care of yourself. We need you. She touched the pendant that lay against my shirt. I'll bet she does too. After Marianne left, I lay stretched out on my couch and called Shiloh. How are things? She asked. Good, I guess. Marianne thinks Dowd's going to jail. Marianne is right. Bibi talked to her detective friend. Someone sent in a video that clearly shows Dowd attacking an unknown victim. He's been arrested and will most likely face jail time, and he's been kicked off the force, effective immediately. Even without my testimony or pressing charges or whatever? I asked about that too. Apparently the victim is basically just a witness. They don't have to press charges if there's another witness, like a video. What about Frankie? No word. Bibi says Mitch isn't talking, which is weird. He seems like the kind of guy who'd rat out his own son. He hates snitches, I said. Told me personally, but he's in custody now? He is. So you can rest easy, okay? Everyone you want to keep safe is safe. I let out a breath and sagged deeper into the couch. Safe. They're all safe. I wondered if my mom knew that, too. You know there's an upside to all this madness, Shiloh said in my ear. What's that? We don't have to hide at school anymore. My eyes widened. I thought you hated people being up in your business. I do, but no sense in pretending if we don't have to, right? I haven't been a girlfriend to anyone, ever. But I want to try. Girlfriend? Holy shit. I felt her holding her breath, waiting for my reply. I knew it took a lot to show this side of her, the side that was unsure and unguarded. I've never been anyone's boyfriend, I said. A small sigh came over the line, and I heard her smile. What do you think? Want to give it a go? Yeah, I said. I do. Days later, Shiloh met me coming out of the parking lot at Central. She wore a white sundress that highlighted the deep black of her hair and made her skin glow in the bright May light. Her smile, when she saw me, was fucking stunning. Hey, you. She fell in step beside me and took my hand. It feels weird, doesn't it? Yeah, I muttered. It felt really fucking weird to have a girl like Shiloh beside me, my girlfriend, willing to show the world she was mine, as if I'd gone to sleep in my old shitty life and woke up in a brand new one. Maybe we should do something about it, she said. Get it over with, like tearing off a Band-Aid. We were crossing the quad and Shiloh pulled me to a stop right in the middle and kissed me, in front of the whole school. I have to admit, she said when she pulled away, PDA is much less annoying when I'm the one doing it. I chuckled and spied Frankie Dowd watching us. He looked like hell. Skinnier, his face pale, as if he hadn't slept or eaten in days. He sneered and flipped me the bird, but without any real fight. I sort of felt sorry for him. I put my arm around Shiloh and steered her in another direction, shooting him a glare that warned of pain if he fucked with her. He slunk away quickly, but part of me wondered if I couldn't drop my vigilance just yet. Prom is in the air, Shiloh said, nodding at a huge poster strung between two poles. The Pogo Nip Country Club is proud to host this year's senior prom, a night under the stars. Get your tics now. Word on the street is that my very own Violet will be crowned queen. I looked down at her. You want to go? She stared. Are you asking me to prom? I thought of the $200 Marianne had given me. I hated taking it, but if I spent it on Shiloh, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. If you want to go, then yes, I'm asking. I told you dances aren't my thing, and I didn't think they were yours either, are they? Fuck no, but I want to do what you want. She slipped her arms around my waist. Maybe we could do our own thing instead? Like what? I asked. And then it hit me all at once, like a fucking vision from the future. Never mind. I have it. Her brows rose. Care to share? No. I don't get a say? No, leave it to me. He says to the type A personality, Shiloh said, laughing. I've planned all of my own birthday parties since I was 6. You're going to have to sit this one out. I bent and kissed her. It's what boyfriends do for their girlfriends.
Chapter 25. Shiloh. The sun was still high in the sky at 4 o'clock on prom night when Ronan knocked on our door. Bibi answered while I gave myself a last once-over in the bathroom mirror. My dress was an off-the-shoulder in muted yellow, covered in outlines of flowers in black, like sketches, every few colored in bursts of white or red. The loose layers flowed to my shins in the front, my ankles in the back, and gathered at the waist. I'd tied half of my braids away from my face, the rest flowing between my shoulder blades. I slipped a few silver rings on my fingers and bangles on my arms, but Ronan had told me not to get too fancy. Maybe because he wasn't exactly rolling in cash. Not that I cared. We could eat at McDonald's and then go bowling, so as long as I was with him. You are so gone, girl. My heart skipped a beat as I heard Ronan's low voice and Bibi's higher one as she crowed over him. I blew air through puffed cheeks and headed out. I got as far as the dining table and stopped. Oh my God. Ronan was in all black. Black t-shirt, black jeans, black boots, and a black bomber jacket that I'd never seen before. His hair was darker, too, slicked back from his face from a shower, and his eyes were as silver as the necklace around his neck. He wore it against his shirt now, instead of tucked under. His injuries had healed, returning his face to its usual beautiful perfection. Sharp angles and full lips, high cheekbones and thick brows. And he's mine, I murmured, the words falling out of my mouth before I could stop them. There she is, Bibi said, her throat thick. Oh my! Aren't you the most beautiful girl and most handsome man in all of Santa Cruz? You have to say that because you're my grandma, I said, crossing to them. I smoothed the lapels on Ronan's jacket. He smelled like shower soap and the burned wood from a bonfire at the shack, as if he carried the fire with him. There should be a law that requires you to wear all black every day for the rest of your life. Ronan didn't seem to have heard. You look... holy shit. He shook his head. Sorry, Bibi. She chuckled. That's okay, honey. I like that reaction just fine. So did I. Ronan held a small bouquet of wildflowers. They looked delicate and feminine in his large hands. Are those for me? He handed them over, adorably awkward and self-conscious. I plucked a few yellow flowers and tucked them into my hair where the braids were tied back. How's that? Good, he said, then scowled at himself. Bibi took a few pictures, though Ronan looked about as uncomfortable as he could get. That's plenty, I said. We need to arrive at wherever Ronan's taking me while the sun is still up, don't we? Yeah, better head out. Just one more, Bibi said. I need photographic evidence for the gals that my granddaughter is participating in a mushy and romantic rite of passage, or they won't believe me. I rolled my eyes, laughing. We're taking the beast, right? Ronan nodded. Open the garage and I'll meet you. He went outside and I kissed Bibi's cheek. Don't wait up. She chuckled. I wasn't planning on it. I opened the garage door and popped the Buick's trunk so Ronan could stow a cooler, a blanket, and his backpack that looked bulky and heavy. What's all this? I asked. You still haven't told me. He slammed the trunk shut and hauled me to him, kissing me hard, deep, his tongue deliciously rough and sharp-tasting from harsh mouthwash, the only alcohol I could ever taste. But I didn't need booze. Ronan's kiss left me delirious.
"I've been wanting to do that since the second I saw you,"
he said gruffly. "Me too," I said. "If you say we're spending prom in a hotel room, I'd be okay with that."
"Don't tempt me. You look fucking incredible."
I traced the line of his lower lip. "So do you. Look fucking incredible." The thought that this man was mine came over me again like a pleasant chill.
"Keys?"
he said, holding out his hand. So bossy. I loved it when he was bossy, commanding. I'd prided myself on being the kind of girl who didn't fall for the stuff, but God, Ronan was on another level of masculine virility. I don't stand a chance. Ronan drove us eastward, the coast glistening gold as the sun started to descend toward the ocean. We passed a sign for the Natural Bridges State Beach Visitors Center and pulled into the lot. Crazy enough, I've actually never been to this beach, I said.
"We're not going to the beach,"
Ronan said, his eyes on the road. He maneuvered the car into a parking space in the empty lot, which was odd since the day was perfect and warm.
"You good to walk in those?"
he asked, with a nod at my sandals as he unpacked the trunk. "Yep, I remember your instructions. Are we hiking?"
"Not exactly."
We walked up to the visitors center where a sign plastered on the darkened window explained why we were the only ones there.
"That fucker,"
Ronan muttered under his breath, then laughed a little, shaking his head. Natural Bridges Monarch Trail is closed due to a private event. Welcome, Shiloh and Ronan. I stared. Did you do this?
"I wish I could take credit. I told Holden my plan to make sure it wasn't totally fucking stupid or not good enough for you."
He jerked his chin at the sign.
"So he bought the damn place out."
"To make sure we're alone," I said, smiling up at him. He's a good friend. Ronan didn't say anything, but I could tell he was touched. "What's the Monarch Trail?" I asked as we started up the wooden plank path around the visitors center. "And how have I never heard of it?"
"You'll see."
He led us up to the trail entrance where a park ranger checked that we were Ronan and Shiloh, then welcomed us in. Ronan carried the backpack on his shoulder, the cooler in one hand. I carried the blanket. We crossed a long wooden bridge into a forest of pine and eucalyptus trees. The planked path continued for another few minutes and ended on a wooden platform in the midst of a grove of just eucalyptus. Sunlight poured in, giving it an ethereal quality, the kind I tried to capture in my jewelry. What is this place? Ronan set down the cooler and backpack and pointed toward a tree. I looked up and drew in a little intake of breath. A bow of green eucalyptus leaves was positively dripping with orange and black monarch butterflies. So many that it appeared the tree's leaves were made of them. Their wings opened and closed slowly, like breathing. I turned, and there was another, and another. Thousands of them, clinging to the leaves or flitting here and there. "Ronan!" I gripped his arm, staring.
"Is it okay?"
"Okay." I moved to the wooden railing, to the closest cluster of butterflies hanging a few feet above me. I never knew this was here, never seen anything like it. A handful of butterflies took flight and then settled again. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Ronan stood with his hands in his pockets, a strange soft smile on his lips. His eyes were full of me.
"I know what you mean."
God, this man. I admired the butterflies, delighted when one of them landed on my wrist for a few seconds and then rejoined its family. Ronan unpacked the cooler while I laid out the blanket.
I don't cook. I hope this is okay.
The spread was from a gourmet restaurant downtown. He opened containers of grilled lemon chicken, pasta salad, mashed potatoes, and little mason jars of yogurt berry parfait. All foods that were obviously chosen with me in mind. For drinks, he had 2 bottles of beer and 2 bottles of sparkling water. He popped a water and handed it to me.
Okay?
You keep asking me that, as if it could be any more perfect.
I've never done something like this before.
You're slaying this boyfriend stuff. I leaned over the picnic blanket and kissed him. I tasted his potent fire, stirring places deep inside me that were hungry, and not for food. We ate as the sun began to sink in a blood-orange sunset. Ronan opened his backpack and pulled out 8 small metal torch-looking devices with stands, each no more than a foot tall. There's more? I asked.
That was dinner,
he said.
This is prom.
He ringed the wooden viewing platform's railing with the little torches and turned on their flickering orange LED lights. They glowed from within metal cups, each cut with flame-like designs to give the appearance that real fire burned within. When they were set up, the entire space glowed, the orange light illuminating the orange wings of the butterflies that looked as if they'd gone to sleep.
I hoped, this place wouldn't be busy at night,
Ronan said, as the last torch was lit.
But thanks to Parrish...
You would have done this anyway? With an audience? He pulled me to my feet and held me close.
Only for you.
We hovered in that moment, our lips inches apart, his eyes boring into me, smoky and hot. He leaned in, brushing that mouth of his against mine, sending sparks dancing down my neck, my chest, hardening my nipples. But he didn't kiss me. Instead, he pulled his iPhone from the back pocket of his jeans.
Music.
My eyes widened. Are we dancing? He made a non-committal sound and showed me the phone.
I made a playlist of stuff I thought you might like.
My heart. He pressed the first song, and Dua Lipa's Physical played over his phone at a medium volume.
Don't want to disturb them,
he said with a nod at the butterflies. For a second, all I could do was stare at this man who was miles deeper than anyone knew, considerate and kind beneath his hard stare and black ink. Then I smiled as joy, running on the currents of the music, poured out of me. I danced on the platform, letting the song and euphoria carry me where they wanted to go. I took Ronan's hands and tried to get him to join me, but he shook his head and pulled out of my grip.
I don't dance.
You're just going to watch?
Yes.
God, how he could load one syllable with so much sex was beyond me. Ronan crossed his arms and leaned against the railing, and I could feel his heated hooded gaze watching me as the night sky darkened to the dark blue velvet. The song ended and Umbrella began. I closed my eyes and let Rihanna's voice take me too. I thought I'd feel self-conscious with Ronan watching me, but instead, I felt electrified, uninhibited. I moved to him, turned my back to him, pressing myself against him. His hands came up and took hold of my hips.
Fuck,
he gritted out. His lips near my ear, his hands sliding up my waist to my breasts. I slid out of his grasp and tossed him a coy smile. If you want to touch me, you have to dance. He started to shake his head when the song ended and Maroon 5's She Will Be Loved came on. A softer, slow song. I pulled him to the center of the platform. Now you can touch me. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me close, hardly moving. My arms went around his neck, my hands sinking into his hair. He pressed his forehead to mine, and the world disappeared. Just him and me, sharing a breath, his eyes locked on me. The playful sexiness mellowed and deepened, and I drew in a breath at the potency of the moment. What I felt for him. How much I felt for him. So much. God help me, it's so much. Ronan's lips brushed mine, and then he kissed me. Shallow and soft, then harder, his tongue delving into my mouth. The fullest, most complete kiss of my life, the sucking pull drawing everything from me, and I let it. The kiss took over, and there was no more dancing, only the song's lyrics floating over us among the sleeping butterflies. On your corner in the pouring rain. A moan fell out of me, and my arms around him tightened. The moment swelled in me and crashed over so strong it scared me. Ronan?
I know.
He breathed, his hands sliding up my back, holding me tight to him as if he'd never let me go. I hoped he wouldn't. Take me home, I whispered. You're home. He didn't protest like I thought he might. He only nodded and kissed me a final time. Wordlessly, we cleaned up and packed the lights away, but for one to lead us back. The night was thick and warm. Summer was fast approaching. Ronan took the wheel and drove us to his apartment complex. In the parking lot, he killed the engine but didn't get out.
I don't live with my uncle,
he said in a low voice.
I only said that so I wouldn't seem weird. A high school guy who lived alone. But I do. I live alone.
I know.
You do?
When you were hurt, you never mentioned an uncle who might be worried about you. But I think I suspected even before that. You never talk about him. He faced forward, his lips drawn. I reached over and sunk my fingers in his hair at the back of his head. It's okay. I don't like it, but I don't think it's weird.
You don't like it?
I don't like that you're alone. He looked to me, his gaze drinking me in.
I'm not tonight.
Ronan led me to the upstairs corner unit with office marked on the door.
It's not much,
he warned, letting me in and flipping on the light. He was right. The place was small and simple, but clean. What struck me most was its emptiness. No pictures on the wall, no photos of anyone on the coffee table, no sign that anyone lived here. As if I could look in the closet and find Ronan's suitcase still fully packed. The loneliness of it broke my heart, but hardened it too with fierce pride. More evidence that Ronan was pushing through the horror of his past the best way he knew how, suffering in silence to keep it from touching those he cared about. Show me the rest. He led me to the bedroom with a tiny attached bathroom. The room was sparsely furnished. A bed with a plain dark comforter, a nightstand, a dresser. No art on the walls, no photos. I turned at the foot of the bed. He was at the door, waiting for the verdict. Come here. He crossed to me in 2 long strides. His mouth found mine while my hands gripped him at the waist and pulled him close. He unzipped my dress in the back, and I pushed the jacket off his shoulders. His shirt went next as my dress pulled at my feet. Down to my bra and panties, I wrapped my arms around Ronan and was enveloped in the heat of him. If there was a heaven, this was it. His warm skin, his hard muscle, and his heart beating against my ear. I pressed a kiss there, then over his tattoo. The owl on his shoulder watched me with orange eyes, but I was no longer a stranger. Ronan unclasped my bra, pulled it off my shoulders while we kissed with shallow, wet-licking kisses. His eyes drank me in, his hands on my breasts. They fit perfectly in his palms. He bent and his hair tickled my chin as he put his mouth to one hard nipple. I moaned as he bit and sucked, sending shivers dancing up my chest and down my back, between my legs. My panties were already damp. When my breasts were aching and heavy from Ronan's relentless mouth, I pushed him away and fumbled at the button and zipper on his jeans. His erection strained against the denim, and I reached inside to grip him, to stroke him while his mouth blazed a trail of wet kisses up my neck to my ear. "Ronan," I breathed. I needed him naked. I needed to be naked beneath him, or on top of him, riding him until he came hard and deep in me, nothing left between us. No more rules or labels, just him and me. Ronan lifted me up and wrapped my legs around his waist to take me down to the bed. He settled himself over me, bracing himself on his forearms while his groin dug into mine, the stiff denim hard between my legs. "Take those off," I breathed and lay back, watching him as he stripped down to his boxer briefs. Both of us nearly naked now. My heart pounded as he kissed me with raw, animalistic sweeps of his tongue. He ground his hips down and mine rose to meet them, straining, the urgency tightening in me like a knot, needing and wanting him so badly I could hardly think. Ronan got on all fours over me, and his mouth began a slow, deliberate journey down my body, between my breasts, around my navel, and to the hem of my panties. He looked up at me, his fingertips tugging. I nodded quickly, answering his unspoken question, and then gripped the sheets as Ronan pulled my panties off and away. "Fuck," he murmured, almost to himself as his hooded eyes trailed over every inch of me, naked for the first time. His hand slipped into his underwear, and he slowly jacked himself in the meager light of the nightstand lamp. "Jesus, Ronan." His silvery eyes met mine, and I nearly came at the sheer intention in them. He released his dick and settled between my legs. He put his mouth to my inner thigh, his tongue swirling, his breath hot, sending more shards of heat dancing up my skin. Damn him, I thought as he took his time, torturing me before finally latching onto my clit with one ferocious suck. I cried out, and my back bowed off the bed, my hands clenching and unclenching. He'd already primed me, every nerve ending lit up and ready. It took seconds to send the orgasm crashing over me. "So fucking good," he growled, lapping and licking until I was nearly at the brink again. I could feel how much he wanted to do this to me, how he got off on getting me off. "No, stop, I can't." He knelt at the foot of the bed, his eyes dark. "What do you want?" "I want my turn." I sat up and jerked my chin at his boxer briefs. "Off." His eyes flared and he removed his underwear, his cock springing free. He took himself in hand again, stroking, until I crawled to him and pulled his hand away. "Let me." I gripped his huge, hard erection while he kissed me, sharing my taste with him. Then I pushed him onto his back. It was my turn to explore, to revel in the expanse of naked skin over muscles that looked chiseled out of marble. I dragged my mouth over every contour, every hard line, tasting the faint salt of his skin with little flicks of my tongue. I took one nipple in my mouth, just under the tattoo of the fallen angel. Ronan hissed as I sucked and nipped and soothed with my tongue. I did the same to the other side, then moved down, gently kissing the place where his ribs still showed a fading bruise, then lower, running my tongue between the ridges of his abs. "You are so beautiful, Shiloh," he growled, a warning. I wrapped my hand around his cock, rigid and hard as steel, and pumped slowly, flicked my tongue over the tip. He hissed again. Fuck. "After how you tortured me?" I teased, and then wrapped my lips around him. Ronan tensed. I felt the muscles of his quads tighten as I took him deep, then used my hand when I went shallow. I tasted the salty drop on my tongue and moaned. I would have taken him all the way, but he growled deep in his chest and gripped my shoulders. He pulled me against him, our bodies flush against each other. "Inside you," he breathed between hard, needy kisses. "When I come, I'm going to be inside you." Holy shit. He moved me off of him and reached for the nightstand drawer. "Don't," I said, pulling him back. "You sure?" "I'm on the pill, and clean. You?" He nodded. "Had a workup before I left Wisconsin." His gaze deepened. "And there's been no one but you." "Same," I said. "I want to feel you inside me, and I want you to feel me." I hardly recognized the woman saying these things, but this was the first time I'd been in his place, the first time in his bed, the first time we'd been naked together. "I want all of you." His brows furrowed. His expression looked almost pained as he kissed me. The entire vibe in the room changed. Downshifted from something raw and heated to slow and intense. Ronan positioned himself over me, blanketed me with his body, so perfectly heavy, perfectly masculine in every way. He kissed me deeply, thoroughly, his hands holding my face. I spread my legs, letting him settle deeper into the V of my body. He rolled his hips and his cock slid inside easily. I was so wet for him, so ready and wanting this. "Oh, God," I moaned, arching into that first perfect thrust. Ronan was so big, so heavy and hard, touching places inside me. The feel of him without anything in the way made me dizzy. "Shiloh, fuck." He bent to kiss me, still holding my face as he pulled back slowly, then pushed back in. "You feel so fucking good. Christ, so good." He did it over and over, his hips rolling into me, undulating like a wave, slow and deep. Our skin, naked and sweat-slicked, touched in 100 places. I felt myself begin to unravel. The slate gray of Ronan's eyes and the beauty of his face became one reality, while the heavy ache he stoked where we were joined became another. Every touch, every thrust drew me tighter, the ache becoming sharper, glassier, and stronger than anything I'd felt before. He kissed me until kissing became impossible, and then it was just his eyes on mine and our bodies moving somewhere below, automatically rising and falling, my hips lifting as his came down. The beauty of the night, the butterflies and the lights, the food and the dancing, and now this. Him. Ronan was right there, giving himself to me. All I could do was let go, the last of my reservations and protections crashing down as the orgasm swelled up. I pulled him tight to me, wrapped my arms and legs around him, our bodies moving like one entity, the two of us burning in one fever. I cried out as I came, unraveled completely, delirious and lost in the best way. Ronan came hard moments later, spilling his release deep inside me, hot and thick. I clutched him to me, taking all of it, my core throbbing, my body humming everywhere. A few more erratic thrusts, and he collapsed on top of me, his face in the crook of my neck, his body shuddering with the last of his orgasm. His hard chest pressed against my breasts, his heartbeat pounding with mine. When he lifted his head to check in, I nodded, kissed him, and we started all over again. Ronan took me again and again. He made love to me that first time, and then we fucked. All night. I lost count of how many times I came, or he did. We went at each other, a carnal give and take, until sometime late in the night, we sank into each other a final time. He was still inside me as we began to drift. I wanted him to stay there forever.
Too heavy,
he murmured and rolled away, only far enough that we still lay tangled in each other, sweat-soaked and satiated at last. He slept, and I kept my vigil over him until my eyes drooped. Then I slept too, and there were no nightmares. Chapter 26. Shiloh. Early the next morning, I woke to feel the bed dip as Ronan climbed out and drew on his clothes. "How are you even moving?" I stretched under the sheets. "I'm not going to be able to walk for a month."
"Miller needs me. Holden and I are going to help get rid of his mom's asshole boyfriend."
"What does that mean exactly?"
"Tenant eviction,"
Ronan said with a wry smile, drawing on his boots.
"I won't be gone long. Stay here. The coffee maker is ready to go if you want coffee. There are donuts on the counter and fruit in the fridge. I wasn't sure what you might want."
"You have all that waiting for me? Did you plan on coming here?"
"I hoped that you would."
He smiled a little and went to the top drawer of his dresser.
"I would have given this to you sooner, but we didn't do much sleeping."
He turned, and my heart swelled to see a silky headscarf in red and orange. He handed it to me.
"If you want to sleep more."
"Ronan!"
"If you want to shower, there's shower gel for you, a toothbrush, and a shower cap. And I got a bottle of conditioner, the kind you have in your bathroom."
My jaw fell open. "When?"
"I might have peeked when I was at your place the morning after all that Dowd shit went down."
He bent swiftly over the bed and kissed me.
"I gotta go. Be right back."
He left me staring at him, dumbfounded. I wrapped myself in the comforter and dragged it to the bathroom to pee. Sure enough, he'd stocked up on everything I needed to spend the night. He even bought the same flowery shower gel I used. Ronan Wentz. Last night came back. All of it. The enormity of what he'd done for me was overwhelming. Hard to believe it was all for me. I fished around in his drawers for a t-shirt. It came down to my thighs and smelled like him, like having him next to my skin all over again. In his simple but tidy kitchen, I hit the button on the coffee maker, then drank a cup with a jelly donut from the same place I'd taken him to in downtown Santa Cruz. My body felt pleasantly heavy and lazy. I climbed back into bed and tied up my braids in the scarf, then settled in to wait for him. I must have dozed off. Some hours later, when the clock said it was mid-morning, Ronan returned, a dark expression on his face. I came fully awake instantly and scanned him for injury. "What happened? Are you okay?"
"I'm fine,"
he said.
"We did it. Chet won't be bothering Miller's mom ever again."
"Then why do you look almost sad?" Ronan was quiet for a minute, Thoughts swam behind his eyes that looked like the gray before a storm.
I hate that I sort of love it,
he said finally.
The fight, the adrenaline rush, the violence, even the pain. It's everything I want to keep away from you.
I reached for his hand. His knuckles were swollen and red. But Ronan, you only ever fight when it's to help. Miller and his mom, Kimberly.
The part of me that loves it is him.
Your dad? He nodded and tapped his chest where the Milton quote was inked into his skin.
That's what this means. We were in hell, my mom and me. A hell that Dad made. But the devil is me. I was cast out of a good life, and I worry sometimes it's turned me into something bad, something like him.
You're not anything like him.
I wanted to fight this morning. I wanted to make Chet suffer for hurting Miller and his mom. It reminded me of my family, like I was being given another chance to save her.
He flexed his knuckles. His voice was low and stony.
I wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't, right? Not badly.
Scared him more than anything.
And that's the difference between you and your dad, I said. You stopped. He didn't. He said nothing, and I could see he was still struggling with it. I didn't know what else to say. My phone on his nightstand rang into the quiet. It's BB. I hit the green answer button. You okay?
I'm sorry to interrupt you and Ronan on what is surely a morning of sheer bliss.
I clapped my hand to my eyes and shook my head. Ronan raised an eyebrow.
An envelope has arrived from a bank, BB said. The one where you applied for a startup loan. It feels thick.
Holy shit! My chest tightened, my heart clanging. Bank application came back, I said to Ronan's alarmed stare. My loan.
Esther is here,
BB said in my ear.
She can read it for me if that's okay with you.
I wasn't exactly excited about sharing potentially bad news with Esther Morris from up the street, but I couldn't wait either. Okay, open it. I gripped Ronan's hand and waited for an eternity as the ladies chatted and mumbled and rustled the phone in my ear. Then I heard Esther say,
It looks like she got it. Ooh, $50,000. That's nothing to sneeze at.
My mouth fell open and I stared at Ronan, shaking my head. I got it. 50,000.
Baby.
Baby cried in my ear.
Did you hear?
I heard. Tears threatened. Oh my God! Oh my God! I said over and over, disbelieving as my future unrolled in front of me. My own business, the responsibility of it, the potential of it. Wait. I held still. BB, you didn't put up the house, did you?
No, honey, I promise, she answered. This is based on the strength of your Etsy shop and your business plan, your hard work.
Holy shit! Ronan stood at the end of the bed and began tugging the blanket off of me.
Tell her you'll call her back.
His voice was low and gruff. BB, I have to go. I smothered a yelp as Ronan took hold of my ankles and pulled me down the length of the bed. I'll call you back. I hung up as Ronan spread my legs and knelt between them. What are you doing? I breathed.
You got the loan,
he said, matter of fact.
Good job.
Then he lowered his head, and I don't remember much after that. We celebrated in the shower, where we took turns wringing pleasure from each other until I was sure I can't have another orgasm for at least a month. But Ronan was shirtless as we sat at his kitchen table, eating fruit and donuts. The look in his eyes when I licked powdered sugar off my lip had me doubting if that were true. The man is a walking orgasm machine.
"What do you want to do today?"
he asked. I have to get home at some point to celebrate the bank loan with Bibi. I still can't believe it.
$50K is fucking amazing, Shiloh.
It's not bad, I said. I've done the math 1,000 times in my head. The space is 775 square feet. At $42 per square foot, that's about $33,000 per year. Divided by 12 months means 50 grand will cover 18 months of rent. That's just to lease the property. Doesn't include insurance, interior design.
"I'll help,"
Ronan said.
"Whatever I can do. I'll build whatever you need."
I shook my head. You are too much. Last night, this morning, because he loves me. The moment you know your life is about to change forever hits like a sledgehammer. The weight of it heavy and monumental but exhilarating. I felt it when Bibi told me I got the startup loan for my business. I felt it again in that kitchen, looking at Ronan Wentz. I love him. I'm helplessly, hopelessly in love with him. I opened my mouth to let the words come out when his phone on the table between us rang.
"Yeah?"
His eyes widened. His face paled.
"When?"
My pulse sped up as I watched confusion, alarm, and then something worse play over his features.
"Okay,"
he said.
"Okay, I'll be right there."
He set the phone on the table and stared at it.
"Nelson is dead."
Oh, no. I breathed, my hand flying to my chest. Oh, God, Ronan. I'm so sorry. What happened?
"Not sure."
Ronan's voice sounded hollowed out by shock.
"There was a tenant in the building he manages. Said he found him this morning. I have to go over there."
He stood, and I stood with him. I'm going with you.
"You don't have to."
Ronan. I took his arm, gazed up at him. You are done facing these things alone, okay? He nodded, and then let out a breath.
"Okay."
We arrived at the complex called The Bluffs just as the coroner was preparing to leave. The apartment building was in terrible shape, looking to me like it was on the verge of being condemned. On the ground floor, corner apartment, yellow tape had been strung across the open front door. Ronan stared blankly as a gurney with a body shrouded in white was loaded into a van. My hand slipped into his, and he held on tight as we approached the coroner.
"Hey,"
Ronan said.
"I'm here for Nelson Wentz. Are you the next of kin?" "I'm his nephew. I have some paperwork for you,"
the guy said, peering at a clipboard through thick glasses.
"What happened?" "Looks like cardiac arrest. Won't know until the autopsy."
I squeezed Ronan's hand at the coroner's cool, business-like tone. He had Ronan fill out his information, clearly eager to go.
"We'll be in touch." "Can I go in?" "Suit yourself."
Ronan turned to me.
"You don't have to."
I held on tighter. If you want some privacy, I'll stay here. Otherwise, I told you, I'm not going anywhere. He smiled thinly, gratefully, and we went inside. The place was a mess, with garbage and stacks of papers everywhere. Ronan had given me a pair of flannel sleep pants to wear before we left. I'd tied the drawstring tight and pulled up the legs, but they were in danger of falling down and dragging in the trash and refuse that littered the floor. The TV was on, the chair facing it draped with a sheet.
"The tenant said he was in that chair,"
Ronan said dully.
"He wasn't well. I tried to ask him about it, but he brushed me off. I talked to him on the phone, but I haven't seen him face to face in weeks. I should have checked in more, made sure he was okay.
Don't think like that, I said softly. I'm sure there was nothing you could have done.
Maybe not, but what if there was?
I had nothing to say to that. Ronan took a last look at the apartment, then shut the TV off and went out. He strode into the parking lot alone and stood with his back to me, hands on his hips. I gave him a minute and then slowly approached. Ronan?
He was an asshole,
he said, his voice tight.
My dad's brother. Looked like him too. He was terrible to his tenants and tried to teach me to be just as bad. A real prick.
He shook his head, a muscle twitching in his jaw.
Yeah, he was a real prick. But he was my uncle.
Tears stood out in Ronan's eyes now, turning them molten silver.
He was all I had.
Ronan turned away, his shoulders shaking silently. I moved to him, burrowing into his front and wrapping my arms around him. He held me tight, his face buried in my hair, his big body trembling. He's not all you had, I said, my voice wavering. You have me, Ronan. I love you. I love you so much, and I'm sorry it took me so long to say it. He pulled back, his cheeks streaked with tears. His expression was heartbreaking, struggling to believe he'd heard right. I moved closer, held him tighter. You told me you loved me that horrible night Mitch attacked you. I was too scared to say it back. I tried to minimize it and pretend like I didn't feel the same. But I do. I can't control my feelings or manage them like I try to manage everything else. I love you, and I love how it feels to love you. I've never been more scared, but never happier either. Loving you feels better than anything I've ever known. His brows furrowed.
Shiloh.
When he said nothing else, I had a horrible moment of doubt. Maybe he had been delirious when he told me he loved me. Maybe he didn't mean it. Maybe he wasn't even talking to me. Then he took my face in his hands and pressed his forehead to mine. He held me close, eyes squeezed shut, his voice a whisper, as if he were afraid the fragile moment would shatter.
You're the best fucking thing to ever happen to me.
Does this mean you love me too? I asked, my heart in my throat. In his hands, I didn't dream it, did I? He shook his head, still holding me close.
I love you, Shiloh. I can't believe you're real. Christ, I keep waiting to wake up to learn it was all a fucking lie, a cruel joke.
It's not. I'm here, and I'm yours, Ronan, I said, and then he kissed me, and the rest of my words stayed locked in my heart. Forever. I'm yours. Forever.
Chapter 27. Ronan. Holden's not answering, Miller said and hung up his phone. The flames of the bonfire lit up his worried expression. He's been a mess since prom. Can you blame him? I said, thinking of how my night with Shiloh had been fucking perfect in every way, while Holden's night with River had been a nightmare. He hadn't even told us how bad it was the morning after when we kicked Chet to the curb. He's leaving the country, Miller said. Did he tell you that? No, I said, a sudden heavy weight settling in my chest. He fucking did not? That hurt more than I expected. That hurt a lot. Miller shook his head and strummed his guitar absently. You wouldn't know by looking at him that he'd signed a deal with a major label and was gearing up to move to Los Angeles to record his first album. They're both leaving. That fucking hurt too. The hour grew late. Shiloh and Violet had gone out for a girls' night. Graduation was coming up and Violet was going to school in Texas a week later. "Everyone's scattering to the winds," Shiloh said the other night in my bed. "Except you and me." Damn straight, I wasn't going anywhere. I'd promised to watch over Miller's mom until he could move her to L.A., and a lawyer had contacted me to say he was sorting out Uncle Nelson's shit. I'd keep taking care of the Cliffside Apartments until then, but I was probably going to have to find a new place to live, get a job, and think about my future. I couldn't see what was in it except Shiloh. Eventually, Miller called it a night and packed up his stuff. "You staying?" he asked. "For a while. Text me if you hear from Parrish." "I will. Same." We clasped hands and he took off. I sat in front of the fire in no hurry to go, watching the flames and listening to the ocean crash. Despite my worry for Holden, I felt more content than I had in years. Shiloh's love had sunk in deep, quieting that gnawing hunger that had plagued me for years. For the first time since Mom died, I felt closer to what I wanted to be instead of living in the shadows of him. Even the nightmares had backed off a little. I still woke up now and then drenched in sweat, my throat hoarse from a scream. But they were coming less and less frequently, and never when Shiloh slept over. I settled deeper in my chair and had started to doze when I heard a muttered curse. Holden appeared, looking pale, his usually perfect silver hair a mess. Dark circles ringed his eyes. His expensive clothes looked slept in. "Occupado," he muttered. "I was hoping for some alone time, Wentz." I sat up. "Tough shit. Where have you been?" He slumped against one of the boulders that ringed the bonfire. "Busy. Very busy. Lots of plans to make, plane tickets to buy, vodka to drink." He took a long pull from his flask as if to prove his point. I turned away quickly and put my own beer to my lips. "Were you ever going to fucking tell me, or just split without a goddamn word? Does it matter?" I glared. "Yeah, it fucking matters." He recoiled, guilt in his eyes, and shock, as if he still couldn't believe he meant something to me. "I leave in a few weeks," he said. "After graduation. I have to have the damn diploma in my hand before the walking pus bags known as my parents relinquish my trust. Then I'm gone." "Where?" He shrugged. "Paris, maybe." "You going to say goodbye to River or just ghost him too?" "I said goodbye to him at the hospital." "And that was enough?" His silence answered for him. "Fuck," I muttered into my beer. "Oh, you have thoughts on my situation, do you?" Holden spat, pushing unsteadily to his feet. "Tell me, oh wise one, how you, who up until a few weeks ago had never been in a relationship that lasted longer than the time it took you to finish, are suddenly an expert." "At least I'm trying," I said darkly. "I'm doing my fucking best, and I'll keep trying to do right by her. You're giving up." Holden sagged. "I tried to. I failed. Try harder." He smiled wanly and pushed himself off the rock. "Tough love from Ronan Wentz. You're one of the good ones. The best. I hope Shiloh knows how lucky she is." He gave me a little salute and wandered back the way he came. Holden wait, but he was already slipping into the night. I thought about following him, but then what? Lock him up in the shack until he listened to reason? Shit. I tossed my beer bottle into the fire and pulled out my phone. "Just saw H. Doesn't look good." Miller's reply was almost instant. "What do we do?" I had no clue, hating how fucking hopeless I felt. But doing nothing wasn't an option. On the last Wednesday of school, I hunted the quad for River Whitmore. I found Frankie Dowd first, or he found me. He stepped in front of my path, at a safe distance, looking like shit. Unwashed, stained clothes, eyes red-rimmed like he hadn't slept in weeks. "You happy, fucker? My dad lost his job thanks to you. He's going to jail thanks to you." I crossed my arms. "Good." "Good!" Frankie cried, drawing looks from students passing by, most with yearbooks tucked under their arms. "They gave him a year. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Not my problem, I said. A year wasn't forever, but it was long enough. I pushed past Frankie. We're not done with you yet, he screeched after me. You hear me, Wentz? You'll pay, in the way that hurts you the most. I spun around and gripped Frankie by the front of his dirty t-shirt. We had onlookers now, a ring of students, some with cell phones out. I'm done fucking with you, Dowd, I said, my gaze boring into Frankie's pale blue eyes. You come near me or anyone I care about and I will fuck your shit up. You get me? He nodded frantically, his eyes wide. I let him go with a shove. Now fuck off. You stink. He stumbled and slunk away, muttered to himself, and I spied Whitmore walking with Violet across the quad. His left arm was in a sling and he had a bandage on his temple, but otherwise looked okay. I strode to them, leaving a trail of whispers behind me. Hey, I said to Violet, I need to talk to Whitmore, alone. Sure. She pecked his cheek. See you soon, River, and tell your mom I'm thinking of her, always. I will, he said. She left and he jerked his chin at me. What's happening? It's Holden. I figured. What about him? Is he okay? He's a mess. He'd already be in Paris or fucking who knows where, except he's waiting on some cash, then he's gone. Whitmore's jaw clenched, his eyes flooding with pain. Just like that? No saying goodbye? He told me he said goodbye to you at the hospital. That doesn't fucking count, I agreed. Look, I know him. He needs help. Or I don't know what. He needs you. Whitmore nodded. I need him too. Just as much. Show him. How? He won't talk to me. He won't answer my calls, and my mom is sick. I can't be camping out on his goddamn porch for hours. He cursed with frustration. I want to do whatever he needs, but fuck. My life's about to have a bomb dropped on it. I knew how he felt. Losing a mother was like a bomb dropping, blasting the life you knew to little pieces. There's a parking lot near the cliffs, I said. Not much to it. A utility shed at the west end. Go there today, 4 o'clock, and keep out of sight. Dude, I don't have time for some cloak and dagger bullshit. Do you want to see him or not? I snapped. Be there, and I'll handle the rest. After school that day, I walked with Shiloh to the student parking lot. I'd squeaked out a C- in history, though I suspected Baskin hadn't wanted to give me that much. He's an ass, Shiloh said, fingers twined in mine. Your last paper on the Cold War was brilliant. Don't know about that. She kissed my chin. I typed it, so I do. We arrived at the Buick and she ran her hands up my chest. I have a free afternoon, if you catch my drift. Want to ride to your place? Can't. Tonight? A man of few words. Tonight will have to do. She kissed me softly. Love you. Love you, I said, and watched her go, still fucking trying to believe that girl was mine. I started for home while typing a text. Meet me at the shack, 4 o'clock. I waited and walked, praying Holden would fucking answer. Relief gusted out of me when he did. Why? I hesitated over a response. It had to be good. Holden was too fucking smart. He'd see through bullshit immediately. I have something for you. Sounds romantic. I rolled my eyes. It's important, and if you don't take it, I'll never speak to you again. Too late. I realized that might be exactly what Holden wanted. I see what you did there, he replied. I don't need new boots. Just come, please. Please? Is this still Ronan Wentz, or did someone steal his phone? I bit out a curse and was typing something a lot worse than please when another text came. I'll be there. I sighed again. Christ, he's more work than Shiloh. The thought made me smile, and then it faded instantly because the fucker was leaving. But I'd done what I could. I didn't know if it was enough, but it wasn't nothing. That was something. I walked home and arrived at my complex to see a thin old guy in a gray suit outside my door. He knocked, peered in the side window, and then started for the stairs to leave. Hey, I said when he came down. Can I help you? Are you Ronan Wentz? Yeah, I crossed my arms, tensing. I'm Joel Barker, your Uncle Nelson's attorney. We spoke on the phone. Oh, right. Can we go inside and talk? Sure. We went into my place and I offered him a seat at the kitchen table. Beer? Thank you, no. Joel Barker was a short guy, bristled gray mustache, rumpled suit. He pulled out a worn briefcase and set it on the table. I'm very sorry to hear of Nelson's untimely passing. I've represented him for years. Can't say he was a friend, but my condolences. I sat down across from him as he unlatched the briefcase. Did they find out what happened? Pulmonary embolism, Barker said, withdrawing some papers. Fortunately, they don't think he suffered. Maybe not, but he died alone. That's the part I fucking hated. I am the executor of your late uncle's will, Barker was saying. He made modifications to it back in March. You are his sole beneficiary. Meaning what? Meaning he left you everything. Barker put on glasses and peered at the will. I, Nelson Kenneth Wentz, being of sound mind and body, do hereby bequeath to my nephew, Ronan August Wentz, all of my earthly belongings to be disposed of, or sold, or kept as he sees fit. I thought of the mountain of shit in his apartment that I'd now have to wade through. Also bequeathed to my nephew the residential complexes, Bluffs and Cliffside. My head shot up. Wait, hold on. He left me the buildings? Indeed. May I continue? I sat back in the chair, my thoughts going a mile a minute. I also do hereby bequeath to him all liquid assets in my bank accounts, personal and business, in amounts totaling $63,976. I stared. Dollars? He smiled. Cold hard cash. I thought about the state of Nelson's apartment, how miserly he was with the tenants and his own well-being. He has that much? Had, Barker said. It's now yours. Just sign here. The check will be issued to you within 30 business days. As for your uncle's remains, he has requested to be cremated. And then what? He did not specify. Barker adjusted his glasses. Business with the apartment buildings is a bit more complicated. I'm in contact with the city and will help officiate the transfer of property deeds, permits, and so forth into your name. He folded his hands. That's quite a big responsibility. I'm sure the city would be very eager, especially in the case of the Bluffs complex, to purchase the land from you. And do what with it? Knock the buildings down and turn them into condos, I'd imagine. The land is valuable. That would be another rather large windfall, young man, if I may say. Congratulations. I nodded vaguely, thinking the tenants who would have to move out wouldn't see it that way. But holy shit. I signed where Barker needed me to sign, and he shook my hand. We'll be in touch. I sat in the quiet of my kitchen for a long time, until the shadows started to creep across the floor, thinking about what Nelson had done. I replayed every conversation, every phone call. There weren't many, and few that had meant anything. Except one, when I demanded to know where he'd been while I was rotting in foster care. His response echoed in my head. We're here now, aren't we? He was right. Because right now was all anyone was guaranteed, and the easiest thing to forget.
Part 4. Chapter 28. Shiloh. July. BB knocked on the bathroom door. You ready, honey? I stared at my reflection in the mirror. Am I ready? I'd been preparing for this night for years. All those late nights, working by a single light bulb in the garage until my muscles ached and my eyes burned. Countless trips to the post office to mail off orders, saving every penny. I let myself smile. A little one. I'm ready. I smoothed down my bright yellow dress and gave my hair one last inspection. Letitia was a wizard. She and the rest of the family had arrived a few days ahead of the grand opening, and she'd spent an afternoon giving me boho braids. Small, less polished, loose ends, with strands of color woven in here and there. I loved it. I loved that she was here with me to see this. Letitia had opened her own shop, too. She knew what tonight felt like better than anyone. I let out a shaky breath and went out. Except for Violet, who was at Baylor in Texas, everyone I loved was gathered in the living room. Uncle Rudy, Aunt Bertie, Letitia, Bibi, and Ronan, who looked devastating in charcoal slacks, a fitted white button-down, and dark blazer. His uncle had left him a pile of money, and he'd bought some new clothes. He hated shopping, but said it was worth it to make my night as perfect as possible.
I don't need anyone thinking I'm the bouncer,
he'd said. That's ridiculous, I'd teased. You'd obviously be my arm candy. My family, each dressed up for the occasion too, burst into excited and excessive, crowing and cooing over me when I stepped out of the bathroom. Ronan stood quietly among them. The look on his face was worth 1,000 compliments. I'm so glad you're all here, I said, hugging and kissing them. You too, Mama. My mother smiled thinly from her seat at the dining room table, apart from everyone else. She looked beautiful in a deep maroon dress, but her eyes were glassy. When they'd arrived this morning, I'd bent to kiss her cheek and thought I smelled alcohol. And when I'd introduced Ronan as my boyfriend, her face had frozen. A million thoughts behind her eyes. She'd only been courteous to him since. Let's get on now before I burst with excitement, Bibi said. My grandmother looked beautiful in a purple dress with bright yellow flowers and was wearing her favorite wig, the one she said made her feel like Oprah. Yes, let's, Aunt Bertie said. She beamed at me. I am dying to see all your hard work come to life, sugar. 2 entrepreneurs in the family, Letitia said and high-fived me. Black girl magic for real. My smile was so wide, I thought my face would split, the happiness trying to burst free, but I couldn't let it. I was still scared to feel so much, as if that were tempting fate. A few days after high school graduation, I learned that the city was going to lease me the laundromat space. The next weeks passed in a flurry of activity, remodeling it and getting it ready. I had my startup bank loan, but quickly learned that $50K sounded like a lot more money than it was. Ronan wanted to spend his uncle's money on me, but I refused. I compromised by letting him design and build the displays for my jewelry and help me with the remodel. Turned out, my backyard work shed was only a small example of Ronan's skills. I would have spent a small fortune for the work he did with just as much expert care and precision. I met his eyes across the room, and he picked the name. Uncle Rudy clapped his hands together.
Come on, ladies, let's roll.
We stepped out into the late afternoon twilight. I'd been at the shop all day preparing with the event planner and had come home to change and bring the family early before the crowds came. If the crowds came. Ronan's hand found mine and he gave it a squeeze.
Hey, it's going to be perfect.
Thank you for saying that. I feel like I'm going to puke. He bent his tall frame down to me.
That dress,
he said gruffly.
Is it expensive?
No, it only looks that way.
Then you won't care when I tear it off you later.
Don't say stuff like that right now. I can barely think straight as it is. I laughed. And only you could think of sex right after I mentioned puking. Ronan got behind the wheel, and Bibi sat beside him in the front seat of the Buick. I sat with Letitia in the back while Uncle Rudy took Bertie and Mama in the black Cadillac they'd rented. We drove downtown, and my heart tried to climb out of my throat at the sight of the little shop. My shop. Rare earth jewelry was made out of gold-painted bamboo-looking bars set against the clean lines of plain glass with smoked glass etching. I smiled and glanced at Ronan. He'd come up with the name, too. There it is! There it is! Letitia clapped her hands. Girl! My heart felt 10 sizes too big. There it is. Ronan parked, and my family all congregated at the front of the shop. A local paper had done a write-up on me as one of the city's youngest entrepreneurs, and Ronan had taped it to the glass on the front door. Bertie and Bibi clung to one another as my aunt read it out loud, both streaming tears, while Rudy rocked back on his heels, hands in his pockets as he took in the shop.
"Will you look at that?"
he kept saying over and over. Mama peered into a window, her face unreadable. I tried not to watch her too closely, tried to tell myself it didn't matter if her face lit up with pride or not. I'd done it. This shop was for me, not her. But still, when she only smiled faintly and nodded, a little piece of my heart broke off, and I didn't think I'd ever get it back. June Seong, my event planner, waved at me from inside, pulling my attention. Her services were a gift from Bertie and Rudy. To give your shop the send-off it deserves, they'd said. June beckoned for us to come in. I heaved a breath and faced everyone. I just want to thank you all for being here tonight. Each of you has helped make this happen, and I'm so grateful for your love and support. I cleared my throat. Before I get too mushy, I opened the door. Welcome to my shop. They burst into a small round of applause and cheers that threatened to bring me to tears, then filed inside. Ronan lingered behind. Whoa, I whispered to him. That felt good. He put his mouth by my ear. I love you. I stared up at him, shivers dancing all down my skin, no matter how many times he said it. I love you, I whispered back and kissed him. Thank you.
For what?
For you. Inside, my family was oohing and eyeing. I had to admit, it turned out well on the stringiest of shoestring budgets. My jewelry glinted on the displays Ronan had made, beige velvet stands in geometric blocks in rectangular and square shapes. Along the right was the cash register, which sat on a huge display cabinet that I'd found at a yard sale and Ronan had restored. It now housed 100 rings, the gemstones and turquoise bright under soft light. Behind the register was the door that led to the back room, a tiny storage space and bathroom. On the walls were colorful prints of women from all over the world, South Africa, Tibet, Brazil, wearing the natural stones and metals of their countries. I couldn't make enough inventory on my own to fill an entire store, but had contracted with another small company that sold ethically sourced jewelry to keep those displays full. Eventually, I planned to partner with local artisans too and share their work in my windows, if I can stay in business long enough. June beamed at me, looking beautiful in deep blue and yellow. The Santa Cruz Daily is sending someone. They're going to want to ask you a few questions. The ads are in place, and invitations to local artists have been sent. At least 2 have called me already, eager to talk collaboration. Her phone chimed an alert, and the caterers are here. I'll go let them in, I said, starting for the back, but she stopped me. Enjoy this calm before the storm. I'll handle it. I love that she thinks there's going to be a storm, I said to Ronan. He gave me a crooked smile.
She would know.
Baby steps, I said. I still can't believe I have caterers. 2 weeks before the grand opening, I'd received a letter in the mail with a French postmark. Inside was a fancy gold voucher for Elite Eats and a note. Dearest Shiloh, I hope you'll accept this small gift with my congratulations. I'm only ever allowed to pay for the food. I wish you the best in every success. Regards, your Holden. P.S. Tell Wentz I'll never forgive him for what he did, and that I love him for it, too. I didn't know what the postscript meant, except Ronan had facilitated a meeting with Holden and River Whitmore before Holden disappeared. I hadn't known that there was something between Holden and the quarterback of the football team in the first place. Ronan had kept Holden's confidence about it, which made me love him more. That night, at the mention of caterers, Ronan's lips drew down.
It means Holden's alive, at least.
I tucked my arm in his, wishing I had the words to ease his mind. Holden leaving suddenly hurt him worse than he let on, especially on the heels of Miller's departure for Los Angeles. The Lost Boys were scattered, and it was looking like they wouldn't be reunited any time soon. Bertie brought Bibi over to me, and my great-grandmother took my arm. "If you'll excuse me, Ronan, darling, I must have a word with this girl."
Of course.
He moved off, and my heart swelled to see Uncle Rudy and Aunt Bertie take possession of him, peppering him with questions. Bibi's eyes were shining.
"I am so proud of you, I can't stand it. This old heart of mine feels like it's going to burst."
"It had better not," I said, her emotion trying to pull out mine. She leaned into me, and I smelled her jasmine perfume.
"I know Marie is being Marie, and I know a lot of what's happening tonight is because you've been trying to make her see you. But don't let her dim your shine, baby. Tonight is your night. We all see you. I see you, Shiloh. And I know that's not the same as a mama's love, but I hope it can make up for what you're missing."
"God, Bibi," I breathed, hugging her fiercely. "None of this would have happened without you. So long as you're proud," I swallowed hard, "nothing else matters. Nothing." Bibi dabbed her eyes with a Kleenex from her pocketbook.
"Now look at me. I'm a mess."
"No, you're perfect," I said, "and you always have been." From beside me, June delicately cleared her throat. "We're ready." I turned to see that night had fallen, and that there was more than a small crowd of nicely dressed people gathered outside the shop. "Are they?" I cleared my throat and tried again. "Are they here for me?" June beamed. "Shiloh, you are open for business." The grand opening was everything I hoped it would be, and better than I'd imagined. The crowds flowed in and out, sampling the exquisite appetizers and sipping wine circulated by a waiter on a tray. The store was tiny, but people seemed happy to congregate outside, eating and drinking, then coming in as others left. Bibi and Bertie sat in folding chairs on the sidewalk, catching up, while Rudy took my mom for a walk downtown. Amber and some other friends from school stopped by to congratulate me, and a journalist interviewed me between customers, though I hardly had time to talk. Letitia turned herself into a saleswoman, engaging customers with so much enthusiasm and charm they could hardly resist her. Ronan replaced sold items with inventory from the back, so none of the displays were empty for long. Hours later, the last customer left, telling me she thought this shop was just what Santa Cruz needed. The tourists are going to leave here with something earthy and beautiful to remember the city by. Hope swelled to help mute the anxiety that was starting to creep in. Not every day would be a grand opening. I was going to have to work my ass off to stay afloat. But I'm ready for that, too. I thanked June and the caterers, locked up, then drove with the family back to Bibi's for a little private after-party. The talk flowed, and Letitia's laughter filled the house while Shirley Bassey played on Bibi's ancient record player. The women sipped champagne, while Rudy and Ronan stuck to beer. I wished I could have had just one glass of the bubbly to celebrate. But then I will puke, and no sexy times with Ronan, I thought, then giggled, giddy from the night. On the other hand, he probably wouldn't care. My laughter faded when I saw Mama drain a glass of Merlot and pour another. I'd lost count of how many she'd had at the shop. I frowned and went to the kitchen to get her a bottle of water. Ronan joined me.
"When can we leave?"
His voice was low and rough with the promise of sex. "You're not having a good time?" I said, hiding my smile in the fridge and letting the cool air waft over my face.
"I'm having a hard time keeping my hands off you."
I turned, a bottle of water in one hand. I filled my other with Ronan's groin. Me too, as a matter of fact. He leaned in to kiss me when a voice rose in anger from the living room. We both froze as Bertie said loudly,
"Oh, no, you don't, Marie! Don't you dare!"
Bibi, Letitia, and Rudy were on the couch, my cousin holding tight to Bibi's hand. Bertie stood in the center of the room, her black velvet dress rippling with anger as she leveled a finger at Mama, who was clearly drunk. "I have to tell her," Mama said, swaying, spilling Merlot on the carpet. "She's 18. She's old enough." "Tell me what?" I asked, though I knew. Of course I knew. "Nothing, baby," Bertie said quickly. "Your mama's just done a little too much celebrating. We're going back to the hotel. Rudy?" My uncle jumped off the couch and spoke soothingly to Mama, but she pushed him away, spilling more wine. "No, I have to do this. I tried before. I can't keep it in another minute. Not one. Now?" Bertie cried. "You got to do this now, on her night?" Ronan's hand slipped into mine. I held on tight, my mind reeling. "Yes," Mama said, and spun to find me, one eye shut to keep from seeing double. "Shiloh, you need to know. You needed to know a long time ago." "Marie." Bibi's voice was low and tremulous. "Not now." "Yes, now." "Yes, now," I echoed. 5 pairs of eyes came to me, but I needed to hear it, even if it ruined the perfection of the night. I'm starting a new chapter in my life, and I want to know who I am. No more lies, no more secrets. I looked to my mother, hardened my voice. "Tell me." She briefly held my gaze, and I saw the hesitation, the fear behind her eyes. For a moment, I thought she was going to do what she did last time and try to flee. Instead, tears spilled over, unheeded down her cheeks. "They don't want me to tell you who your father is," Mama said, flapping a hand in Bertie and Bibi's direction. "My father." The words seemed alien and strange. "I should have done it a long time ago, but I was scared. And I wanted to protect you, but it hurt you instead. My weakness hurt us, because I look at you, and I see him, and I can't." She half sat, half fell into the dining room chair. I rushed forward and knelt in front of her, even as fear sank cold knives into my chest. "What happened? Tell me now." Mama's head lolled. She was so drunk. "I loved him, but he didn't love me the same way. He couldn't have. He couldn't have. Mama, who?" "No one," she answered, her smile sad, resigned. "He's no one now. He has no name anymore. He's just the man who raped me." I stared, her words slapping me across the face, brutal and harsh. That word, the ugliest, heaviest word, carrying with it a lifetime of pain. That's all he is, Mama said. All he can ever be. Except he's not. No matter how I try to make him nothing, he can't ever be nothing. She raised her tear-streaked face to mine. Because he's your father. The ground tipped out from under me, and I fell to the carpet. My heartbeat had slowed to a heavy clanging in my chest, blood rushing to my ears. No. I glanced around vaguely, not seeing. My mouth had gone dry. I couldn't breathe. It can't be. He loved you. You said he loved you. I thought he did too, Mama said sadly, the sorrow emanating off her in waves. But I told him I wanted to wait. She shrugged, horrible in its finality. He didn't. The implications filled me, the cruel truth hollowing me out and leaving me empty. Because what am I? The product of a nightmare. Mama's nightmare in the flesh. I don't know how long I sat there, but voices surrounded us until the room felt suffocating. Birdie and Bebe and Rudy all scolding or comforting. Letitia was kneeling next to me, speaking softly in my ear. I wanted to get up and run. I wanted to curl up in a ball right there on the floor. Then strong arms wrapped around me, and I burrowed into Ronan. Sought refuge in him, clinging to him, and wishing I could crawl inside him and be safe. Ronan! Shh! He sounded angry. He felt angry, his body vibrating with it as he held me. He'd started to lift me, to get me out of there when the doorbell rang. The house that had been bustling with raised voices suddenly hushed. Rudy opened the door, and I heard men's voices, indistinct. Then Ronan tensed around me all over again, holding me tighter.
Shiloh!
Uncle Rudy's voice was trembling.
These officers are here to see you.
He stepped aside, and I saw 2 uniformed policemen in the doorway. A chill ran through me, leaving me numb. With Ronan's help, I stood on stiff legs. Bebe had her hand to her mouth. Letitia's eyes were wide.
Shiloh Barrera?
Yes. My voice didn't sound like mine.
Are you the owner of Rare Earth Jewelry?
I felt the sledgehammer poised to fall again, about to change my life forever. Yes. Both men looked grim, apologetic.
We're going to need you to come with us.
Chapter 29. Ronan. The second trip to Rare Earth was fucking light years from the first, and I could hardly believe they both happened in the same night. Birdie and Bebe stayed home with Shiloh's mother, who'd begun sobbing after spilling her secret and hadn't stopped. The rest of us followed the cop car downtown. Rudy and Letitia took the Cadillac. I drove the Buick, glancing at Shiloh beside me. She sat silently, staring at nothing. Her beautiful face was blank, shocked, numb. Her perfect night fucking ruined. I grabbed the steering wheel tight. The streets were empty and the store was dark. The front entrance looked the same except for the police tape that ran across the front door and the squad car parked directly in front. "It looks okay," Shiloh said in a strange, small voice that made my stomach clench. "It looks okay." I grit my teeth. "There's been an accident," the cops had said back at the house. I wanted more than anything for it all to be okay, but my gut told me it was bad, real fucking bad. I followed the cops around to the back parking lot, trying to bury my own rising nightmares at the sight of the red and blue lights. My only goal was to get Shiloh through this, and then fix whatever the fuck needed fixing. All of it. Whatever it was, I'd make it right for her, somehow. In the back lot, we climbed out of the car, and I went to Shiloh's side. She didn't look at me or anyone else, but walked tall and silent behind the cops to the rear door of the shop, to the first sign of damage. The wood around the lock had been pried away with a crowbar, and the knob itself smashed off. "They got in here," one officer said. His name tag read Tran, leading us in. The lights in the back room were on. Everything looked intact. He nodded at the boxes of inventory. Shiloh's life work. Did they take anything? Shiloh shook her head. "Looks okay," she said in that same strange voice. A flicker of hope lit up her eyes, but Tran shook his head. "I know this is hard, but you need to see the rest." She nodded again, and we followed him into the shop that was dim. Responding officers made their initial inspection and dusted for prints, though, to be honest, there wasn't much to dust. He looked at Shiloh with a kind, sympathetic expression. "Brace yourself." He flicked on the light and Shiloh made a sound I hoped to never hear again as long as I fucking lived. Her hands flew to her mouth and she stared. Letitia let out a little cry and Rudy threw his hands up. "Good God damn." I said nothing, the rage burning me from the inside out. I could hardly breathe, never mind speak. Motherfucking sons of shit-licking assholes. Glittering under the pot lights Shiloh had installed during the shop's renovation was an ocean of shattered glass. Every single display was smashed, including the front-facing glass on the cabinet that served as her cash register desk. The rings glittered with shards. The walls and floors were tagged with black spray paint in random zigzags and lines. The faces of the women in the artwork blacked out, and what was left of the display boxes were marked with haphazard sprays. Shiloh had been so careful with every penny of the startup business loan, keeping costs down and using her own talents to make simple things beautiful. She let me pay for a fraction of what I wanted to spend my inheritance, insisting on doing as much as she could by herself. And now she stood in the center of the rubble of her dreams that had, a few hours ago, been perfect. I moved beside her, glass crunching under my boots, not knowing what to say or do. "Who would do such a thing?" Rudy asked. "That's what we're hoping you'll be able to tell us," the other cop, Murray, said, his notepad out. "Did you remove all of your items from the window display before close of business?" She nodded. "Yes." "Anything else look taken?" She stared blankly at the jewelry in the smashed and sprayed displays, covered in glass, some pieces shattered too. "Don't know," she said dully. "Don't think so." He frowned. "Not a robbery then, just straight mayhem. Whoever the perp was, they only wanted to cause damage." And then a ball of pure ice seemed to slam into my chest, making my blood run cold. "We're not done with you," a voice screeched in my memory. "You'll pay in the way that hurts you the most." I looked at the woman beside me. Hurting Shiloh was how to hurt me the most. Fuck. Oh, fuck no. "How did this happen?" Shiloh said, looking and sounding so damn lost. "I have security, cameras, and a company. They're supposed to call me." "I grabbed your phone," Letitia said, rummaging in her bag. "Thought you might need it." She handed it to Shiloh, who stared, disbelieving at the screen. "I muted it. I took a few selfies behind the register and of the crowd, and then I went to work." Over her shoulder I saw a bunch of missed call notifications from the security monitoring company she'd hired. "I wouldn't blame yourself for that," Tran said. "Typical smash and grab. They're usually long gone before we show up. Can I take a look at your security footage?" Shiloh nodded absently as she pulled up the security camera app, and we gathered around to watch. The lights were out and the shop shadowy, but enough streetlight came in to see a skinny, hooded figure in a ski mask rampage through the store, a crowbar in one hand, a spray can in the other. I felt sick. Frankie Dowd, though it may as well have been me under that fucking ski mask. I did this. I brought this to her, just like I fucking knew I would. Shiloh made a choking noise and shoved the phone at Tran, then stepped away to touch the jagged edge of a display case. "Any clue?" "That's Frankie Dowd," I said. The officer glanced at each other. "As in Mitch Dowd's son?" "That's what I said." Murray made notes on his notepad and Tran frowned. What is it? Mitch Dowd was released from prison a few days ago, Tran said. The fuck? I thought he was serving a year. He was sentenced to a year, Tran said. He appealed and the judge commuted his sentence to 6 months of house arrest. You think his kid did this? Murray asked. He looked hesitant to follow up. You can't ID a face in that video. I don't need to see the fucker's face to know it's him. The officers conferred, and Tran said, We'll head over and ask him a few questions, and then arrest his ass. We need probable cause, Murray said. The video alone isn't enough to make a positive ID. Tran held up his hand when I started to protest. Take her home, okay? I sucked in a breath and nodded. Tran took Shiloh's information, and the cops left. Rudy and Letitia were huddled together, watching Shiloh move through the wreckage of her shop. Get her home, I said. I'll clean up here. Shiloh shook her head. No, I can't leave. I moved to her and took hold of her shoulders. Shiloh, look at me. She turned her brown eyes up to mine, not really seeing me, and my heart ached. She was still in shock, numb. Go home, baby, I said. Rest. I'll clean this up. You can't clean this up, she said, frowning as if I were crazy. It's too much. Too much. I'm going to get started, and then I'll be there, okay? She nodded mutely and let Letitia take her out the back. Rudy stood in front of me. Thank you, son, for being so good to her. He patted my shoulder and left, and I wanted to fucking scream. This is my fault. Mine. Rage flooded me, burning through my veins like fire. I grabbed a broom from the back and gripped it as if it were Frankie Dowd's fucking throat. I concentrated on the work, cleaning up the shattered glass and smashed displays as best I could, extracting jewelry from the mess. I couldn't do anything about the spray paint, but I wanted to. I wanted to paint over everything so that when Shiloh saw her shop again, she wouldn't feel so undone. It was nearly 2 a.m, and I'd done all I could for the night. I loaded all of Shiloh's inventory into the Buick's trunk and back seat, then jerry-rigged a way to lock the door with a chain and padlock. I drove to her and Bibi's house. Rudy had taken Shiloh's mom and Letitia back to their hotel. Bertie and Bibi were still awake, sitting on the couch, drinking tea and talking in hushed voices. Oh, honey, Bibi said, tears coming. Rudy told us everything. Is it as bad as that? Yeah, it's bad. Shiloh's asleep? Bertie nodded. The poor child's first Marie, bless it all, and now this? I'm going to check on Shiloh, I said. Thank you, said Bibi. Thank you, sweet boy, for all that you've done. All that I've done. I strode down the hallway to Shiloh's room. The rainbow lights were on, dim, but enough to see immediately that her bed was empty. Okay, she's in the bathroom, or outside in the shed, working to try and make up for tonight somehow. The bathroom was empty. Ronan? Bertie called as I went through the patio door to the backyard. The shed was empty. I checked the garage. Empty. I came back inside, forcing myself to sound calm so as not to freak the women out. Did she lie down in your room, Bibi? I asked carefully. She frowned. I don't think so. Bertie? Bertie hurried to Bibi's room and peeked her head in. She's not there, she said, her hands twisting now. I whipped out my phone and called Shiloh's number. Her cell phone came to life on the dining room table, right next to her purse. Shit. Oh, no, Bibi breathed. Oh, no. Where could she have gone? When? I'm calling the police, Bertie said. I know they'll say it has to be 24 hours, but after all that's happened tonight, special circumstances. Bertie got up to rummage for her phone in her bag. Bibi looked small and helpless on the couch. I'll find her, I said, striding out the front door. Ronan? I'll find her, Bibi, I said. I'll bring her back. If it's the last fucking thing I ever do in this world. I drove the Buick back to Rare Earth for the 3rd time that night. It was dark, my makeshift lock untouched. Fuck, Shiloh, I said, pacing the dark parking lot, thinking. Please, baby. I got back behind the wheel and pushed the Buick as fast as the heavy engine could take to my place. Maybe Shiloh needed me at home, and I wasn't there, so she went looking. My place was dark, quiet in the early hours. The parking lot empty, but for tenants' cars. So was the back storage area. Fucking stupid. Why would she come here? You did this to her. She doesn't want you. She won't want you ever again. I shut up the incessant voice long enough to think. Violet was at college. Who else did she know? Amber? And suddenly, I knew. The one place to go when the rest of the world was fucked. Wheels squealed as I tore the Buick out of my complex and headed toward the coast. I screeched into a spot in the parking lot and ran as fast as I could along the beach path, tripping over rocks in the dark, slamming my knee into a boulder. I saw the light of the bonfire first, and then there she was. Thank Christ. Shiloh was sitting in one of our beach chairs, 3 of my beer bottles sticking out of the sand around her feet, a 4th in her hand. Blearily, she watched the fire and lifted the bottle to her lips. I couldn't blame her. I wanted to get plowed and pretend like that night never happened too, except she can't drink. Shiloh? She swiveled her head, and it was obvious she was wasted. She could hardly keep her eyes open, swaying in her seat. Ronan, she said, and then pitched to the side and puked. Fuck. I hurried to her, held her hair out of her face as she retched up all the beer. Her body was shaking from the cold and the allergic reaction she was having to the alcohol. When she finished, she lay back against the chair, eyes closed and shivering. Hold on, baby, I said. Just hold on. I hurried to the shack for the small stash of blankets we'd collected over the winter and grabbed one. Who am I? Shiloh asked, her head lolling as I wrapped a blanket around her shoulders. I'm a mistake. No, worse than a mistake. You're not a fucking mistake, I said, kneeling in front of her, face to face. I pulled the blanket tight around her. You need to get home. A mistake? At least isn't violent. What I am... She shook her head. I'm a violation. I clenched my teeth to hear the pain in her words. Shiloh, look at me. You're not that. You're everything good and beautiful in my life. But I'd ruined hers. I clenched my jaw. Come on, we have to get you home. Shiloh shuddered, her face flush and wretched again, dry heaving and gasping for air. I'm empty, she said when she caught her breath. Her bleary brown eyes met mine, tears shining in them. There's nothing in me because there's nothing in me. I'm nothing. Stop talking like that, I said, lifting her from the chair. The last fucking thing you are is nothing. You're everything to me, and I fucked it all up. I'm sorry, Shiloh, I said, holding her tight to me. So fucking sorry. But she'd already mercifully passed out, so I began to walk.
Chapter 30. Shiloh. I don't remember walking to the shack. After chugging the beer I found in the guy's mini-fridge, the night turned hazy, as if I were submerged in a dark pond, wading through the murk. 1,000,000 times better than the sharp, piercing light of reality. Images burned in my eyes, the glitter of broken glass, like diamonds, the black slashes of spray paint, the horrified expressions on my family's faces, the pity. And lurking beneath all that, Mama's truth. Better to drown. I vomited at the beach, at home. Someone gave me water and I vomited again. I lost track of the hours, lost track of where I was. I lay in bed and Bibi put a cold cloth to my face. The next instant, I was in the bathroom, kneeling at the toilet. The hours ebbed and flowed around me in that murk. Ronan's deep voice spoke to me in hushed undertones. Bibi soothed. Both tried to get me to look at them, to talk to them. Both tried to tell me it was going to be okay. When I wasn't sick, I lay curled away from them, facing the wall, shudders running through me. The alcohol poisoned me, but not nearly as bad as the rest. Mama. Finally, my body had purged itself to the point of exhaustion, and I slept. Sunlight was coming through the windows in my room the next time I opened my eyes. Midday, maybe. Ronan was sitting on the floor against my bed, head down. I watched him for a few moments, the rise and fall of his chest. God, I loved him. It felt impossible I could love him as much as I did, but how could he look at me now that he knew the truth? Ronan stirred, and I rolled away again, curling up tight.
Shiloh.
I squeezed my eyes shut, and after a while he gave up. I slept. When I woke up next, the light was honey-colored twilight, and Ronan was gone. He left me. In the deepest part of my soul, the thought didn't ring true, but I wanted to leave me. I wanted to crawl out of this skin and into somebody else's body, someone who was created with love out of partnership. Being an accident, like I'd been raised to believe, was better than this. Anything was better than knowing I was the product of my mother's nightmare. I sat up and hugged my knees to my chest. I was in my underwear, the dress for my grand opening hopefully in the trash, or burned. The alcohol was out of my system, and the murky drunkenness was gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts, clear and naked. My shop. I sucked in a breath, unwilling to let the torrent of pain come flooding out. If I cried over my shop, my mother's revelation would follow, and then I might not stop. A soft knock came at my door, and Bibi poked her head in.
Shiloh?
I'm awake, I said, my voice a hoarse croak. You must have a sixth sense.
Of course I do. You're my girl.
Bibi sat on the edge of my bed and cocked her head.
How we doing, baby?
I shrugged. My story's ruined, and my father's a rapist. That's how I'm doing. Bibi sighed and took my hand.
Oh, honey.
I don't want to talk about it, I said. I don't know how to talk about it, or what to think or feel except horrified, disgusted, dirty. I feel so dirty, Bibi.
Now, don't you talk like that. There's nothing you did wrong, nothing wrong with you, not one thing.
I was too exhausted to argue, and it was useless anyway. Where is everyone?
They're back at the hotel, ready to come over the minute you feel up to it.
I was already shaking my head. Tell them to go home. Tell them thank you, but they should go home. Because how can I ever look at them in the eye again?
Come on, Bibi said. Let's get you a shower. Get some food in you. You need to eat. Then you'll feel better and can think more clearly. When you've rested up, we can work out what to do about your shop.
My shop, I scoffed. There is no shop, Bibi. She pursed her lips, her expression harder than I'd ever seen it.
Now, you listen to me, Shiloh. What happened last night was bad, very, very bad. And you're allowed to feel all kinds of ways about it. But you cannot give up. Do you hear me?
Giving up sounded really good right about then. All the work I'd done, years' worth, was teetering on the edge of a high cliff, barely hanging on. My insurance is bare bones, I said. It covers customer safety and theft, not vandalism. And the repairs, the cleanup. I shook my head with a sour laugh. It's fitting, isn't it? I worked my ass off for that shop to prove to Mama that I was worth something, that I could create something beautiful, and it was smashed and ruined and painted black, just like Mama's life was that night. She was vandalized, too.
Bibi squeezed my hand tighter. One step at a time. We're going to get all this sorted out and made better. But first things first. shower, and food.
I relented and stood on trembling legs. "Where's Ronan?"
"He went back to the shop,"
she said. "God," I muttered. "He'd better not spend his money."
"Shiloh," Bibi said sternly, "that boy loves you and wants to help. Let him."
Tears welled in my eyes. "How can he love me, Bibi? Now that he knows, how can anyone love me?"
"Oh, honey."
The enormity of it tried to get me, but I couldn't let it. Not yet. It was too much, terrifying. Bibi helped me into the bathroom. I brushed my teeth and showered. After, she handed me a towel and walked with me back to my room. She'd laid out clean underwear and a short nightgown I wore in the summer. My sheets had been changed. I dressed and climbed back into bed. Bibi brought a bowl of homemade black-eyed peas and collards soup.
"Had to keep myself busy and thought the soup would be easy on your stomach."
"Thanks," I said, taking the bowl. For Bibi's sake, I had a few bites, and she was right. I felt slightly stronger, strong enough to ask what I didn't want to ask. "What happened with Frankie? Was Ronan right?"
"I spoke with Detective Harris this morning. The police questioned him last night."
"And?"
"Harris said they didn't have probable cause to arrest him. He had an alibi, at home with his father all night."
The soup wanted to come back up. I set the bowl on my nightstand.
"Shiloh,"
Bibi said as I slunk under the covers and curled in a ball. "I'm tired. I just want to sleep a little more, okay?" I heard her sigh, and I hated that she worried about me, but not enough to sit up and eat her soup and pretend like my life wasn't falling apart. The bed dipped as Bibi left. The tears threatened again, but I dove into sleep before the grief could find me. When I woke next, it was dark, and Ronan was where I'd seen him last, sitting on the floor as if he were waiting for me. "Hey," I said softly. His head came up instantly, and he unfolded his tall body to sit at the foot of my bed.
"Hey, how do you feel?"
That's a loaded question. I sat up, toyed with the coverlet. I'm having a hard time not wallowing in self-pity, honestly. Part of me wants to get up and go to the shop and work even harder. But part of me wants to curl up under the covers and not come out.
"I know."
Bibi said Frankie wasn't arrested.
"No, he wasn't."
Ronan's voice was still and dangerous, like black water. "But you're sure it was him?" He nodded. I sighed. "Guess it doesn't matter. It's done."
"I'm handling it,"
Ronan said. Something in the way he said that made me shiver. "You don't have to—"
"Yes, I do. It's my fault."
"Yours? How?"
"Doesn't matter."
I plucked at the cover. He was down at the foot of my bed, and I was at the head, and he wasn't touching me. He wanted to leave. I could practically feel it vibrating off of him, and then I couldn't take any more, losing him. "You don't have to stay," I said, the swell of emotion beginning to rise like a river threatening to overrun its banks. "In fact," I swallowed the tears, but they gathered behind my eyes with a hot, achy pressure. "If you don't want to see me anymore, I'll understand." His head whipped up to look at me.
"What?"
I shook my head, my gaze on my hands that were like my mother's, but with his blood flowing underneath. "After what Mama said, I get it. I can hardly stand myself right now." Ronan shot off the end of the bed to sit beside me. His hands gripped my shoulders, then slipped up over my cheeks, holding my face.
"Fuck, Shiloh. No."
I shook my head, the first tears spilling over and running down to his fingers. I think I knew. I think I always knew, somewhere deep down. So I tried so hard to prove I was more, that I had a purpose here. The sobs were in my chest now, stealing my breath, tearing my voice to tatters. But she could never stand to look at me, and I get it now. My whole life, it's her pain. That's what I am. I'm a walking, talking reminder of that night. Half of me is him, a monster. The dam burst, and the sobs poured out. Racking, choking sobs I'd been holding in for years. Stagnant and poisonous. Ronan's arms went around me, and he pulled me into him, held me tight so that I could collapse. At long last, I fell apart. I cried like I'd never let myself cry, and he held the broken pieces of me together.
"You're not,"
he said gruffly into my hair.
"You're so fucking beautiful, inside and out. And brave, Shiloh. So brave."
I'm not brave. I cried against his chest. I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
"You don't have to do anything right now,"
he said, his voice rumbling in my ear.
"I got you. I'm going to fix things, Shiloh. I swear it."
Do you still love me? He sucked in a shocked breath.
"Shiloh, yes. Christ, of course, I do. But what happened to your shop?
It happened. I don't want to think about it right now," I said. The sobs had emptied me out, and I felt like a shell that could collapse or blow away. I needed something, him, to anchor me down, to keep me from fading away altogether. I need you, Ronan. I kissed his chin, his lips, pulling him to me. Please, I need to go away with you for a little while.
Shiloh, wait,
please. I kissed his neck, my hands going into his hair. BB's asked me 1,000 times what I need. This is what I need. You, please. I found his mouth with mine and kissed him, the tears burning up in heated desperation. He relented for a moment, kissing me deep, and then stiffened and took me by the shoulders.
Shiloh, I can't. You're upset.
Yes, I'm upset, I said fiercely. But I know what I'm doing, what I want. I want you, Ronan. I want us. The truth of it reached him. More than anything, I needed to know we were okay. If Ronan could still love me, then I might have a chance of surviving this. I could get out of bed in the morning and get back to work. He held my face in his hands, his silver eyes boring into mine.
I love you.
Now that I'd cried, it seemed the tears didn't want to stop. I love you. I love you so much. We fell into each other then, kissing with increasingly heated need. Last night receding with every touch of his skin on mine, with every kiss. I sank deep into his intense gaze, my reflection a shred of evidence that I wasn't merely an ugly remnant of a terrible night. I was beautiful in Ronan's eyes, and his eyes never lied. My self-worth didn't live or die with Ronan, but that night as he held me, kissed and touched me, as he entered me with the heavy solidity of him, I took the first step of reclaiming myself. With his love, he gave me something I could believe in. Quietly, Ronan brought me to release, a swell of pleasure against a tsunami of pain. I held him tight to me as he grunted against my neck, spilling his own release deep inside me, warming me from the inside out, filling the emptiness in me with him and the essence of him. After, he held me for a long time, lying on his back with his arm around me and my head on his shoulder. But his expression grew more and more grim, clouding his eyes. "What are you thinking?" I asked, running my fingertip in the worry lines between his brows.
"I'm thinking about what you said earlier. Half of me is him."
I nodded.
"I said something like that to you, about my dad, and you told me that I was nothing like him."
I smiled sadly. "And you didn't believe me?"
"No,"
he said.
"And I know you won't believe me if I say the same about you."
"It's hard. Impossible, even." He nodded against my hair.
"Yeah, but maybe."
He paused, and I felt him struggling to sort his thoughts, to say exactly what he meant.
"We're supposed to trust each other, right?"
"Yes."
"So, maybe we need to do that now. Trust me when I tell you, Shiloh, that the last fucking thing you are is ugly, or empty, or whatever you're feeling about what your mom said. You're still you. You're fucking perfect."
My eyes filled. "I'm not. I'm so far from perfect, Ronan."
"You don't get to decide that."
He glanced down at me gravely.
"You have to trust me, and I'll try to trust you too. That's all we can do, right? Trust and keep going."
I nodded against his chest, and my eyes grew heavy. They burned from the tears that I'd finally let go, but it was purifying. The hollow feeling inside me was refilling, slowly, with determination to do what Ronan had said. Trust and keep going. I slept, and when I woke, it was to the rustle of Ronan putting on his clothes. I glanced at the clock that said it was a little after 11. "Where are you going?"
"Out."
He drew on his boots. "Now? It's late."
"I have something to do."
I sat up, drawing the sheet around me. "What? Where?"
"I told you I'd fix things."
"What does that mean?"
"It means what it means."
The room was dark, and it was hard to see more than his eyes, glittering silver in the dim light. "Ronan!" He bent and kissed me hard. Then he left. I stayed up for a long time, watching the minutes become hours. Only because I was still somehow exhausted did I fall asleep. When I woke up at 8 the next morning, Ronan wasn't there. He went to his place to rest or shower. That's all. Feeling like I'd been turned inside out and back again, I slowly got dressed in sweatpants and an old t-shirt. Clothes I didn't mind getting dirty. My mother's revelation slammed into me several times as I went about my morning routine. Each time, my stomach churned, and I wanted to be sick all over again. I realized this was my life now. I'd carry this knowledge with me forever. The dirtiest of secrets no one could ever know. Not Amber, not Violet. God, Violet. What could I say to her? How? I understood now why Bibi, Birdie, and the rest of the family wanted to keep this from me. You can't unknow something once it's known. The shame would haunt me forever, and I'd spend the rest of my life looking in the faces of men on the street and wonder, is that him? I gave myself a shake and went to the kitchen, ready to do what I always did. Focus on work to keep me sane. Bibi was stirring a pot of grits. Eggs and bacon were on the stove, fresh coffee in the pot. Thank God for Bibi. I put my arms around her from behind. I love you.
Oh, baby girl, I love you to pieces. And my old heart is bursting with joy to see you up.
I'm going to the shop.
Atta girl. Eat first, please. You need to get your strength back.
We filled our plates, but despite my hunger, I picked at my food. Have you seen Ronan this morning?
Not this morning.
She sipped her coffee.
Are you worried?
No, but something he said last night. I waved a hand. Nothing. I'll call him after breakfast. We ate and I did the dishes. The last few nights had to have taken their toll on Bibi. She went to her room to take a nap, and I called Ronan's number as I headed to the garage. No answer. I texted. Where are you? I drove the Buick to Rare Earth. Still no reply. The message was marked unread. I went to the back entrance and stopped. It was an entirely new door, heavy and industrial, with a new deadbolt lock. Ronan, I murmured with a small smile, then realized I couldn't unlock it. On a hunch, I checked my key ring, and there it was, a brand new key I didn't recognize. I tried it in the door, and the deadbolt clicked. That man. I went through the back room, mentally bracing myself for the damage up front. I still had some paint left over from the reno. I could spend the day cleaning up the glass, then repaint tomorrow. One step at a time. My thoughts fell apart as I stepped into the main room. The glass was gone, as were all the smashed displays. A tarp was laid on the floor with a ladder and several buckets of paint. The room smelled of acrylic, and all the black streaks were gone. Ronan had repainted every wall, except one that was still in progress. The horrific damage from opening night was muting into a bad memory. My hand went to my heart, and tears flooded my eyes and spilled over. I couldn't stop them anymore, and I wasn't sure I wanted to. Oh, baby, I breathed. Thank you. I retrieved my phone and called him again. I went to Ronan's curt voicemail.
Leave a message.
I hung up and texted, the good feeling in my stomach fading and turning into worry. He's fine, I muttered to the empty shop, because he has to be. I set up the ladder and finished the wall Ronan had started. I was nearly done when a rapping came at the front door. I peered through glass and metal mesh gates to see a tall man in a suit. He waved what looked like a badge at me. I climbed down on shaking limbs and unlocked the door for him. Yes?
Shiloh Barrera? I'm Detective Harris. I'm a friend of your grandmother's.
Yes, hi. I stepped aside to let him in and shut the door behind him. What can I do for you?
I've been assigned to your case and need to ask you some questions.
I have a case? I asked, my heart thudding loudly in my chest. The other night, the officers made it sound as if there wasn't much they could do.
Circumstances have changed in the past 24 hours,
he said. He wore an unreadable expression, a detective's poker face.
There's been an arrest.
A sigh gusted out of me. Oh, thank God, Frankie Dowd
is in the hospital in critical condition. Ronan Wentz was brought in for questioning and has been arrested.
The floor dropped out beneath me, and I sagged against the door. For what?
Attempted murder.
Chapter 31. Ronan. I think you're going to prison for a very long time. Detective Harris backed off, and Detective Kowalski got up from behind the desk in that claustrophobic holding room that grew smaller and smaller with every passing second. He pulled a set of handcuffs from his belt. Ronan Wentz, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. They read me my rights and took me to processing where I booked, fingerprinted, and had my mug shot taken along with photos of my bruised and swollen knuckles. A bus was waiting to transport me to the county jail, where I was strip-searched, given an orange jumpsuit, and tossed in a cell with a scared-looking skinny guy. He flinched when I looked his way. I lay on the bottom bunk, staring at the mesh wiring and torn mattress of the bunk above me, one thought running through my mind. I'm not like him. I have to trust Shiloh. I'm not like him. But I was fucking behind bars. After going through the humiliating process to get here, those words were flimsy and weak. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. That afternoon, a guard came to tell me my public defender was here. I was handcuffed and taken to the visitor's room where a tall guy, maybe 40, with a receding hairline and glasses was sitting at a table with a file in front of him. Mr. Wentz, I'm Forrest Perry, your court-appointed defender. I sat across from him, my handcuffed hands in my lap, just like my dad had, once. Perry shuffled through the papers. To be perfectly frank with you, this doesn't look good. I didn't touch Dowd, I said. I found him at this place he hangs out, and I warned him to leave Shiloh alone. That's it. Because you think it was him who trashed her place. I know it was him. How? He all but told me a few weeks back before graduation, and the security footage shows a guy covered head to toe in black, no prints, no DNA. It was him. And when I confronted him, he confessed and said he was sorry. Perry's brows rose above his glasses. So you admit to confronting Dowd that night? He's currently at UC Medical in intensive care and said it was you who put him there. He's fucking lying. That night I told him to lay off and I walked away. If that's true, who beat the hell out of him? Don't know. Perry met my gaze for a minute, then waved a hand. Never mind, it's not our job to prove who did, only that you didn't. But I'm going to be honest, Mr. Wentz, this is an uphill battle. Looking at your files, your history with Dowd, your father's bloody crime. I didn't do it, I said. That should fucking count for something. The words sounded stupid and weak in my own ears. Perry wrapped his fingers on the file. You want to fight this? Enter a not guilty plea at your arraignment? Because I can talk to the DA and see about cutting a deal. Otherwise, you could be looking at 25 years behind bars. Maybe more if the charges stick and the judge decides you intended to kill Frankie. The possibility of a life spent in prison made my chest so tight I could hardly breathe. But I had Shiloh. I had tenants who needed me. For the first time, I had something to fight for. The system had ruined my mother. Maybe this time would be different. No deal. Perry studied my face for a moment, then nodded. Okay, tell me what happened. My arraignment was the following afternoon. I was bussed to the courthouse and marched into a hallway with a dozen other inmates there for the same reason. Shiloh had tried to contact me at county, but I couldn't stomach the idea of her seeing me there, or at the hearing, which I knew she and Bibi would show up for. The orange jumpsuit was a uniform of humiliation and degradation. They had called me a criminal at Central, and now that's what I was, guilty or not. Less than human, a kind of animal that had to be restrained, caged, and guarded. The cuffs felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. Finally, the side door to a courtroom opened, and we were shuffled in, the chains connected to foot and handcuffs rattling. I kept my head down, but there was no avoiding it. Shiloh was there, in the front row, between Bibi and Marianne Greer. Fuck. Shiloh was so fucking beautiful, light years from the sick, sobbing girl I'd seen a few days ago. Because she's so damn strong. And if she could be that strong, maybe I could be too. I lifted my head and nodded at her, my gaze full of apologies. Tears filled her eyes and she nodded back, her support unwavering. Fuck, I felt like crying too. On the other side of the courtroom sat Mitch Dowd. Beside him was Mikey Grimaldi, both come to watch me go down, I guessed. Forrest Perry sidled up to me as the inmates in front of me were read the charges against them. Each entered a plea and the judge moved on to the next. Second thoughts? Perry murmured. I leveled him a cold stare. You giving up already? No. He held up his hand. I just need to know the score before we enter a plea and this all becomes really real. News fucking flash, I wanted to tell him. It was already really real. Being locked up, watching your back in the yard, or in the showers, or at mealtime was really fucking real. Perry leaned into me and nodded at the older man with a head full of white hair at the front of the courtroom. Judge Jack Norman. He's a tough old guy. No nonsense, but fair. Could have been worse. Docket number 29575, the clerk said. Ronan August Wentz. I was unshackled from the line of waiting inmates, and Perry and I moved to stand at the defendant's table, our backs to the crowd. At the other table was the district attorney, a severe, sharp-looking woman in an expensive suit, her blonde hair tied up in a tight twist. Lydia Wells, Perry muttered. This isn't going to be fun. Judge Norman read over the file and then peered down at Perry. Before a plea is entered, I believe there is an issue of probable cause? Yes, Your Honor, Perry said, getting to his feet. My client was brought in for questioning without the presence of an attorney, and the grounds for his subsequent arrest are purely circumstantial. In fact, the allegations rest solely on the word of Franklin Dowd, who was a well-documented history of animosity toward my client, and whose father, formerly of the Santa Cruz Police Department, still has friends on the force. Honestly, Your Honor, this entire situation feels like a classic setup, and we move to dismiss the charges entirely. I let out a breath. Smart to bring up my history with Frankie before the prosecution could do it, but I never pressed charges against Mitch. If I had, I might have had something to fight back with. Fucking stupid. Judge Norman thought this over. Ms. Wells? Your Honor, it's laughable for the defense to reduce the accusations against Mr. Wentz as hearsay or a conspiracy among law enforcement when the defendant has a clear history of violence and criminal behavior and who has, in fact, assaulted Frankie Dowd in the past. Perry shook his head. A typical high school fight, Your Honor, is hardly grounds. However, Wells interjected, holding up a hand, if the accusation from the victim himself, rendered from his hospital bed in the critical care unit no less, isn't sufficient, prosecution is prepared to submit an eyewitness, Michael Grimaldi. Someone in the audience gasped. Shiloh, I thought. Grimaldi got to his feet, looking like a fucking Boy Scout in a suit, hands folded in front of him. Mitch caught my eye, his expression smug. Beside me, Perry stiffened. What's this? He whispered. Bullshit, I hissed back. Ms. Wells smiled calmly. Mr. Grimaldi will submit to deposition and stipulate that he was there on the night of July 30th and can attest that Mr. Wentz did indeed perpetuate the heinous attack that left his friend and my client clinging to life. Perry cleared his throat, regaining his composure. The arresting officers made no note of any testimony from Mr. Grimaldi that would give them probable cause. Mr. Grimaldi will testify that, given the severity of Mr. Wentz's attack on Frankie, he feared for his own life and fled the scene. But after visiting his friend in the ICU, he knew he could not remain quiet. Is there an affidavit? The judge asked, annoyed. Or are we just having a conversation? Here, Your Honor. Wells handed a document to the bailiff. With regards to probable cause, I respectfully refer Your Honor to the detective's report that clearly gives motive. Mr. Dowd will plead no contest to the vandalism of the rare earth jewelry shop, the owner of which is romantically attached to Mr. Wentz. Judge Norman set the affidavit down. It is the determination of this court that probable cause has been sufficiently rendered. Your Honor, Mr. Perry, do you wish to go forward in entering a plea, or perhaps you'd like to talk it over with your client? Perry adjusted his glasses and stood straight. In light of Mr. Grimaldi's affidavit, I ask for time to consult with my client. I thought you might. This arraignment is hereby postponed to the day after next. He banged his gavel. I was shuffled out of the courtroom, hardly able to catch a glimpse of Shiloh. In the hallway, Perry asked the guards to back off. I need to confer with my client. He leaned against the wall beside me. So, that wasn't ideal. They're lying, I said. Grimaldi wasn't there. I tagged his car a few months ago. This is bullshit. It's vengeance. Which we'd have to prove. Perry glanced up, and I followed his gaze to Ms. Wells, who'd entered the hallway surrounded by her assistants. I hate surprises. Let me see what we're up against. He conferred with her for a few minutes, his expression growing grimmer by the second, while she wore the look of someone who held all the cards. Perry rejoined me, loosening his tie. Well, this just gets better and better, he said dryly. They have cell phone footage taken back in June. You're shown telling Frankie that you will fuck his shit up if he messes with your girlfriend. They have photos of your bruised hands from the night in question. They have an eyewitness, and they have the victim's own word. If this goes to trial, they're going to go for attempted murder in the first degree.
That's a life sentence, Ronan. Like father, like son. But if you take the deal, they'll reduce the charges. Second-degree attempted murder, or even aggravated battery, and injuring with intent to cause grievous bodily harm. You could get 10 years instead of 25. Behave yourself, and you're out in half that. I stared at him. You want me to plead guilty to a crime I didn't commit so I can spend 10 years in prison instead of the rest of my life? I'd lose everything. Shiloh, she is everything. The case against you was already strong, but you had Grimaldi. Perry shook his head. That changes the game. If you want to plead not guilty, that's your right, but it's a risk, a long shot. If I lose. I closed my eyes and thought of my mom, how she tried to go through the system and how it failed her, again and again until she was dead. The rest of the inmates had finished rendering their pleas, and the guards motioned it was time to get everyone shackled back up and moved out. Perry put a hand on my arm. I know it's a tough call, but this is what we're up against. Think long and hard about it. That night in my cell, I thought about it. I thought about handing over 5 or 10 or 15 years of my life to prison because that was my best bet. But the raging anger at the unfairness of it all burned out, leaving bitter ashes of regret. This was my fucking fault. I was Russell Wentz's son. His blood was in my veins, and it didn't matter that I tried to do right and protect those I cared about. The poison corrupted and corroded me. I flexed my bruised knuckles in the dim light. My fault because I liked it too much. But Shiloh, Christ, how could I not fight for her? For us, 10 years in prison wasn't the torture. It was 10 years without her. That was unsurvivable. The night grew late. The sounds of other inmates coughing, cursing, or snoring echoed in the hollow hallways. My cellmate cried himself to sleep, as usual. Sometime deep in the night, I was still awake when footsteps approached and stopped outside my cell. Hey, Wentz. I held up my hand as a guard shined a flashlight in my face through the bars. Mitch Dowd is a friend of mine, a good friend. I tensed all over, my chest tight. He wanted me to pass on a message about your little girlfriend's shop. He leaned against the bars, his voice low. It won't stop until you do.
Chapter 32. Shiloh. I showed my ID at the window and passed through the metal detectors, feeling like I was trapped in a bad dream that began the night of the grand opening, and I couldn't wake up. A corrections officer led me to the visiting room, my stomach twisting in knots. The room smelled sharply of musty sweat and vending machine food. Ronan was already there. I moved on numb legs to the table and sat down across from him. He looked as beautiful as always, but different somehow. Maybe it was the orange county jail jumpsuit, or the fact we were surrounded by armed officers and inmates, but he was less like himself. Right there in front of me, but far away too. "Hi," I said, my throat dry. He looked up, his expression softening to see me, and then shut it down again, turning hard.
"How's Frankie?"
he asked.
"They won't tell me."
"Not great, but he's going to live." I reached for him, and a CO barked at me, "No touching!" I jerked my hand back, feeling small and helpless. "How are you?"
"I'm okay,"
Ronan said, and then set his hands on the table between us. The clank of the handcuffs seemed louder than it was, the bruises on every knuckle jumping out at me. "What happened?" I asked, my voice small. Ronan knew what I meant. He rubbed the fingers of one hand over the other.
"Doesn't matter."
He leaned over the table to me.
"Listen."
"Doesn't matter? Of course it matters." I stared, incredulous, ignoring the twinge of doubt that nipped at me. "We can still fight this. Go to trial, but you have to tell me." He was already shaking his head.
"Shiloh, listen to me. We don't have a lot of time."
He nodded at a corrections officer stalking the visitors' room.
"No matter what happens, I'm going to take care of you."
"What does that mean?"
"The money from Nelson. I have a lot. Almost all of it. It's yours now. Rebuild the shop, or save it for tough times, or whatever you need.
I crossed my arms, a cold feeling settling in the pit of my stomach.
This sounds like goodbye. Because it is. No!
I smacked my hand on the table, drawing the eye of the CO. I lowered my voice to a hiss.
If you didn't do it,
I checked myself, hearing the doubt in my voice again. My gaze couldn't stay away from his bruised knuckles while his words from the other night,
"I'll take care of it,"
echoed in my mind.
No, I have to trust and keep going.
You have the truth on your side, I said. His expression was grim, resigned.
Truth and justice aren't always the same thing.
So that's it? What about us?
There is no more us, Shiloh,
Ronan said, the words slamming into me like hammer blows.
No matter what happens, I'm going away for a long time. You need to move on.
What? Move on? No!
This is fucking humiliating,
he seethed.
I hate you seeing me like this. I can't fucking stand it, Shiloh. If I have to do this for 10 years, if you have to do this shit for 10 years, metal detectors and collect calls and 2-hour drives for 30-minute visits.
He shook his head gravely.
I won't do that to you. I can't.
You can't just cut me off, I said, disbelieving. You can't.
I have to,
Ronan said, his voice thick.
For your safety. They'll keep going, harassing you. I made it worse. I brought this to you.
No, Ronan.
Promise me, Shiloh. Promise me you'll live your life. Don't wait for me.
No, I'm not going to promise that. I can't.
You have to.
He swallowed hard.
I'm letting you go, Shiloh. You have to let me go, too.
I stared, agony clawing at my heart.
No, no.
I will not let you do this. I will not. Right before my eyes, the love fell out of Ronan's expression, turned ice-cold, stony, his gaze flattened, his tone emptied of humanity.
I did it. I beat up Frankie. I wanted to kill him for messing up your shop.
I sat back, pushed by the sudden danger emanating off of him. You're lying.
I'm going to take the plea deal.
No, you can't. You're just saying this to push me away. It won't work. He rubbed his bruised knuckles as if drawing my attention to them.
I couldn't protect my mother, Shiloh. I can protect you.
He tilted his chin up, the dead tone in his voice sending shivers down my spine.
Frankie won't bother you again.
Ronan, a CO stopped behind him.
Time's up, Wentz.
No, not yet, I said, panic rising in me. This cannot be how it ends. It cannot.
Time's up, Shiloh,
Ronan said gruffly, the emotion he'd been trying to hide seeping through the cracks.
End of the road.
Quickly, he looked away and let himself be taken from me. I sat, stunned and unable to move, a sick, heavy feeling settling over my chest. Years of being without Ronan, pressing me down. No. It was a tiny whisper, lost in the muted conversations of the county jail visitors center, that faded away to nothing. The next day, I sat in a Santa Cruz Superior courtroom, wedged between Bebe and Mary Ann Greer, one of Ronan's tenants. They squeezed my hands, held me up as Ronan entered a plea of guilty. The judge's words would jolt me from sleep in a cold sweat for 100 nights after.
Ronan August Wentz, for felony aggravated battery resulting in great physical injury and in injuring with intent to cause grievous bodily harm, You are hereby sentenced to 10 years at the federal penitentiary, San Quentin State Prison.
It was so simple. Over so quickly. With one slam of the gavel, the judge snatched 10 years from Ronan's life and ruined mine. Before I could even begin to process it, a guard was walking him out. Ronan looked back at me, and for a split second, the hard exterior he'd shown me in the jail cracked. His eyes revealed everything, the agony in their smoky depths. They said goodbye. Someone let out a sob, and I realized it was me. The following week, I tried arranging another visit, but Ronan wouldn't take my calls. Then I tried showing up and found out my name wasn't on the approved visitor list. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Who approves the list?" The woman behind the glass smiled pityingly. "The inmate, honey." A few days later, after Ronan had been transferred to San Quentin, I tried there too. I got the same response. Ronan had meant what he said about me moving on and living my life, not waiting for him. Except he was my life, and waiting for him or not wasn't a choice I could make. I called Violet, crying, and told her the whole sordid story. She cried with me and said she'd see if Miller could get through to him. But Ronan had cut him off, too. Probably Holden as well, though he was still MIA. The Lost Boys were broken when that had seemed impossible. I visited Marianne and her girls at the complex, hoping she'd had better luck. "He won't talk to me either," Marianne said, making us some tea, and my heart sank. "Who won't, Mommy?" one of the twins asked. "Ronan?" asked the other. They were both suddenly on the verge of tears. "Yes, Ronan," Marianne said, stroking their hair. "Are you his girlfriend?" one asked. "You're so pretty," said the other. "Oh, you're the one who made that necklace he always wears." "Yeah, I made that," I said, my throat thick. "For when you're adrift." Now that pendant was locked in some prison storage room, and I was adrift. "He hired a management company to take care of us," Marianne said. "From prison?" She nodded. "Apparently, his uncle owned both complexes free and clear. Ronan's company has orders to keep the rent the same no matter how long he's gone, and to use every penny of our payments to make repairs as soon as an issue comes up. No scrimping." Marianne's eyes filled, and she reached across the table to take my hand. "I'm on the verge of a breakdown over him," she said. "I can't even imagine how you must be feeling." Sick. I felt sick at the idea of a life without Ronan. I left Marianne's place with hugs from her twins and a promise from her that we'd stay in touch. In the parking lot, I looked up at the corner unit, the window dark. I ducked inside the car just as a torrent of sobs racked me. At home, Bibi was knitting on the couch. Ethel and Lucy curled around her ankles. "Hey, honey," she said. "Hungry? I have some chicken with biscuits and gravy cooking, maybe some basil mint lemonade." The idea of food made my stomach twist. "Maybe later." I sat on the couch beside her and opened my laptop. The shop had been closed, losing money every day. I still had repairs to make before reopening, though it all seemed so tedious. Too much work to do, and I didn't have the energy, the fire to do it. I opened my banking app to see what I had left in savings and saw that Ronan had made good on his word. My account was more than $60,000 richer. A little cry fell out of me, and I shut the laptop. "What is it?" Bibi asked, alarmed. He gave me his money, BB, I said, the tears flowing. All of his money. Oh, honey. BB drew me to her and held me against her bosom. My tears dampened the lilac of her house dress. Then he wants you to have it. I can't. It feels like he died and left it to me like his uncle did. Because he won't talk to me, BB. He's cutting me out of his life, trying to force me to move on. I know, she said with a sigh. I was afraid of that. Doesn't he get it? I cried. Doesn't he understand how much I love him? I can never move on from him. BB shook her head, her voice heavy. The boy was shuffled from home to home for 10 years after his mama died. He has no idea that good things can stick, that people can care about him for longer than a month or two. In this world, moving on is what people do, so he's doing what he thinks is the best thing for you. Joke's on him. He is the best thing for me. I sat up, wiping my eyes with the heels of my hands. He told me he did it. His hands were bruised, and he confessed to beating up Frankie. Do you believe that? I didn't have to think about it. The answer rose up from the deepest part of me, a lone truth in an ocean of grief. I know he didn't. I looked to her, pleading. But what do I do now, BB? Just what the hell am I supposed to do now? BB faced forward, thinking for a minute. Ronan has been pushed around by life so hard. I suspect he's given little pieces of his heart to those he trusted and watched them walk away with them. Now something like this happens, and I worry there's nothing left. I raised my head. Is there? You have the last piece of his heart, Shiloh, for good or bad, silence or no silence. 1 year or 10. It's in your hands. She gave my fingers a squeeze, and it's up to you what you do with it. Part 5. Chapter 33. Shiloh. 3 years later, April. My eyes burned as I focused on the delicate filigree on my current piece, a silver ring with multicolored gemstones, the kind of work that required more than 4 hours of sleep at night. I kept hoping I'd get used to this new schedule, but 3 years in, and I was only more exhausted with each passing day. Each day without him. I'd put a small workstation in the back of Rare Earth's showroom so I could create jewelry and man the store at the same time, not an hour wasted. I set the ring down and stretched. It had taken an entire month to get the shop reopened after Frankie Dowd had his fun with it. 1 month of lost revenue and 1 month of rent I still had to pay. Now, it was nearly what it had been before, except without Ronan's displays. I had to purchase new ones because he wasn't here. The store had been perfect. We'd been perfect in our own imperfect way. My cell phone rang with Violet's number. Hey, you, I said, trying not to sound as tired as I felt. By my calculations, you're back in town in T-minus 3 months. Do not tell me there's been a change of plans. She laughed. No change. I'll be there before you know it. I cannot wait to hug you again and be home. Violet had struggled through 3 years of school at Baylor, while stardom had kept Miller insanely busy, recording and touring. But that lifestyle had taken its toll with his diabetes. He and Violet were moving back to Santa Cruz so he could rest, and she could finish her undergrad at UCSC before embarking on God knew how many years of medical school. I can't wait. I forced a laugh to cover the cracks in my voice. Literally. You okay? Violet asked. The woman missed nothing. I mean, okay is relative, given everything that's happened, but you sound extra tired. I'm okay. Hanging in there. Shy, you don't have to pretend with me. If you're having a hard time, you can tell me. Tears stung the corners of my eyes. It is hard, I admitted. All of it. And Bibi has been so great as usual, but I don't want to worry her. Or Mama. I pulled myself together and huffed a breath. I'm counting down the days till you come back so I can dump my problems in your lap instead, or at least grab a coffee with someone my own age. Violet laughed. I am ready to be dumped on. Wait, that came out weird. I smiled, and then a figure passed by the front of my shop. I could have sworn I'd seen the same gray coat, the same hunched shoulders earlier this morning. How is everyone? Violet asked. Good, except Bibi's getting up there. Her blood pressure isn't great, and her vision is all but gone. Being away from home to sit at a shop that's empty half the day feels like I'm failing in all the ways. You're not failing. You're taking care of everyone, and you're doing it beautifully. But wait, business is slow? I thought you said you had a great winter. I did, but it ebbs and flows with the tourists. That's just the business. I need to keep adjusting, calibrating, and working to keep up. But damn. I know, she said softly. But the summers are usually busy, right? I smiled. Thank you for reminding me of the good stuff. It's easy to forget when I'm missing him so damn much. Do you want to talk about him? There's nothing to say. He's on year 3 of a 10-year sentence and still won't let me see him. I shrugged, as if the heavy burden pressing down on my heart could be reduced to that casual gesture. I miss him, Vi. That's the bottom line. I miss him with every particle of my body, but I'm also so angry at him for shutting me out. In my worst moments, I'm tempted to do what he said, let him go and move on with my life. But that's impossible, and I wish he knew that, I said, tears pricking my eyes again. More than anything, I wish he understood what he means to the people who love and need him. I know, Violet said. Miller doesn't talk about it much, but he's hurting too. Both Ronan and Holden disappeared in their own way, cutting him off. God, I haven't even asked how Miller is doing, I said, quickly wiping my eyes. Better, I'll bet, now that he has you with him. I heard Violet's smile over her words, happiness infusing her voice. He's going to be okay. No more touring until he's rested, and even then, no more arena shows. Good. I stopped as I caught sight of the same figure in gray skulking outside my window. Only this time I caught a glimpse of his hair, too. A furtive glance. Then he was hurrying away. Vi, I'm sorry, I have to call you back. The figure was halfway down the sidewalk when I tore out of the shop. Hey! I called sharply. Stop right there! The guy jerked to a stop and hunched deeper in his ratty coat. Then, slowly, he turned around and I tensed all over, the air catching in my chest as if I'd been punched in the gut. Frankie Dowd was almost unrecognizable. pale, sickly, nearly emaciated, with one eyelid permanently drooping from the beating he took 3 years ago. He shuffled toward me, limping, as if he couldn't control his left leg very well.
"Hey, Shiloh,"
Frankie said, his hands jammed in the pockets of an old windbreaker that might have once been blue and was 5 sizes too big. His jeans were ripped, and his Converse were filthy, the laces held together with knots. I glared at him, trying to ignore how my heart sort of ached to see him like this, so wretched and sad. I'd never seen a person completely without hope before, but Frankie was close. Then I remembered how hopeless and undone I felt the night my shop was vandalized, how Ronan must have felt when he had 10 years taken from him for something he didn't do. I hardened my voice. "What do you want? Why have you been skulking around my store all morning, casing the joint for your next attack?" He winced, but truthfully, the guy looked like he couldn't lift a crowbar now to save his life.
"I need to talk to you."
"I have nothing to say to you."
"But I have something you want to hear."
His sad, plain tone caught my attention. I crossed my arms. "After all that's happened, why should I give you the time of day?"
"You shouldn't," he said. "I don't blame you for hating me, but you're going to want to hear this. Please."
I crossed my arms tighter, the urge to scream at him, to rage and rail and try to inflict a fraction of the pain on him that I'd endured, that Ronan had endured, in the last 3 years was fierce but fading, until I just felt sorry for him. And the fact that he was here, talking to me, sparked a little flicker that it wasn't going to be the same hopeless day as every other day over the last 3 years. "Fine. Let me lock up first," I added pointedly, and Frankie hung his head in shame, like a whipped dog. My lone employee, Louisa, was off that day. I grabbed my purse from the back room, put the "Will Return Soon" sign up, and joined Frankie Dowd on the sidewalk. "You want to get a coffee?" I asked. "Something to eat?" He shrugged one shoulder.
"If you want."
It was obvious he was hungry. Even more obvious, he didn't have any money. Am I going to buy Frankie fucking Dowd lunch? It seemed that I was. He looked as if he hadn't eaten in a week. "Order what you want," I told him, as we sat down at the Hill Street Cafe, a little diner I frequented sometimes on my lunch breaks from the shop.
"Thanks,"
he said, hardly a whisper, and ordered the soup and sandwich combo of the day. "Just coffee for me," I told Lucy, the waitress. Frankie looked sheepish.
"You're not eating?"
"My stomach is twisted in so many knots right now, I can't possibly think of food." I folded my arms and leaned toward him. "Do you know how much I hate that I'm sitting here, desperate to hear what you have to say? Because for 3 years I've had nothing, no hope."
"I know. I'm sorry, Shiloh, for so much."
I braced myself, my heart pounding in my chest. "Well, let's hear it." Frankie toyed with his napkin, not looking at me.
"My dad is dead. Heart attack a few days ago."
I sat back, absorbing this. Forgive me if I have a hard time offering condolences right now.
"Don't bother. He wasn't a good man."
Was that what you wanted to tell me? That can't be all. Please. Frankie's eye twitched, and he pressed the napkin to it.
"Sorry, it does that sometimes. My leg doesn't work so great anymore either. The doctors say it's brain damage from that night."
He looked at me with one eye, clear and blue.
"My dad did this to me. It wasn't Ronan.
The cafe faded away, and all I knew or felt or thought was hope, blooming wild and huge in my chest. I blinked hard, unwilling to let Frankie Dowd see me cry. What happened that night? Frankie heaved a breath, his eyes on the napkin in his hands as he spoke.
I was at the parking lot behind the burger barn, hanging with Mikey and some people from school. Mostly Mikey. No one else liked me much. Everyone left, but I didn't want to go home.
He hunched deeper into his jacket.
My dad was supposed to do a year, but they put him on house arrest. Then things got real bad. So bad my mom left, and she didn't take me with her.
I nodded. His pain was palpable, emanating off of him like the stink of his unwashed clothes.
Dad was stuck at home with no job, nothing to do. He loved his job, not the protecting and serving like it says on the squad cars. It was the power he loved. He was mad all the time. Beating up on people he thought were criminal scum made him feel better.
The waitress came back and dropped off a coffee for me and a 3-bean soup and ham sandwich for Frankie. He didn't seem to see the food, his mind somewhere besides this cafe.
That night, I was alone in the parking lot, sitting on the hood of my car. Then Ronan walked up, like out of nowhere. His face was scary. I was sure he was going to kill me. I tried to drive away, but I couldn't get the keys in the ignition. I was shaking so bad. He tried the door, not saying a word, which was almost worse. How quiet he was. I'd locked the door, so he smashed his fist into my window, hard enough that it cracked. Then he threw a right and shattered it.
The bruises on his fists, I said, almost to myself. Frankie nodded.
That crazy fucker.
He cleared his throat at my sharp glance.
Sorry. But he actually pulled me out of the car through the broken window.
Holy shit, I murmured, envisioning it all perfectly. Ronan, deadly calm and quiet, taking care of business, to protect me and my shop.
I'll handle it,
he'd said. A shiver ran down my spine, and I had to refocus on Frankie, who was looking at me through remorseful eyes.
Ronan knew it was me who trashed your place. I'm sorry for that, Shiloh. My dad, he told me to do it, and I admit I was happy to at first. Then things were so bad at home, I needed to break shit. But after it was done, I was sorry.
Why? I asked. Why would he tell you to do that?
Dad wanted revenge on Ronan for getting kicked off the force. When he got an idea that you were an enemy, that was it. He wouldn't let it go.
He shifted in his seat and glanced down, his voice low.
I was the one who told him you two were together. How hurting you was the best way to get to him. The plan was to keep hitting your store, throw a rock or tag it constantly, just wear you down until it closed.
My stomach clenched. Go on, or go back. What happened when Ronan got you out of the car?
He slammed me against it and told me to leave you alone, he said. He told me that his life meant nothing, that he wasn't afraid of me or my dad. He said he'd do whatever it took to keep you safe.
Oh, baby. Then what? Frankie looked away.
I pissed my pants.
You what?
Ronan wasn't fucking around. I could see it in his eyes.
He smiled a little.
And did I mention he'd just yanked me out of a car window he'd smashed with his fists? I got the message loud and clear, and I didn't want to go along with Dad's plan anyway. Ronan made me swear to him I'd leave you alone, and I did."
"And then?" I asked, breath held.
"He let me go."
"He just let you go?" Frankie nodded.
"He walked away, and I went home."
The implications of what Frankie was telling me were starting to seep in. Ronan's innocent. In my deepest heart, I knew that, but not having a reason for his bruised knuckles or Frankie's injuries always lingered at the edge of my thoughts, whispering doubt. Hearing the truth out loud brought hot tears to my eyes. Ronan had fought so hard to not be the monster his father was. But he ended up in prison anyway, suffering the same fate, the same public perception, that he was a criminal. He was never a criminal. Never.
"I tried to sneak past my dad on the couch, but he caught me,"
Frankie was saying.
"He saw I'd pissed myself and—"
He hunched his shoulders.
"Dad hated cowards more than anything. Said it was the worst thing a person could be, and something his son could never be. He called me names and asked me what happened. I told him that I was done messing with your shop. I remember that first punch, and that's about it. I woke up in the hospital."
Jesus.
"When I came to, Dad was there. He looked a little bit scared about what he'd done to me. Then Mikey visited me in the hospital. They came up with a story to pin it on Ronan."
"Mikey Grimaldi?"
Frankie nodded. "Because Ronan spray-painted that word on his car. Mikey wanted revenge too, even though he really did do what he did to Kimberly. So he lied for my dad."
The ramifications were filling me up, lighting me up from the inside, erasing my bone-weary exhaustion and filling me with hope and anger. Years' worth of anger, pain, longing, missing Ronan with every breath. "Frankie, Ronan has served 3 years in prison for the lies you told. 3 years. He won't speak to me. He's cut me off because he thinks we're better off without him." My voice was shaking. "You ruined us." Frankie nodded.
"I know. I'm sorry. I really am. But after I got out of the hospital, I was messed up. I can't think so good, and I get these headaches. I can't hold the job, so I had to live at home. Once Ronan was put away, Dad's temper got worse, like he had nothing to fight against anymore except me."
He picked at the tablecloth.
"I wanted to come clean so many times, but I was too scared of him to say anything. But he's gone now, and I'm ready to talk, to get Ronan out. I know that's a chicken shit way to do it, and I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Shiloh, for everything."
I stared, the full weight of his story sinking in. I wanted to grab Frankie by the collar and drag him to the police station, but he was fiddling with his spoon as if waiting for my permission to eat. "Finish your food, and then we go to the authorities, okay?" He smiled gratefully and dug in. I couldn't stand the thought of Ronan being in prison for 1 more minute, but Frankie wolfed down his sandwich and drained his soup bowl, and we went outside to call an Uber. I wouldn't have him in my car alone. We waited in the bright April sun for our ride to arrive. Any minute, I expected Frankie's cackling laugh that said I'd fallen for his sick joke. Then I took a closer look at his drooping eyelid and shuffling gait and knew he was telling the truth. At the station, I was directed to the investigations division, where I asked to speak to Detective Harris. The detective's eyes widened as he walked up.
"Hello, Shiloh. And Frankie Dowd?"
"Can we go somewhere and talk?" I asked. Harris stared at Frankie as if he'd seen a ghost.
Sure.
He led us to a small room, white walls, a table with a chair on either side, and a two-sided mirror. I wondered if Ronan had been questioned in this room before he was arrested for the crime he didn't commit. Frankie sank into one of the chairs. Harris took the other. I remained standing like a guard in case he decided to bolt. Tell him what you told me. Frankie took a breath and told Harris everything. The detective's face remained impassive as he listened, but his eyes widened more than once.
You're willing to put this in writing, Frankie? Because making false allegations, especially allegations that lead to a wrongful conviction, is a serious crime. You could do real time.
Frankie shrugged his skinny shoulders.
I'll have a roof over my head anyway.
Harris studied him a moment, and I held my breath, but Frankie didn't back down.
Okay, I'll make some calls. Frankie, stay put for a bit. I have a few more questions for you. Shiloh?
Harris motioned for me to step outside with him. When? I blurted when he shut the door. When will Ronan get out? Because this changes everything, right? He's innocent. He's always been innocent.
Harris held up a hand. It's a process. There will be a hearing before a judge. Frankie has to make an affidavit, and I'll have to haul Mikey Grimaldi in for making a false police report. He might put up a fight, but Frankie's willing to risk jail time by coming forward. If he recants and says Ronan didn't do it, that holds a lot of weight. More, now that we have the full history between Mitch and Ronan.
I nodded, absorbing every word, then tensed up all over again when Harris rubbed his chin, frowning. What is it?
Shiloh, I've been friends with your grandma for a long time, he said. All of us here at the station love Bibi. But we can't let friendships interfere with doing our jobs.
Okay.
But sometimes the job becomes everything. You get a suspect in the room. He's got a history of violence with the victim. He's got banged-up knuckles.
He shook his head.
You get excited that you nailed your perp, case closed. And 9 times out of 10, you're right. It's Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the best and almost always the truth.
I crossed my arms, my voice low. Not always.
Not always,
he agreed grimly.
As soon as I saw you come in here with Frankie Dowd, I knew. I knew this was the one time in 10 that we'd made a huge fucking mistake. I'm sorry I didn't dig deeper, especially considering what I knew about Mitch. I'm sorry about that, Shiloh.
I swallowed hard. Thank you, Detective Harris. But if that's the case, I would appreciate your help now. If there's any chance the judge believes Mikey or wants to keep Ronan where he is, he smiled gently.
I'll do whatever I can.
I left the station and went back to Rare Earth, but only to secure the inventory, lock up for the day, and drive home. I parked in the garage at our house and came in through the kitchen. Antoinette, the day nurse, was making a pot of tea. Hey, Tony, I said. How's it going over here? She smiled her megawatt smile. You're home early. Bibi's taking a nap and... A playful squeal sounded from the living room. Tony grinned wider. Someone else is not taking a nap. I hung up my sweater on the back of the kitchen door. You can cut out early if you want. I'll take it from here. You sure you don't want to steal a few winks yourself? I'm on the clock for another 3 hours. I smiled. I couldn't sleep if I wanted to. Not then. Nope, I'm good. You got it. This tea will keep for Bibi when she wakes up, and I think Marie said she'd be popping in later too. Great. Thanks, Tony. I followed her to the living room, where she bent down to ruffle the soft halo of baby curls on the toddler who was sitting on the floor amid a mess of toys, stacking and knocking down blocks. Goodbye, little man, Tony said. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, he said, then spied me. His little face burst into a smile that never failed, no matter how tired I was, to warm my heart and remind me what it was all for. Mama! Hey, baby boy, I said, the tears already flowing. I picked him up and sat with him on the couch. Did you have a good day today? He nodded, then cocked his head and touched a chubby little finger to the tear that trailed down my cheek. Mama's sad? No, baby, I'm not sad. I'm happy. I'm so happy. I held my son, August Barrera Wentz, hugging him tight as the tears fell in earnest. Your daddy is coming home. Shiloh, come on, honey. You gotta eat. I curled tighter on the bed. Shiloh, I'm not playing, Bibi said. It's been 2 weeks. She sat down, brushed the braids out of my face that were getting rough-looking. It's time. For what? I croaked. To try again. Just the words made me tired. It had been 2 weeks since Ronan had been shipped off to San Quentin, taking my will to try again with him. I rolled over and sat up. I have tried, Bibi. After Mama's secret, I'll never look at myself in the mirror the same way, and my shop was trashed. But I kept going. I went back to work and tried again. Then I lost Ronan. I shook my head. It's too much. Now. Giving up isn't allowed, remember? Bibi's tone was firm, but her hand on my shoulder was gentle. You've been knocked all the way down, but it's time to get back up and return to life. The idea of life without Ronan made me sick, literally. I pushed off the bed and ran to the bathroom. I barely made it to the toilet before the half of sandwich Bibi had coaxed me to eat that afternoon came back up. Kneeling at the toilet, I stared up at Bibi at the door. She stared back. No, I breathed. No. Could it be? I didn't miss the glint of happiness in her hazy eyes. No, impossible. I'm always so careful. We used condoms, and I'm on the pill. Except that Ronan and I had stopped using condoms months ago, and I got drunk the night the shop was wrecked. I puked up everything in my system until there was nothing left. The next day I was a mess, not thinking. I couldn't remember taking my pill that day. But I slept with Ronan, I murmured. That I remember. I clapped a hand to my mouth. Oh, my God. I pulled myself together enough to drive to the drugstore. When I came back, I locked myself in the bathroom with the little stick and waited. But I already knew. My sense of smell was insanely strong, and my stomach felt queasy whenever I stopped crying long enough to notice. The 8 minutes was up. I picked up the stick, and there was the little pink plus sign. It fell into the trash, dropped from nerveless fingers. Just like Mama, I whispered. Except I loved Ronan. The night we slept together was beautiful, a flicker of warmth in a cold storm. Bibi was waiting on the couch. Well? I'm pregnant. Christ. Saying the words out loud sent a shiver of fear down my spine. Bibi smiled to herself, then scattered the cats and patted the cushion next to her.
Sit. Let's talk.
I dropped beside her. There's nothing to talk about. I can't have this baby, Bibi. I can't run a business and have a baby. I can't.
Well, the fact that you're talking about running your business is an improvement, since as of 3 hours ago, you wouldn't get out of bed. Already this baby is motivating you.
I'm serious. Ronan is gone for 10 years. He won't even talk to me. I can't even tell him he's The word stuck in my throat. I can't do this alone.
You won't be alone.
She held up her hand.
I know I'm an old lady, but Ronan gave you a bunch of money
that I can't bring myself to spend.
You can if it's to take care of your child you two made,
she said, and that glint of happiness was back. I shook my head. It's not the money, Bibi, or the work even. I can't be like Mama, keeping a baby and then resenting him or her, making them feel worthless their entire life. Bibi leveled me with a harsh look.
You honestly believe you would do that after everything you've been through? Because I don't.
No, I admitted. But I can't know the future, except how impossibly hard it's going to be. And if I do manage to keep my head above water, people won't see the work. They'll see a single mother with her baby daddy in jail. I'll become a statistic.
I'm not going to hear you talk like that, Shiloh,
Bibi said sternly.
That's small thinking. Behind every statistic is a human being with a story, like your mama. She told you her awful secret, but not how hard she struggled after.
But you know the whole story, Bibi. You've always known. They all did. Why didn't you or Bertie or someone tell me?
Because Marie made us promise. She swore she'd do it her way in her time.
Drunk? In front of everyone? In front of Ronan? Shame wanted to curl me back into a ball.
Her way and her time were all wrong, obviously. And over the years, I wanted to break my promise and tell you proper. But you know why I didn't.
I shook my head.
Because it didn't matter.
She reached to touch my cheek.
You are a treasure to me, Shiloh, and have been since the moment you came to live here. I knew telling you would only make you question your worth. Instead, I tried to raise you to believe in yourself, to let your value come from within, and I think I did a pretty darn good job. You know how I know? Because you love Ronan Wentz with your whole heart.
I nodded. I do. I love him so much.
It's very difficult, impossible even, to love another with your whole heart if you can't find any of that love for yourself.
I shook my head. I still feel dirty now that I know. I am Mama's pain, walking around in a flesh and blood body.
Once the shock of it loosens its hold, you'll be able to think more clearly. And if you sit down and actually talk with your mama, you'll have the whole truth. Understanding unlocks doors, child.
I bit my lip, thinking. Bibi was right in that I needed to talk to Mama. Really talk. I couldn't think about my own situation until I did. They were bound together, and I couldn't make a decision about my future until I fully understood my past. I hugged Bibi, kissed her cheek, and booked a flight to New Orleans. When I arrived in Louisiana 3 days later, I took an Uber straight to Mama's little shotgun house on Old Prior Street in the 7th Ward. My heart in my throat, I knocked on the door. Mama answered, a look of shock registering on her face for a moment. Then she nodded, as if she'd been expecting me all along. "Come in." She offered me a seat in her small living room, neatly and colorfully furnished. "You look different. Radiant. That's a word for a scared shitless I haven't heard before," I said, and heaved a breath. "I'm pregnant." Mama's eyes widened, and for a moment I thought she was going to hug me or cry, or both. But she bottled herself back up and indicated for me to sit on her neat couch in her neat living room. "Ronan's?" "Of course," I said stiffly. "The one who's now in prison?" I crossed my arms. "Yes, for a crime he didn't commit." Mama pursed her lips as if she'd heard all that before. "Would you like some water? Something to eat?" "I'm fine." "Are you going to keep it?" The question caught me off guard, whacking me in the chest. "And they call me direct. Must have gotten it from you." She arched a brow. "I don't know," I said. "I don't think so. I can't imagine trying to get a business that already crashed and burned back on its feet while raising a baby alone." "So you came to me?" Mama shook her head, her curls falling around her face softly. "I have no advice. I've done nothing but make mistakes, starting that night with your father." "You didn't make a mistake that night, Mama. What he did to you, that wasn't your fault." I shifted on the couch. "But I have to know. Why did you keep me? You had every right not to." "Because I thought I could do it," she said. "I was like you, strong, driven, ambitious. I wasn't going to let anything stop me, not my broken heart or the violation of my body by someone I thought loved me. So I pushed through. I tried. For 4 years I tried. But every time I looked at you, instead of seeing the beautiful child you are, I saw him lurking beneath." She shivered and hugged herself. "Pushing through didn't work. I couldn't keep you, and I hated myself for giving you up. I've been stuck in that purgatory for years. And now?" She looked at me, her dark eyes heavy. "Does it matter? There's nothing left of me." "That's not true," I said. "But, Mama, did you ever get help? Talk to someone professionally?" "I never told anyone what happened until the day I gave you to BB." "Why not?" "It was humiliating and degrading. And I'm already a private person. I don't like anyone in my business. I try to work hard and take care of myself." I sat back, marveling to hear my words come out of my mother's mouth. "You could have been talking about me," I said. "I'm private and a workaholic, and closed up." My hands went to my belly. "Until Ronan." "I'm sorry, Shiloh," Mama said, "for ruining your grand opening, for not being there for you, for failing you so badly." I moved to sit next to her and took her hand. Mama stiffened, then clutched mine back as if, now that she had it, she didn't want to let go. "You didn't fail, Mama. You never had help. There are certain things you just aren't made to face alone." I thought about Ronan in prison, how he believed being alone was the best thing he could do for me. "It's hard asking for help," Mama said. "I was so lucky to have Bibi." "I am too," I said, smiling gently. "She's everything." "I'm assuming she knows about your situation." "Of course. I think she wants me to keep it." "I'm sure she does." "She wants to help," I said slowly. "And I have the money Ronan gave me." Mama's hand in mine tightened. "And you have me, if you want." I glanced up quickly. "What?" "I have a lot of work to do. Healing, I guess. But I'm your mama." She brushed my braids off my face. "I think it's time I acted like it." Tears flooded my eyes. "Can I hug you?" "No," she said, her own eyes shining. "I'm going to hug you." Mama pulled me into her embrace, and I sank in, reveling in her softness, the scent of her, different from Bibi, but familiar, too. "But I don't know for sure if I'm keeping this baby," I said when we pulled apart, wiping my eyes. "It's still so scary and daunting." But a vague vision of the future came to me, with my shop where it had been before it was vandalized. And there was a little person waiting for me at home while I worked to create a life for Ronan to come back to. Maybe I can do this. Maybe. "No matter what you choose," Mama said, "I'm going to try to be better for you. I can't promise I won't make mistakes, but I'm going to try." I didn't know what Mama trying might look like, or if I could count on her. But when all is said and done, that's all you can hope for. To trust and keep going. On the flight back to California, my hands couldn't leave my stomach alone, cradling a roundness that wasn't there. "You're his, too," I whispered to the baby that wasn't even a baby yet, just a collection of cells, his and mine. But I knew without a doubt in my heart that Ronan would make an amazing father, that he'd love our baby with all that he had, fiercely, just like he did me. And maybe I'd be a good mother, too. I had a chance. My heart was wide open.
Chapter 34. Ronan. It happened fast. One day I was facing down 7 more years of my sentence. The next, Forrest Perry was in the visitor's center at San Quentin telling me I was getting out. "Frankie recanted," he said, his eyes lit up behind his glasses. "He admitted it was Mitch who put him in the hospital." He rummaged in his briefcase and pulled out a few documents, then held them up one at a time since I wasn't allowed to touch them. "Frankie's affidavit, and this is the judge's order for your immediate release and expungement of your record." He folded his hands on the table. "Micah Grimaldi has been sentenced to a year for obstruction of justice and filing a false police report, and I've already taken the liberty of filing for your restitution." "Wait, release?" I said dumbly. I hadn't heard much after that. "I'm getting out?" "Yes, and with some startup cash to boot. The state of California is going to give you $140 for each day you've been wrongfully imprisoned. Your release is set for 8 days from now, which, by my calculations, means you're looking at roughly $145,000. I stared. "I'm getting out in 8 days?" "Yes, indeed. I wish it were immediate, but there's some paperwork. Isn't there always?" He chuckled until he read my expression. "I'm sorry, Ronan. I know this is a lot to take in, but in 8 days you'll be a free man, and with a nice chunk of cash to get you back on your feet." I hardly heard him. The money didn't mean shit. Nothing mattered except Shiloh. but I'd cut her off so that she'd move on. I only served 3 years instead of 10, but it was still too long to wait to have a woman like her put herself on hold for me. 4 days later, instead of 8, a guard came to my cell and told me to pack up my shit. I said goodbye to my cellmate, Marcus, and to some of the guys I'd befriended out of survival necessity. I was walked to processing, where my intake 3 years ago happened in reverse. I was given the clothes I was arrested in: jeans, boots, a t-shirt, and my denim jacket. I changed in a small room, ditching the dark blue sweatpants and the light blue shirt that looked like doctor's scrubs. The CO behind the counter slid me a small manila envelope. Inside was my wallet, the keys to my apartment, and the compass pendant Shiloh had made for me. I slipped it on and put the pendant against my skin over my heart. I could keep that, at least. The restitution cash hadn't processed yet, but they gave me $50 and a bus ticket to Santa Cruz, my last place of residence. The management company I'd hired to take care of Nelson's apartment building said repairs to maintain the Bluffs complex were too costly and not enough. It was on the verge of being condemned. I figured I'd handle all that, make sure the tenants at both buildings were taken care of, and then, I didn't know what, start over somewhere else maybe. You could fall at Shiloh's feet and beg her to forgive you. No, too fucking selfish. I couldn't shut her out and then show up and take it all back. Too late. It was too late. I stepped outside into a bright April afternoon. The sun felt different, shining in a different sky than the one we had over the prison yard. Air, sun, food, none of it was the same on the inside, given in bits and pieces and taken away just as easily. Suddenly the entire fucking world was available to me. I'd give it all for Shiloh. Fuck, I had to shut down these thoughts. My entire body ached for her, my heart screaming for her. But even if I wanted to undo it all, she probably hated me. Probably she did exactly what I wanted and moved on. There was a sleek, black SUV in the prison visitor parking lot. 2 guys in dark sunglasses, security, by the size of them, stood at the front and rear. A driver sat behind the wheel, but the tinted windows darkened the back. I started to walk past, but stopped short when a door opened and Miller Stratton stepped out. My chest tightened so quickly, my eyes stung. He looked good, bigger, healthier. He wore his usual jeans and t-shirt, but they were money now. He slammed the door and leaned against the car, arms crossed. "You asshole." "Hey to you too," I said, keeping my voice hard and pretending I hadn't missed the fuck out of him. We faced each other in the parking lot like gunslingers about to draw. Miller opened his mouth, then snapped it shut. He jerked his chin at the SUV. "Get in." "What for? You kidnapping me?" "If I have to," Miller said. "To make sure you get where you're supposed to go." "I know where I am supposed to go. I got shit to handle in Santa Cruz, and then... "And then? Does this shit that you need to handle include seeing Shiloh?" He read my silence and scowled. "Fuck that, man." "Stay out of my business, Stratton," I said and started to walk. He moved in front of me, put a hand on my chest and shoved me. "That's not going to work anymore," Miller said, getting up in my face. "You always kept your shit to yourself, and I respected that. Same with Holden. But he disappeared, and you shut everyone out for 3 fucking years." I had my reasons. "They're shit reasons. What the fuck do you know about it?" I asked, shoving him back, my voice rising. "You know what it's like to spend 3 years in a place like this?" I stabbed a finger behind me. "To be locked up like an animal, with animals, the guys who actually murdered or raped or beat the shit out of their victims. When I wasn't on constant alert for a shiv in my back or a beatdown, there was the fucking humiliation of it all. Maybe you'd have visited once or twice, but when the years on my sentence really sank in, you'd see it too, that I wasn't an actual person anymore. I was inmate number 339033. That's not what would have happened," Miller said, his voice low. "No. Until 3 days ago, I was in for 10 fucking years, and I'd have stuck with you no matter how long it took," Miller raged back. "You don't fucking get it, man. You and Holden, you're my brothers. You don't get to take a time out from my life. I need you in it. I fucking need you." I hated how his words were seeping in through the cracks of the walls I'd built in prison. You didn't survive 1 minute on the inside unless you pack yourself in cold, unfeeling armor that is miles thick. 10 minutes free and Miller was already tearing it all down. And Christ, Shiloh. Miller shook his head, and something in his expression scared the shit out of me. What's wrong? Is she okay? She's okay, but I'm not saying another fucking word, Miller said. You want to know how she is? Then you go see her. You have to see her. I'm not fucking around. She's not going to want that. As if you would know. Miller scoffed. Then his voice softened slightly. Come on. Get in the damn car. My security is going to think we're having a lover's spat. You sound like Holden. Someone should. You haven't heard from him at all? No. But he wrote a book. His first book. So naturally it hits #1 on every list and wins every award under the sun. Good, I said. Not for the awards, but because it meant he was still alive, somewhere out there. He hadn't disappeared completely. At the SUV door, Miller stopped. You good? I mean, San Quentin can't be a fucking cakewalk. Not like selling out arena tours. He snorted. They got TMZ in prison? You're a big fucking deal, Stratton. I smiled a little. No one doubted that but you. Miller met my gaze for a moment and then put his arms around me, clasping me tight. It was the first time in 3 years I'd had physical contact with anyone that didn't have violence lurking beneath it. We gotta get going, Miller said, pulling back. I'm under strict orders to deliver the package straight to Shiloh. Whose orders? I asked as we climbed into the leather interior of Miller's car that reeked of money and was configuring like a limo with seats facing each other. How do you know I was getting out today? Selling out arena tours has its privileges, Miller said, taking a seat across from me. And that's all I'm saying. Whatever you need to know about Shiloh, you have to hear it from her. He handed me a beer from the car's mini-fridge and popped one himself. He clinked his bottle to mine. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. You turned 21 in there, he said as the car rolled smoothly out of the parking lot. You're legal now. I'd had 3 birthdays in prison, but it could have been 10. I was 22 years old and free instead of almost 30. The first cold swallow of beer hit my tongue. I nearly groaned. Miller smiled. Good? Good didn't begin to describe it. I was free, sitting with my best friend, drinking a beer. Doesn't feel real. I can't imagine it. You look good, I said. Healthy. Took a while to get there, he said, and told me all about his life post-graduation. You're moving back to Santa Cruz? I asked when he'd finished. He nodded. Until Violet finishes her undergrad, then I'll go wherever she wants to go for medical school. San Francisco, probably. She doesn't want to leave the Bay Area, and I'm not leaving her, so... He shrugged like it was the easiest thing in the world. I toyed with the label on my beer bottle. Hey, he said, I'm going to be okay. I shook my head. I did what I thought was best for her, and you. I know, but you screwed up, Wentz. What's best for us is you. The 2-hour drive from San Quentin to Santa Cruz was both the longest and shortest of my life. Miller wasn't fucking around. He drove straight to Rare Earth Jewelry and parked out front. Through the tinted glass, I could barely make out Shiloh at the rear of the store. My stomach clenched until I thought I'd puke up the 2 beers I'd drunk. Does she know? She knows you're getting out, that's it. I heaved a breath and we clasped hands. See you later? I asked. If there's anything left after Shiloh gets done with you. Miller chuckled, and then it mellowed into a strange smile. He jerked his chin at the shop. Go on, it's been long enough. I climbed out, but the SUV stayed, likely to make sure I didn't take off. Miller didn't have to worry. Now that I was less than 20 feet from Shiloh, I had to see her, even if she raged at me, or worse, if she didn't care one way or another. If I could just breathe the same damn air as her for a minute. I stepped inside the shop. It smelled of incense, or maybe a scented candle was lit somewhere. Everything was what it had been before Frankie had trashed it, classy and beautiful like its owner. A soft chime announced my arrival. Be right with you, Shiloh called, bent over her work. And Christ, her voice, rich and smooth and going straight to my head like a hit of something potent. She slid off her stool and started toward me. How can I... Her words choked off in a little gasp. She gripped the side of a work table, knuckles pale, her mouth falling open. My girl. Fucking beautiful. More beautiful than I remembered, though I didn't know how that was possible. A white sleeveless dress with yellow flowers draped her body, highlighting the glow of her skin, and curves that were rounder than they'd been 3 years ago. Half of her braids were piled on her head, the other half fell down around her shoulders, drawing my eye to the perfection of her neck, her jaw, her lips. Ronan, she swallowed, and she was staring too, her eyes soaking me in as if she couldn't believe I was real. I thought you had another week. I fought every urge to stay on the opposite side of the shop instead of rushing at her, grabbing her, taking her. She's not yours to take. Don't know how it works, I said, my throat dry. Perry made it happen fast, I guess. She nodded faintly, moving slowly to me, then stopping. Lock the door and turn the sign. If a customer walks in right now, I'll lose my mind. I did as she said and faced her. Shiloh, don't say a word. She shook her head and held up a hand, trembling. When it was official that you were getting out, I had a million things planned to say to you. And now I can't remember any of it. You're here and I can't... Tears flooded her eyes and she grasped the edge of a display case, her legs giving out. I was there in 2 long strides, catching her before she fell. Once my hands touched her, I couldn't help myself. I was so fucking greedy for her. I gathered her in my arms, holding her tight. She relented, her body collapsing against me. For long seconds I held her, and she was holding me just as tight. I can't believe this is real. You're here? She lifted her head and her eyes roamed my face, her fingertips tentatively touching my chin, my lips, my cheeks. I'm here, I said gruffly. She shook her head, her hands curling into fists and hitting me weakly in the chest. No, I can't, she cried. God damn you! But I couldn't let her go. My arms slid around her slender back, then into her hair, my fingers tangling in her braids. 3 years of not having her crashed over me, demanding erasure. Ronan, she breathed, tilting her head up, our lips brushing. God! She was trembling against me and my body was vibrating with need until I thought I'd combust slowly. I bent my head to her, a brief kiss, short and shallow, but that was all it took. One touch and we fell into each other. Her mouth opened for me and I invaded hard, taking back the time we'd lost, reclaiming her. My tongue tasted every corner of her mouth until she moaned and kissed me back, just as demanding and desperate. Our hands roamed and grasped, tugging at clothes to find skin. My hand slid up her thigh to her ass and the lacy nothing of a thong. Fuck Shiloh, I gritted out, mauling her, devouring her while she pushed my jacket off my shoulders, then slid her hands under my shirt. We shouldn't, she whispered between kisses. This isn't right. I'm so mad at you. But she didn't stop kissing and touching me and grasping at my clothes when she feverishly whispered, break room, now. I instantly obeyed. I hefted her easily. She wrapped her legs around me, and I carried her to the back room and pinned her against the wall. I held her with one arm while yanking down the strap of her dress, exposing one perfect tit, one perfect brown nipple, hard and waiting for my mouth. She was fuller than I remembered, but just as sweet. I bent to suck and bite while she cried out, her hands clawing at my shirt. The desk, she breathed. I carried her to the small desk, swept everything off the surface and set her down. She lifted my shirt off. I could have fucking cried to feel her hands on me, her mouth pressing hot kisses on my chest. I gripped her hair, my mouth on her neck while she tore at the button and zipper on my jeans. Condom? She whispered, and I nodded, praying there was one left in my wallet. I found the lone packet and tore it open while Shiloh stroked my cock that was hard and leaking. We kissed, raw and biting, and my hand slid up her thighs and came back down with her thong. I tossed it aside and thrust her knees apart. Slow, she warned as I bent over her, needing to be inside her like I needed air. Go slow. It's been 3 years. No one? You've been with no one? God, Ronan, she breathed. You have no idea. Then she reached between us and guided me inside her. I braced myself over her on the desk and pushed in as slow as I could. The tightness of her, after not having her for so long, was almost too fucking much, but her body tensed beneath me, and she hissed in pain. I froze. "I'm hurting you. Don't stop," she gritted out, her brows furrowed but her mouth open, sucking air in little gasps. "Don't stop. Not now." I let her draw me in at her own pace until our hips were touching. My eyes fell shut. "Christ, baby. Kiss me," she said, pulling at me desperately. "Kiss me, Ronan, and fuck me." I kissed her and carefully, slowly, pulled out and then pushed back in. She moaned, but the pain was leaving, her body softening under me. I thrust a little harder, moved a little faster, but still holding myself back with every bit of self-control I had. Shiloh hooked her legs around my waist, clinging to me. "Yes?" she breathed into my neck. "God, yes! Now! Harder!" Relief surged along with the hot, naked lust that burned through me. I braced one hand on the desk, the other at the small of her back, holding her into my thrusts, each one driving a cry from her throat. When I didn't think I could contain myself for another second, she tensed against me, clenched around my cock that was buried so deep in her. I never wanted to pull out. I'd just fucking live in that tight, sweet pussy because there wasn't going to be another. If she kicked me out of her life after this, and she had every right, I'd still be hers. Only her. Only Shiloh for the rest of my fucking life. She gave a little cry and then clamped her teeth on my neck. The pain, like a fuse, shooting down my spine and igniting my release. I came hard, my hips jerking, erratic, until she pulled me tight as deep inside her as she could take me. For long moments, we held still, her face buried in my neck, her fingernails gripping my shoulders while I bent over her, sweaty and gasping. Eventually, like I knew they would, her hands went to my chest and pushed me back. I withdrew from her, disposed of the condom, and tucked myself away. She pulled her dress strap up and pushed her skirt back down. "This is what we do," she muttered, shaking her head. "Sex first, conversation after." She raised her eyes to me, liquid and dark. "God damn you, Ronan." "Why did you wait for me?" "Why? Why?" She scoffed a harsh laugh. "As if I had a choice in the matter, like us fucking just now. As if I have a say. As if I'm not hopelessly yours." Her words sank into my heart. Maybe I still had a chance. Maybe by some fucking miracle I hadn't lost her. "I thought I was doing 10 years, I said quietly. "Well, you didn't," she snapped, her voice trembling. "And it doesn't matter anyway. You could have served all 10 years, or 1 week, and I'd still be waiting for you, because I love you, Ronan. I never stopped loving you." I swallowed hard, wanting to touch her, but not daring. We'd just fucked, and she said she loved me. But there is something else between us. Something in her that wasn't there before. "The shop looks good," I said slowly. "Is it doing okay?" "I'm surviving, thanks to the money you left me." "Good." She shook her head. "It's been hard, Ronan. So hard you have no idea." Tears spilled over, but her voice was strong. She was stronger, somehow, when she'd already been the strongest girl I'd ever met. But my heart cracked to think of her struggling for any reason. "They're giving me a bunch of money for the time I did," I said. $145K. "It's all of yours if you need—" "Jesus Christ, stop!" Shiloh jumped off the desk and shoved at my chest with both hands. "I don't want your money. Don't you get it? I want you. I've only ever wanted you." "They put me away, Shiloh," I said, catching her wrists, her voice barely controlled. "It was all I had to give." She shook her head, tears falling freely now. "No, it wasn't. There was you." "Behind bars? A 2-hour drive?" "Yes!" she cried. "At least then I could see your face, hear your voice. Even a little piece of you is better than nothing." She broke down then, her slim shoulders shaking. I pulled her to me, my mouth against her hair. "I'm sorry. I thought it would be better that way, for you, for me too." She cried against my bare chest, her tears hot on my skin, burning me with guilt and regret. "I know you did," she said. "But you're wrong. It wasn't better for me. I needed you. We needed you. She pushed away from me and wiped her eyes. Come on. We have to go home now. It's been too long, and every minute that goes by is another minute that... Her words trailed, sudden nervousness flooding her. I put on my shirt and jacket while she locked up and set the alarm. On the sidewalk, she called an Uber. Where's the Buick? I asked, wondering if the old thing had finally died. At home in case they need it, Shiloh said, but didn't elaborate. I made a vow to buy her a new damn car, something she could use for her business, whether she wanted me to or not. Bibi is going to be so happy to see you, Shiloh said on the way to her house. And yell at you. She smiled a little. Or not. She loves you too. How is she? Perfect. Getting up there but still herself. I eased a sigh of relief, a selfish one, because I realized I loved Bibi too, and if something had happened to her while I was locked up, I'd never have forgiven myself. The Uber dropped us off, and I followed Shiloh up the front walk. Her hands were trembling as she unlocked the door. What's wrong? I asked. Nothing, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. We both have. I thought she meant Bibi, but when she opened the door, the first and only thing I saw was the little boy, maybe 2 years old, standing in a playpen in front of the couch. Soft black curls framed his face, and large brown eyes watched us come in. He broke into a smile to see Shiloh and held his arms to her. Mama! I was dimly aware that Bibi had come in from the kitchen and stood at the dining room table, her hands clutched tightly with Shiloh's mother, Marie. My blood was thrashing in my ears, and my heart crashed against my ribs again and again. Shiloh picked the baby up and set him on her hip. Ronan, she whispered, her eyes flooded. This is August. I stared at the little boy, then at Shiloh, and back again, 1,000 emotions flooding me, more powerful than any I'd ever known. He's... Shiloh nodded, her smile hopeful but scared, too. Your son.
Chapter 35. Shiloh. I watched, my heart in my throat, trying to read Ronan's reaction. What if he never wanted a kid? What if this was too much? What if... He put his hand on his chest. Mine? That word, and his broken voice, broke my heart too. Yours. Ronan nodded vaguely. His gray eyes went between us, and then he turned and walked back out the door. A gasp came from the dining room. I looked to my mother. Mama? She rushed forward to take August out of my arms, and I hurried outside, fear flooding me that Ronan was walking away from me, from us. But he was sitting on the bottom step, hands dangling off his knees. He shook his head, staring at nothing. I shut the door behind me, gathered my dress, and sat beside him. Talk to me, I said. Please. How did this happen? When? He asked, not looking at me, his voice low. The last night we spent together. I'd been sick and not thinking after Mama dropped her bomb on me. I didn't take my pill, and you didn't ask if I had. You were upset that night, he said. I'd have done whatever you asked me to make you feel better. I know, I said gently. I'm saying we're both responsible. We made him together, and he's not a mistake that someone needs to take blame for. But it was hard, Ronan, you not knowing. I'm glad. What? You're glad? Mostly. I'm fucking wrecked, Shiloh, he said, his voice cracking. But part of me is glad, because I'd have gone insane knowing what you were going through when I couldn't be there.
Watching him grow up through prison bars, his first memories of me as a criminal, like my dad, that would have fucking killed me.
You're not a criminal, Ronan. I knew the truth before Frankie made it real, and I've been telling August about you since the beginning. About what kind of man Daddy is. How you always do whatever you think is best to protect those you love. My voice wavered. Even if it means you had to be away for a long time, even though...
Fuck, Shiloh.
It wasn't your fault, I continued. They saw what they wanted to see. But you're here now, and that's all that matters.
Whatever you need,
he said roughly.
You and him. I'll take care of you both. You won't have to do this alone.
I didn't do it alone, I said. I had help. Mama and Bibi and the money you gave me. The only way I would spend it was to take care of August and to make sure the business stayed afloat to support us. To build something for you to come home to. He shook his head, years of regret still hanging heavily over him.
You're so brave, Shiloh. So fucking brave.
I hardly ever feel brave. I think scared shitless and exhausted are my default settings. I laced my hand in his. There was a scar on one of his knuckles that hadn't been there before. I just did what I had to do. Like you. I kissed the scar and pressed his fingers to my cheek. How bad was it?
I did what I had to do,
he said with a shrug that told me it was harder than he'd ever let on.
I got a degree.
You did?
They have adult education programs at San Quentin. I got an AA in business management. It didn't make sense even as I was doing it. I thought I was serving 10 years and that you and I were done.
Impossible.
Something told me to keep going, to get the degree and not give up.
You were building something to come home to, too.
Home,
he said. Like he didn't know what the word meant. Yes, home. You and me and Bibi and our little boy. You have a home now, a family, if you want it. I swallowed hard. Do you want that? Do you want to be his daddy? A muscle in his jaw ticked as he struggled to contain the emotion I could feel rising in him.
Christ, Shiloh,
he said tightly.
I thought having you back would be the best thing that could ever happen to me. But seeing him?
He heaved a shaky sigh.
I had no idea I could feel like this.
Like happy?
So fucking happy. It doesn't feel real.
A little sob erupted from my throat, and Ronan's arms went around me and pulled me in, letting me feel the solidity and permanence of him for the first time. I sagged in relief, so strong, it left me weak while the purest joy rushed in. I clung to him, my Ronan, who gave everything and asked for nothing in return, who'd lived his entire life in an empty void so that he didn't trust the love that was his or believe he deserved it. He kissed me then, the sweetest, best kiss of my life, the kiss that sealed our promises and tears that washed 3 years away and let us start again. Come on, I said, tugging him to his feet. You need to meet your son properly.
You keep saying those words, and my fucking heart explodes.
Wait until he calls you Daddy for the first time.
Christ.
We stepped back inside the house. Bibi was bustling around the kitchen. Mama sat with August on her lap on the floor, the two of them going through a huge picture book.
Is that
"Them?" Bibi called, sounding nervous. "Are they back?" "We're back," I said.
"Hey, Bibi. Marie,"
Ronan said in a low voice. "Hello, honey," Bibi said, shuffling into the dining area. Her hands twisted in front of her like she didn't know what to do with herself, and I realized she'd been waiting for this day just as much as I had been. "Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How are you doing? Big day, isn't it?" He nodded, his gaze glued to August.
"Yeah,"
he said faintly.
"The biggest."
"I believe I'm in your spot, Ronan," Mama said with a smile. She set August down and stood up, giving Ronan's hand a short squeeze. Ronan sat on the floor with August and me, still looking a little shell-shocked.
"He's all you,"
he said. "Not all me," I said. "He's got a lot of you in him." August studied Ronan with his big brown eyes solemnly. "Mama, who dat?" "Do you remember how I said your daddy had to be away for a long time?" He nodded. "Well, he's home now. What do you think of that?" August considered this. "Daddy home now?" he said, more curious than wary.
"I'll stay somewhere else,"
Ronan said to me.
"Take it slow."
I hated the thought, but he was right, and the fact that Ronan was already doing right by his son. My poor heart isn't going to make it through this day. Ronan cleared his throat and picked up the picture book.
"You reading this book? Hey, that's a lot of trucks."
August studied his father for a moment more, and then my heart nearly burst when he toddled over to him and situated himself on his lap. From the couch, Mama clapped a hand to her mouth. "Truck," August said, pointing at a yellow dump truck on a page of trains, cars, and construction vehicles.
"And what's this?"
Ronan asked, his finger on a freight train. "Train," August said. "Dis a fire truck," he said, pointing. "And this right here, dis a race car."
"Sure is."
Ronan looked at me, his eyes full.
"Smart kid."
They finished the picture book and moved on to a book about a grouchy caterpillar, and then Bibi announced from the kitchen that it was dinner time. The scents of beef stroganoff and warm bread filled the house. "You ready for dinner, little man?" I asked. August nodded and held his arms up for me. I picked him up as Ronan got to his feet, and the three of us stood for a moment together. August's chubby fist wrapped around a handful of my braids, his large eyes still on Ronan. Then he put his hand on Ronan's cheek. "This my daddy," he said like a proclamation. Ronan and I looked at each other. "Now it's official." I smiled through tears. "Guess you're stuck with us."
"Guess I am,"
he said, and smiled back. The real, genuine smile I'd been waiting years to see. So beautiful. So much him. "You're staying for dinner, right, Ronan?" Bibi asked, then snorted and muttered to herself. "What am I saying? Of course he is." "Stay," I whispered. "For always." He leaned in and kissed me softly. "For always." I closed my eyes, letting the bliss wash over me, filling in all my broken pieces, making me whole. We moved to the dining room and Ronan went to Bibi.
"I didn't get a chance to say hello,"
he said, his voice thick. "You were a little busy getting acquainted," she replied. "Oh, honey." I watched as he bent his tall, powerful frame to hug her. I watched how she closed her eyes against his shoulder, holding him tight, and how she seemed bigger than him somehow, his shelter from the storm, like she'd been for me my entire life. My battered heart rejoiced in finally knew peace because my beautiful man, who'd been lost and cut adrift, was safe at last. My darling boy. Bibi took his face in her hands and kissed his cheek. Welcome home. Epilogue 1. Shiloh. 6 months later.
You're going to wake our boy,
Ronan whispered into my ear. We were on our knees on the bed, my back to his chest, his mouth hot against my neck, while his powerful body rocked against me and inside me. One of his hands was clamped over my breast, the other between my legs as he took me from behind, the angle hitting that spot in me that made me see stars. Outside, rain pelted the window, and the wind whistled in a late November storm. I whimpered, Ronan's thrusting cock, his hands, his mouth, all working to undo me. I'm going to...
Give it to me,
Ronan growled, and I obeyed, craning over my shoulder to find his mouth. He kissed me hard and hot as my orgasm crested and crashed. I cried out, and he drank it down, holding me into his kiss, muffling my sounds when I could have screamed at how good he made me feel, every time. He grunted, and I felt his own release shudder through him and come deep inside me. He sank back, and I sank with him on his lap. We stayed there for long moments, catching our breaths, his arms wrapped around me. I felt as if I were melting into the sweat-slicked heat of his body, into him. I could stay here forever. Then Ronan nuzzled my neck, nipped my ear, and his hands began exploring and caressing. Are you kidding me? I laughed. I nearly lost count, but I think that was number 4. How are you ready again?
4 is nothing,
he said, grazing his teeth along my skin.
5 is okay, but 6 is a number to be proud of.
I laughed and kissed him again. I need a few minutes to recharge.
I can work with that.
Gently, he withdrew from me, and I crawled up the bed and collapsed onto my pillow. Ronan sidled up beside me, pressed his naked chest to my back, and brushed my hair out of his way so he could kiss my shoulders, my neck. Jesus, the man was hard again already, his erection pressing between my thighs. What's with you tonight anyway? I reached up to sink my fingers in his hair. You're in an unusually virile mood. Actually, there was nothing unusual about it. Ronan didn't have an off switch. He'd been known to wake with only a kiss and be inside me a minute later, if that's what I wanted. Are we celebrating something?
Nope,
he said.
Oh, except that Hector and I got the bid.
You did? I screeched, and we both glanced fearfully at the baby monitor on my nightstand. Ronan had built an addition onto Bibi's house, August's room, where my work shed used to be. It took up most of the backyard, but leaving Bibi alone to get our own place would break her heart, and I couldn't bear the thought of leaving her anyway. We were a tight fit, but too happy to notice. The monitor remained quiet, and I turned my arched brow on Ronan. Why didn't you tell me? He pulled me on top of him so that I lay flush with his warm, broad chest, his smile lazy.
I'm telling you now.
I rolled my eyes, laughing. Well, damn, that's amazing news. But what does that mean exactly?
It means we are now the proud owners of that rotting little cottage down on the beachside.
God, Ronan, I'm so happy for you, I said, kissing him and marveling at how fast life moved. The Bluffs apartments Ronan's uncle had lived in had been condemned. As much as Ronan hated to unhouse the tenants, there was nothing he could do. The best option was to sell the land to the city, then use the profit to upgrade the apartment complex at Cliffside. He hired a contractor, Hector Morales, and together they put in a new HVAC system, a new roof, and upgraded the fixtures, all without raising the rent 1 penny. It was imperative to Ronan that he provide decent homes for people without strangling them financially. Throughout the process, he and Hector hit it off and decided to use Ronan's restitution money from the state to start their own construction business, with a best-selling author and a Grammy-winning rock star as key investors. The only way Ronan would allow Holden or Miller to give him any money was if they were going to get it back once the business took off, which it would, because I knew Ronan would work his ass off to make sure he let no one down. Just last week, he and Hector had put in a bid to buy the rotting little cottage on Beachside that they planned to flip and make beautiful, make a home for someone, a family, maybe.
I was thinking,
Ronan said, settling beneath me and brushing my braids away from my face.
We're going to need some help with the remodel on the cottage. Neither Hector or I have the first damn clue about backsplashes or light fixtures or whatever.
I grinned. You want me to choose the design elements or whatever?
You're the artist,
he said, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. It was total how much he believed in me. And with Ronan being back in our lives and taking his share of the stress off my shoulders, I'd been able to make my shop what I wanted, attending craft fairs, advertising, and reaching out to other artists for collaborations and showcases. For the first time since its second grand opening, Rare Earth turned a profit 3 months in a row. Sounds like a challenge, I said. I'm in.
Yeah?
I'd love to. Anything to help. We'll be like the house flippers on HGTV. But let's be more Chip and Joanna, less Tarek and Christina. Ronan stared at me blankly.
I don't know who any of those people are, but sure.
I laughed and lowered my mouth to his. He kissed me back with intention, but I still couldn't feel my legs. I slid like butter off of his hard, warm body and cuddled against him. Not yet, you beast.
Water?
Without waiting for an answer, he drew on his flannel sleep pants and padded out to the kitchen. He returned with a glass of water, handed it to me, then stripped naked again and climbed into bed. I laughed. You're insatiable.
You're naked,
he said, as if that explained everything. I took a few sips, then curled into the warm solidity of him. His fingers played in my hair, while mine trailed over his skin, his tattoos. The owl watched me, and I smiled. Ronan had explained it was for his mother. The owl symbolized wisdom and vigilance, and was her favorite animal. He got the tattoo so she could watch over him and make sure he always did right by those who needed him, to trust and keep going. She'd be so proud of him, 1,000 times over. Maybe, just maybe, after you and Hector get that house flipped and after the Boardwalk Crafts Fair, we can take some time off, I said. I think we've both earned a vacation. I frowned. But hold up. Do I remember what that word means? I think I do.
Where do you want to go?
I don't know. France, maybe? I ran my fingertip over his luscious lips. You can kiss me under the Eiffel Tower.
Sounds like mushy romantic shit, the kind you hate.
Maybe I'm changing my mind about mushy romantic shit, but I blame you. The prom night you made for us with the butterflies and the lights, I was helpless to resist.
We'll go wherever you want,
he said. I pressed my cheek to listen to his heartbeat. Paris might be a bit much for a 2.5-year-old, and I don't think I can be that far away from August just yet.
Me neither.
This man. A long weekend in San Francisco, maybe?
That works too.
Ronan nuzzled my neck.
I'd settle for anywhere I can make you come until you scream, without worrying about waking up toddlers or grandmothers.
Amen to that, I said, listening to the rain and reveling in the feel of Ronan in my arms, in my bed, back in my life after 3 years of excruciating absence. Speaking of France, I said after a minute, I got a very interesting order from Paris last week on the shop's website.
What kind of order?
For a wedding ring. Do we know an Albert Bernard?
Don't think so.
He's a lawyer and an artist on the side, apparently, because he designed the ring himself, and it's
ugly as hell,
Ronan supplied.
Tacky? Ridiculous?
Just the opposite. It's stunning. Mixed metals, which I love, silver with gold edging, and an asymmetrical configuration of 3 stones, an aquamarine, a blue topaz, and a diamond in the center. I frowned, something nipping at the edge of my awareness again, like it had when the order first came in.
Those are our birthstones,
Ronan said, just as it came to me.
Yours, mine, and Augie's.
That's true, I said slowly. How do you know that?
I've been around you long enough to know about the magical powers of gemstones and birthstones and crystals.
Magical powers. I laughed and rolled my eyes. But isn't that funny? It's a truly beautiful design and so romantic. The email said he's going to surprise the love of his life with it. A lucky girl. It's going to be hard for me to part with it. Ronan was silent, and the weird feeling didn't leave me, but grew into something like suspicion. Ronan?
Marry me.
I froze. My heart, the only part of me that was moving, beat hard in my chest. What did you say? I raised my head to find his brows furrowed, doubt painting his features.
Fuck. I'm sorry,
he said.
I'm doing this all wrong. I have no plan, no ring, just blurting it out like a jackass. But this talk about other people's wedding rings in Paris, I want to give it all to you right this fucking second.
My breath caught. When I thought I couldn't love Ronan more, my heart expanded and made room, letting it all in.
There's never going to be anyone else, Shiloh. From the moment I laid eyes on you, a part of me knew you were it for me.
He took my left hand and kissed my ring finger.
I love you. I love our boy. I love this life that we're making, that you've given me. Will you marry me?
Yes, I whispered, then louder. Yes, Ronan. I want nothing more than to marry you. He shook his head, disbelieving, like a man waking up from a dream. I took his face in my hands, wanting to obliterate any doubt once and for all. You opened my heart, and then filled it with everything I could possibly want. Filled it with everything I didn't know I wanted, and now can't imagine living without. I love you, Ronan, and I'll love you forever. His gray eyes turned smoky, and he kissed me softly, then deeper. We sank into the kiss that was rich with love, but burning hotter with every passing second. My body came wide awake, wanting to celebrate all that we'd endured and all that we'd faced together. From that moment, through all the years left to us. Ronan rolled me onto my back, his mouth making a slow migration down my naked body.
We're starting the count over.
What? I laughed. Why?
Your boyfriend gave you 4 orgasms.
Ronan rumbled against my navel.
Your fiancé hasn't given you any.
The word sent a pleasurable shiver down my spine, a word full of the future. I lay back, surrendering to him. Can't argue with that. The rain lashed the window, and through the baby monitor, August fussed. We both froze, eyes on the door that led to his room, attached to ours, waiting to know if it was a one-time fuss or something more. August whimpered again, sounding scared. Ronan shot off the bed, instantly vigilant.
I'll get him,
he said, drawing on his flannel sleep pants. I put on his t-shirt and my underwear and listened to Ronan talk to his son through the monitor.
Hey, buddy. The storm waking you up?
Yeah, August said tearfully.
Don't be scared. I got you. I got you.
I got you. Watching the two of them grow close over the last few months had been one of the greatest joys of my life. August accepted Ronan faster than any of us expected, asking for him when he was away at work or when he was trying to give August space. August didn't want space. He wanted his daddy. Ronan's apartment at Cliffside had been rented out by the management company he'd hired, so when he wasn't spending his nights here, he crashed with Miller and Violet in the house they rented while Violet finished school. But after only a few weeks, it was clear August wasn't going to put up with that. Ronan moved permanently into my little room in BB's house and had begun plans for the addition the same week. I worried that we might be too much for BB, that instead of staying with her for her sake, she'd rather have peace and quiet. But from the moment she suspected I was pregnant, she'd fallen in love with August. And Ronan. She might have loved him before I did, or before I could name what I felt for him. Ronan reappeared, carrying our son. August wore a white onesie with cartoon trucks all over it and lay against Ronan's bare chest, his head tucked under his daddy's chin. His large, dark eyes were open but sleepy. "Hey, baby boy," I said, as Ronan lay down with him between us. I kissed his soft baby cheek. "Can't sleep?" He shook his head, his little fingers reaching for my braids. I scooted closer to him, and he curled tight into Ronan with a handful of hair, bringing both of us into his cocoon. He was asleep in moments. Ronan kissed his son's head and looked to me, Augie's eyes soft under my rainbow lights. "I love you," I mouthed.
"Love you,"
he mouthed back, his own eyes looking heavy. I grinned as he began to drift, he who had been ready for another round mere minutes ago. I studied Ronan's beautiful face as he slept, his arms a protective circle around August and me. The demons in him had been laid to rest, and he was determined to keep them buried. He strove to be the best father for August, the kind of father he never had. And I knew he'd never stop working for us, to make his entire life a fulfillment of promise to his mother. The owl on his shoulder watched me. My own eyes were growing heavy, but through my sleepy haze, it looked like she was smiling. 2. Shiloh. 6 months later. There. Mama said, adjusting the delicate sprigs of baby's breath in my hair. Beautiful. Just beautiful. I turned to look in the mirror in the bride's dressing room at the Highland house, tucked deep in the redwoods. My reflection looked back. A daughter, a great-granddaughter, a niece, a friend, a business owner, a mother, and soon, a wife. And in that moment, I realized that all those things weren't me. They were reflections of the love I had in my life. That's who we all are, reflections in the eyes of those who love us. I looked to my mother. With Bertie and Rudy's help, she'd moved to Santa Cruz before August was born. She found an apartment and got a job as an assistant manager in a bank. Aside from helping me prepare for August's arrival, she used her marketing skills, those she had set aside for so long, to help me promote the store. And once she was settled, she went to a therapist twice a week. I joined her for half of those visits, and together, we healed. It was a slow process, but I learned to stop thinking of myself as walking evidence of my father's depravity, and to start thinking of myself as an embodiment of my mother's strength. I stopped looking for him in the faces of strangers because he didn't mean anything to me. He wasn't a reflection in that mirror. I clasped my mother's hand and looked to Bibi, sitting on a sofa with Bertie. To Letitia, chatting with Violet, and Louisa by the window where the sunshine streamed in. I had everything I needed. I heaved a breath and smoothed down my dress. It was pale pink satin, sleeveless, and tightly fitted around the bodice with a tulle overlay. Floral embroidery in periwinkle, lilac, and sage green cascaded over the full skirt. Letitia had pulled my natural hair into a loose, elegantly messy bun with tendrils falling softly to frame my face. "Do you think Ronan will like the dress?" I asked the room. "It's not exactly conventional." Bibi cackled from her seat. She looked beautiful in red with a lightweight beaded jacket over her shoulders. "Since when have you two been conventional? Doing everything backward from the get-go." "She has a point," I said, grinning at Mama in the mirror. "Wearing white wouldn't fool anyone. We have a toddler." I smiled, thinking of that toddler, who was currently on the men's side of the building, readying for his role as our little ring-bearer. "Girl, that dress is stunning," Letitia said, looking pretty stunning herself in her lilac bridesmaid dress. Violet nodded, coming to stand with me. My maid of honor already had tears in her eyes. "Gorgeous," she agreed, "mostly because you look so happy." "I am. I never thought." I shook my head. "I'll cry and mess up my makeup." Louisa, my employee turned friend and third bridesmaid, rushed over with a tissue. "That's my bat signal." I laughed. Louisa Coelho was an artist in her own right, doing makeup tutorials on YouTube, and had lent her services, giving me a subtle look that complemented the softness of my hair and dress. I looked at the assembly of amazing women in my life, marveling at how blessed I was, how it seemed like too much happiness for one person. A knock came at the door, and Holden Parrish stuck his head in, covering his eyes. "Is it safe?" I laughed. "You're good." He peeked open one eye, then both, and clutched his heart. "The sheer volume of beauty in one room is rather excessive, don't you think?" Aunt Bertie chuckled. "What a charmer! Where did you find him, Shy?" "No one found me, my dear lady," Holden said. "I sprang full-blown from Ronan and Miller's imagination." I exchanged grins with him, and he winked. After graduation, Holden had disappeared, leaving River Whitmore to wait for him like I had with Ronan. Holden had been all over Europe, killing his own demons, purging them, and putting them between the pages of an award-winning novel. Now he was back, and was one of Ronan's groomsmen, along with Miller and Hector. He looked devastating in a soft gray suit, no tie, the top buttons of his white dress shirt undone. A sprig of vivid yellow, red, and purple wildflowers, miniature versions of my bouquet, were tucked in his lapel.
"The coordinator is busy with some flower emergency."
Holden flapped his hand.
"I've been sent to tell you. It's time."
I blew out a breath, butterflies taking flight in my stomach.
"That's our cue."
Bertie, resplendent in deep purple, helped Bibi to stand. They kissed my cheeks, Bibi's eyes full, seeing me like she always had, straight into my heart. She said nothing but patted my cheek, and I pressed into her hand, the love for her overflowing. The other gals hugged me, and everyone slowly made their way out, Louisa shooting Holden, her partner, up the aisle, an appreciative smile. Holden leaned into me.
"Since rehearsal dinner last night, that girl can't stop making eyes at me. Not that I blame her."
"It must be such a burden being as beautiful as you are."
"It really is,"
Holden said seriously, his green eyes twinkling.
"If it gets worse, I'm going to have to jump river in the middle of the ceremony to show I'm spoken for."
"Pretty sure you were going to do that anyway." I laughed and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Shoo, behave yourself." He shot me another wink and went out, leaving me alone with Mama. She faced me and took a steadying breath.
"You sure you don't want Uncle Rudy walking you down the aisle? Or Bibi? There's still time to get her back. I know she'd be honored."
I shook my head and slipped my hand in hers. I'd thought about it, but Bibi and I had talked it over.
"A parent gives the bride away. There is no better way to show Marie that you see her than to let her do this."
I agreed. "You're my mama," I said with a teary shrug. She felt the weight of everything in those 3 words, her eyes shining too.
"Thank you, Shiloh."
She hugged me close. "You don't have to thank me."
"I do."
She pulled away, her smile beautiful.
"I know a second chance when I see one."
June Seong, my wedding planner, rushed in and delicately cleared her throat. "Excuse me, ladies." She'd done such an impressive job with the grand opening of my shop. Her name was the only one on my list to handle the wedding. As I knew she would, June made it the beautiful, somewhat rustic event I'd dreamed of. Unfussy, set in the backdrop of the forest, with just enough touches to give it an understated elegance that wasn't too fancy nor too casual. "Crisis averted," she said. "Your flower girls showered your ring-bearer with all their petals, much to his delight, but everything is ready now." I grinned. While Ronan was incarcerated, Mary Ann Greer had been promoted at work and moved from the cliffside apartments to a better place, but we never lost touch. She and her twin girls were frequent visitors at our home, Cammie and Lily, treating August like their baby brother. "You both look gorgeous," June said, sizing us up. "Ready?" Mama and I nodded and followed June outside. The day was warm, but with a breeze rustling the leaves in the trees to keep it from being too hot. I couldn't see around the corner to the flower-laden awning in the clearing amid the redwoods that served as our altar. But I could hear the soft sounds of Miller's guitar as he accompanied the procession down the aisle. Cammie and Lily, then August, and then our bridesmaids and groomsmen. The music changed to "Here Comes the Bride," and I heard the rustling of 50 guests as they rose from the white folding chairs that faced our little awning. I laced my hand around Mama's arm, and she gave it a squeeze. Then we walked. I'd already seen the wedding preparations, of course, at the rehearsal yesterday. But seeing the finished product, with everyone Ronan and I loved in the world gathered together, stole my breath. And Ronan. My heart ached to see him standing there, devastating in the same soft gray suit, no tie, his hands clasped in front of him stiffly. His eyes widened to see me come down the aisle, and his jaw clenched, a muscle ticking in his cheek. I had to bite the inside of mine to keep the tears in check. We arrived at the end of the altar, and the officiant, Eleanor Hutchins, a friend of Beebe's from one of her church groups, smiled down at me from her small podium. My mother gave me away, placing my hand in Ronan's, and when I looked up into his eyes, nothing could stop the tears from blurring my vision. "Shiloh," he whispered gruffly. I knew how he felt, the overwhelming perfection of the moment washing over me, too. I squeezed his hand, and he squeezed back, anchoring us to the present, sharing our strength. I felt the power of our partnership that had seen us through so much together, and that had carried us through when we were apart. Eleanor began the ceremony, giving a little speech about the power of enduring love, and then had us repeat the traditional vows. It would have been too much to ask Ronan to write his own to be recited in front of 50 people. It wasn't his way. Ronan made vows to me every day, in the work he did to help create our perfect life, in the way he loved our son, and in the grasping embraces in our bed at night. The intensity of his gaze when he looked at me held all of his promises, and I knew deep in my soul that this love was going to last forever. "And now the rings," Eleanor said, and the entire congregation awed as August, in a miniature version of the men's suits, climbed off Mama's lap and toddled up. "Hi, Mama! Hi, Daddy!" he exclaimed loudly, setting the crowd off again and making my eyes shine. "Hi, baby," I said, taking 2 boxes from his hands and passing them to Eleanor. "Thank you, sweetheart." "Okay, bye," he said, job done, and rushed back to my mother's lap. I exchanged a grin with Ronan, but nerves twisted my stomach. We'd both wanted to keep our rings a secret until this moment. "Ronan," Eleanor said, handing him one of the boxes, "if you will take your bride's ring." My heart pounded as he opened it, and inside lay the silver gold ring with our birthstones glinting up at me in the brilliant sun. I stared. You made that order?" He nodded, taking the band from the box. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "This one helped." Grinning proudly, Holden twiddled his fingers at me, and then I knew why the Parisian order had felt familiar. I shook my head, marveling as Ronan leaned in. "Is it tacky that you made your own ring?" he whispered. "I just couldn't imagine giving the job to anyone else, but I designed it, if that counts for anything." "You designed it," I whispered back. "That counts for everything." We locked eyes, and I nearly kissed him before it was time. Eleanor cleared her throat. We were holding up our own wedding. We straightened, and Ronan took my hand and repeated the words. "With this ring, I thee wed," then slipped the ring over my finger. It fit so perfectly. I couldn't imagine how I'd lived 22 years without it. Then it was my turn to reveal the ring I'd made for Ronan. A wide band of hammered black gold with a vein of 24-karat gold gleaming down the middle. To me, it represented the heart of gold that beat inside the chest of the man standing across from me, whose love and goodness shone brightly, even through the darkest of nights. I opened the box, and Ronan's jaw tightened again. He shook his head at me.
"It's perfect,"
he whispered.
It's...
His thought trailed, and I was glad when Eleanor had me recite the words to Ronan so that he could recover. "By the power vested in me by the state of California, I now pronounce you husband and wife." Eleanor turned to Ronan. "You may kiss your bride." Ronan took my face in both hands, his eyes meeting mine for a split second, speaking volumes. Before he leaned in to kiss me, the crowd erupted in sniffles and cheers.
"I love you,"
he whispered against my lips.
"God, Shiloh."
"I love you," I whispered back. "I love us." I felt a tug at my dress. August was there, reaching for us. Ronan scooped him up, and the three of us walked down the aisle together. My husband carrying our son. Pieces of my heart existing outside of my body. And yet, I'd never felt more whole.
3. Frankie. 1 year later. Behind closed eyes, I heard the shuffle of footsteps, heavy ones against the noise of the street traffic. The damn headache pills had put me to sleep again, and the hard concrete made my ass numb. Someone was close. Without opening my eyes, I shook the plastic big gulp cup. The rattle of coins sounded lighter than they had earlier that morning. Someone had probably ripped me off. I almost cared. "Spare change?" I muttered, giving the cup another shake. Fuck, something stunk. Then I realized it was me. "Hey," said a deep voice, one I recognized. A sliver of fear slid down my back and I came wide awake. Ronan Wentz was crouched on his heels in front of me, the busy downtown streets behind him. He looked good. His jeans were paint splattered, but they looked new, like his work boots. His t-shirt read, "Wentz and Morales Contractors." The shirt was tight around his huge fucking arms strong enough to punch through glass and haul a guy out of his car window. "What do you want, Wentz?" I muttered, sitting up. My stomach growled loudly. I was used to it. Hunger was a part of life now, like my limp or the way my eyelid drooped. But Ronan frowned and stood up. "Come with me," he said. I snorted. "I got nowhere to go, no place to be. Nothing to eat, nowhere to live. Nothing. I have nothing." Ronan rubbed his hand over his jaw. Behind him I could see the sign for rare earth jewelry. Of all the places in downtown Santa Cruz to sit and panhandle, near Shiloh's shop was my favorite. Not so close that she could see me, but close enough that I could watch the steady stream of customers come in and out, most leaving with little white bags with gold writing on the front. Knowing her store had survived was the only thing I had going for me. And it wasn't fucking much. Ronan nudged my falling apart Converse with his boot. "Come on, Frankie, get up." I scowled. "What the fuck for, Wentz? I did my time. We got nothing to say to each other." He cracked his neck, deadly casual. "Yeah, we do. Unfinished business." Shit. If Wentz wanted to break me in half, he could. I guessed spending a year in the clink for making a false accusation wasn't enough. I'd been out for 3 months, living on the street. Maybe Shiloh had seen me after all. I got to my feet, struggling with my left leg that always felt like it had fallen asleep and was just waking up. Pins and needles all goddamn day. Nerve damage, the docs had said. Dad had fucked me up good. I grabbed the trash bag that held everything I owned in the world and followed Wentz to the pizza my heart. He pointed at one of the wrought iron tables out front. "Sit." "I'm not your fucking dog, Wentz," I said, but sat down anyway, mostly because I hadn't eaten in 2 days. Ronan ignored my comment. "Pepperoni?" I shrugged. If he was going to feed me before he beat my ass, may as well let him. "My last meal," I snickered tiredly. Ronan returned a few minutes later with 2 large sodas and 2 slices of pepperoni pizza each. He slapped a plate down in front of me, but it was the soda I went for first. Cold, sugary, fucking heaven. I drank until my forehead ached, then dug into the pizza. Ronan ate too, not saying anything, confident and strong while I felt pathetic and weak. But I was used to that feeling. Ever since I was a kid, and my dad saw I wasn't going to be a big football player like Chance Blaylock or Mikey Grimaldi, who, last I heard, had finished his 6 months for filing a false police report and was working the gas station down by the highway. I polished off my first slice and started on the second, slower now, to make it last. Ronan, already done, balled up his napkin and tossed it down. He reclined in his chair, his gray eyes like a shark, back in the day, studying me. I noticed the wedding band on his left hand, black with a vein of gold down the middle. "Congratulations," I said, taking a bite of pizza. "Shiloh made that, right?" Ronan nodded. "Of course. She's good. She's the best," Ronan said, and I knew he wasn't talking about rings. "Listen, man," he cut in. "Drugs?" "Huh?" "It's noon, and you were sleeping. Are you high?" "Do I look like I can afford dope?" I asked, indicating my stinking worn-out jeans, shirt, and Dad's old windbreaker. So faded now, it was gray instead of blue. Ronan shrugged. "You panhandle for money, then use the money for drugs. Or do other things to score?" I shook my head. "I stay away from that shit." I rolled up my sleeves to show him my arms, skinny and white, but free and clear of tracks. I didn't know what the hell I was trying to prove to Wentz anyway, or why. "The meds for my headaches make me tired. That okay with you?" Ronan considered this. "No drugs?" "No drugs." He nodded and jerked his chin at my food. "You done?" "Almost." I took my time finishing my pizza, my stomach feeling stretched from food and sloshy with soda. When I was done, Ronan threw our empty plates in the trash and gestured to my bag. "Get your stuff. Let's go." "Where to next?" I asked, shuffling after him. "There's a Ben & Jerry's up the road if you're springing for dessert before my beatdown." "You're not getting beat down, Dowd," he intoned. "Then what the fuck do you want with me?" He stopped at the curb where a black pickup truck with the same Wentz and Morales logo was parked. The flatbed was filled with buckets of paint, stacks of wood, and a bunch of tools. "You gonna put me to work?" I snorted. "Make me dig my own grave?" Ronan opened the passenger side door. "We'll see." I had nothing better to do than see where the hell this was all going, so I climbed in. "Goodbye, cruel world," I snickered, waving at the streets I called home. Ronan drove us to an apartment complex. The sign in front of the newly paved parking lot read, "Cliffside." My stomach clenched. The complex had had a makeover since I'd seen it last. It looked new and pretty decent. But I recognized the place where Dad had driven Grimaldi and me to wail on Wentz for spray painting Mikey's car. "Look, man, I told you," I said. "I confessed. I apologized to Shiloh. I did my time." "Relax," Ronan said, putting the truck in park. "I want to show you something." I must be crazy, I thought as I grabbed my bag of shit and followed Ronan to the complex. We took a set of stairs up to the second floor. The building had new cement, fresh paint on the doors. The corner unit was marked office. Ronan unlocked the door from a set of keys and went inside. I followed, more slowly. The place was small but clean, and the sink and appliances and shit looked new. The furniture, too. Simple but nice. Ronan jerked his chin past the living area that had a TV and everything. "Bedroom and bathroom down there." I frowned and checked it out.
The bedroom was furnished, and the bathroom had shampoo and soap and all that. Not like anyone lived here, but all new. A strange feeling tightened my chest, making my eyes water. My heart started to pound. I came back out. Ronan was leaning against the small counter, arms crossed, his face blank. "What is all this?" I demanded, hearing the whine in my voice, the tone that pissed my dad off so many times. "First food and then this place. What are you playing at, Wentz?" "I need a manager," he said. "It's an easy job, mostly collecting rent, fielding any requests for repairs and passing them to me, keeping the laundry room maintained, helping me handle tenants moving in or out, that kind of thing." My throat had gone dry, and the pizza and soda threatened to come back up. "You can do all that yourself." "I can," he said, "but it's better to have someone on site to stay on top of things. The pay isn't much, but rent and utilities are included." I stared. "Don't fuck with me, Wentz," I said, my voice trembling. "What are you saying? Are you giving me a job?" "And a place to live." He leveled a finger at me. "But I have to protect these people, Dowd. I swear to fucking God, if you put them in jeopardy for any reason, one whiff of trouble and you're out." "I wouldn't," I said quickly, my pulse crashing in my chest. "I never would. But, Ronan, why?" His flat gray eyes lost their hard glint. "Because I know what it's like to have a dad who takes a sledgehammer to your entire life, smashing it to fucking pieces until there's nothing left." His gaze hardened again. "This is it, Frankie. This is your one shot. Take it or leave it." I looked around the apartment. 4 walls and a ceiling. All mine. With no raging monster on the couch you had to sneak around, careful not to breathe too loud so he wouldn't get pissed and take a swing. I blinked and swallowed hard. "I'll take it." Ronan extended his hand. This was a dream. The headache meds torturing me. Any second I was going to wake up back on the street. But Ronan's hand was strong and real, shaking mine. "I put some food in your fridge to get you started. Not sure what you'd want," he said, then nodded at an envelope on the small kitchen table. "That's your first month's pay plus some change if you want to do laundry." He jerked his chin toward a cordless phone unit on the counter. "My cell number's on there. My business partner Hector's too. If you can't reach me, I'll be back tomorrow to start showing you the ropes." "What does Shiloh think of all this?" He smirked. It was her idea. He turned for the door. "Ronan." "Yeah?" I shook my head. The words to thank him sticking in my throat, small and weak, like how I'd felt for so long. "I won't let you down." "Good." He smiled a little and went out, shutting the door to my place behind him. My place? "Not yet," I muttered. What Ronan had done for me went beyond words, and I didn't deserve it. Not yet. But I could do a good job and earn it. I'd prove to him I wasn't the worthless piece of shit my dad called me every day of my life. Because what Ronan had given me was better than food or even a roof over my head. And rarer, too. A second chance. 4. Ronan. "How'd it go?" Shiloh asked as I crossed the sand to where she sat at the fire pit, in one of 6 beach chairs. She smiled in the late afternoon sun. I bent and kissed her, then sat beside her. "Good. I think you'll be okay." "I hope so." She shook her head, ringlets blowing across her cheek. "If you'd have asked me 4 years ago..." "I know," I said. So damn weird. But it feels good. It feels right. Shiloh leaned over and kissed me again. "You're a good man. The best." "Don't know about that. But you're my wife, so I must have done something right." Her smile was radiant, happy. To think I had a hand in that blew my fucking mind. We'd been married for a year, and every day still felt like a dream, one that I never wanted to wake up from. Voices sounded from down the path that led to the shack. Violet and Miller appeared, him carrying a cooler and helping his pregnant wife along. "I think I remember how to walk on sand,"
Violet teased, then laughed as Shiloh and I hurried over. I clasped hands with Miller while Shiloh hugged Violet and helped her to her chair. "You guys are too much," Violet said. She was only 4 months along, but looked about ready to burst. "I remember lugging one around in there," Shiloh said. "I can't imagine two." Violet laughed. "Neither can I. Neither can he." She jerked a thumb at Miller, who looked more tired and harried than his wife. Shiloh beamed at Miller. "Because he's taking the best care of you, aren't you?" She kissed his cheek. "I'm trying," Miller said. "He's doing more than trying," Violet said, smiling fondly at him. "He's amazing." "The both of you are," Shiloh said warmly. About 6 months ago, Miller and Violet adopted a foster child through the charity Miller's last concert supported. Sam was a sweet, quiet kid who loved photography. They hadn't planned on adding to their threesome so soon, but sometimes life had a way of making plans for you. I took the cooler out of Miller's hand that was filled with hot dogs, buns, chips, and marshmallows. "Sit." He sank gratefully into the chair. Miller was a natural worrier, but I didn't blame him. I'd missed Shiloh's pregnancy. I'd missed so much that she'd endured alone. I envied Miller his worry. I'd have taken all of it from Shiloh had I been there. But as Bibi liked to say, wallowing in regret was like choosing to drink from a poisoned well. We can never go back and fix our mistakes, only learn from them. I glanced at Shiloh, my thoughts full of second chances. I got the fire going as the sun began to sink into the ocean. More voices appeared. Holden strode up, River Whitmore following, both carrying more coolers of food. They stopped just outside the ring, Holden wearing an expression I'd never seen. Unsure. Nervous. "Hey," he said. "Everyone, you all know River?" River gave a small wave, and it was so good to finally see him here. In all the years we'd had the shack, it had always been Miller and V, Shiloh and me, and Holden alone. Now we're complete. Violet gave a little cry and struggled to get out of her chair. Miller helped her to her feet, and she flew at River, hugging him and kissing his cheek. She did the same to Holden while River shook hands with Miller and me. Shiloh took her turn kissing Holden and welcoming River into our circle. "How you doing?" I asked Holden with a grin. He looked dumbstruck, watching River with our friends, here at the shack, talking and laughing. "Oh, shut up," Holden said tightly. "You know exactly how I feel." "Like you're so happy your fucking head is going to explode?" He nodded, sniffed. He looked at River the way I looked at Shiloh, the way Miller looked at Violet, like he couldn't believe something so good was his. "He looks perfect here, right? Like he belongs?" "Because he does. And because I'd had a really fucking good day, I pulled Holden in for a hug. Holden sagged against me for a minute, then stiffened and shoved me away. "That's enough out of you, Wentz. I'm already on the verge. I'm relying on you to be your usual unpleasant self, or I'm going to lose it." I smacked my hand on his back. "How about this? If you ever fucking disappear again..." He snorted. "You're one to talk. But fear not, my disappearing days are over." He flashed his left hand, the setting sun glinting off the silver band. A ring River had commissioned from Shiloh a few months ago. "River has made an honest man out of me." "I doubt that." Holden's mischievous smile returned. "He loves to try." I rolled my eyes as he joined the group, taking charge of the food and barking orders at everyone. River approached me, and we clasped hands. "Where's the little guy?" "Home with the grandmas," I said. "Congrats, by the way. You guys set a date?" "Not yet," River said, rubbing the back of his neck. "After Holden's book tour, I guess. Tomorrow we leave for 6 weeks. I'd rather stay put, but if he doesn't travel now and then, he'll go stir-crazy. Compromise, that's what it's all about, right?" I nodded, and we both looked at Holden, drinking from a bottle of sparkling water and saying something that had Violet clutching her belly with laughter. "He looks good," I said. I met River's eye. "You did that?" "Nah, he did that," he said, referring to Holden's time away when he wrote his book and got himself dried out. "He worked his ass off. I'm really fucking proud of him." "He worked hard for you. He's happy because of you. Thank you for that." Rivers smiled, glanced down. "Well,
It goes both ways, that happiness. It runs deep.
Holden sidled over. The last thing I need is you two palling around together. Next thing I know, you're BFFs. He steered River away. Ronan's the most dangerous of us all, knows all my secrets. I chuckled and rejoined Shiloh in the chair beside hers. The night's hours flowed in laughter, music, and food. Holden had us all clutching our sides at some of his stories, and then Miller would play, his voice carrying across the night, seeping into our bones. Shiloh leaned into me, her cheek on my shoulder. Violet sat with Miller in the sand, tucked into his embrace. River and Holden did the same. Holden wrapped in River's arms. He wasn't sleeping, but his eyes were closed, his expression purely content. "I'm so glad they're here together," Shiloh whispered to me. "Now we feel complete."
I had the same thought, I said, except something nagged at me. I watched Miller run his hands over Violet's belly, and knew what it was. Shiloh felt my eyes on her.
"What is it?"
"I want to take you home and put a baby in you." Her eyes widened, her face flushing.
"I wish you'd say what you really mean," she teased. "You're serious? You want another baby?"
"And this time, I'm going to be there with you every step of the way, from the moment you find out you're pregnant to the day she's born."
"She?"
"Or he, or them. I can't go back and be there for all of August's firsts."
"No, but you'll be there for his everything else,"
Shiloh said. I nodded. "Like the day he becomes a big brother." Her eyes flooded, and she leaned over to kiss me. I tasted the salt of her tears and her happiness.
"Okay," she breathed. "I want that too. I want everything with you, Ronan. Everything this life has to give."
Her smile fell, and I knew her thoughts went to Bibi.
"And what it will someday take away."
"Someday," I said, brushing the curls off her face. "But not yet." She smiled, so goddamn beautiful. "Not yet." I pulled her into my lap and held her close until the time came for us to go. Miller and Violet would be heading back to San Francisco, where Violet was set to complete her residency, and Miller was finishing his next album. Holden had his book tour and was taking River with him. No way to know when we'd all be together again, or at the shack. It felt like one chapter was closing and another open for all of us. We said our goodbyes, hugging and kissing cheeks, the women smiling through tears and reminding each other that San Francisco was only a few hours from Santa Cruz. "You coming, Wentz?" Miller asked, as the last of the coolers and chairs were packed up. "You guys go ahead. I'll put out the fire." The group filed out and I remained, staring into the flames that were the same as the first time I'd been here. The beach was the same ocean crashing against the shore, the place giving the same sense of belonging like it had all those years ago. Only I was different now, made better by this place and these friends. I looked up to see Miller approach, a small, crooked smile on his lips. "Hey." "Hey," I said. My voice was gruff. "Stupid. I can't fucking put it out." He nodded. "I know." More footsteps. Holden stepped into the ring of light beside Miller. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice thick, too. Miller put one hand on Holden's shoulder, the other on mine. Miller Stratton, our anchor, the homeless kid who'd once pawned his guitar so his mom could eat, the center of us, our North Star, keeping us from growing adrift. Holden moved to clasp my shoulder and I gripped his, making the circle complete. "Guys," Holden whispered. "Yep," Miller said, and I nodded, unable to speak. No one said another word. No one had to explain or finish the thought. We each felt it, bone-deep gratitude and love that ran deeper than words. They'd called us the outcast, the vampire, and the criminal, the lost boys. But we were bonded by something stronger than blood or friendship or circumstance. We were soulmates, and not lost anymore.
This is the end of The Last Piece of His Heart, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more new adult romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to The Last Piece of His Heart, Book 3 of the Lost Boys series, produced by Troy Otey, written by Emma Scott, performed by Teddy Hamilton and Murray Brahan, members of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2021 by Emma Scott Books, LLC. Production copyright 2021 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.